Good morning, everyone. How is everyone feeling this morning? Everyone rested well? We had an early finish yesterday, so I hope everyone managed to rest, and those who are not coming from Medan could do some sightseeing, and we could have a good start, a fresh start this morning again. So I will be moderating this morning's session. My name is Selasa. I'm also the chairwoman of this summer course. For the first session this morning, we will have three topics delivered. Two from our lecturer from Universitas Sumatera Utara and one from our partner from SDSHI. So in the morning, we will have Dr. Budi as well as Dr. Ananda to share about outbreaks, emerging infections, and experience from COVID-19 and what is happening beyond. So for the first session, Dr. Budi, Fauzi Satria, and PhD will give a talk on emerging and re-emerging infectious diseases in Indonesia and why you should care. Dr. Budi is an early career researcher in the field of health security. Previously, he has been working as a medical doctor since 2015 and once served as chairman of the Quality and Safety Committee at the hospital in Medan. In 2017, he received a scholarship from Shell and USD to pursue his master's degree at the University of Vietnam in the field of health and completed the program as a graduate in his class in 2018. Following that, he pursued his PhD from Taipei Medical University, Taiwan, in the field of health and health security in 2020. Currently, he is a faculty member at the Faculty of Medicine at Universitas Sumatera Utara. His current research focuses on health security, One Health, digital health and health policy. In this field, he expects to contribute to global resilience and achieve the global health security field. Dr. Budi, are you ready? So I think all the participants can prepare some questions related to emerging infectious diseases, because since Dr. Budi will share some knowledge about this in this area. Okay, Dr. Budi, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Inke, for the introductions. Something problem with the format, that's why it's like this. But no problem, we are going to see so much of slides. We are talking in a practical way. So my name is Budi, and today, as a warm-up for this session, we will share about why we should concern about emerging and emerging infectious diseases in Asia. About definition, what is emerging diseases? By definition, emerging is so, by definition, from definition, we can see emerging diseases, the disease that appear for the first time, and it's the emerging disease when it has existed previously and rapidly increased recently. So we can see two perspectives here, not only about the existence of the disease, but also the rapid increase in the population. So we are not, when we talk about emerging and emerging diseases, it's not only about whether or not the disease already existed, but whether or not the disease spread rapidly in the community or not. And he said that most of infectious, emerging infectious diseases is a zoonotic disease. And we can see from the list provided by International Medicine Association of Malaysia, from this list we can see more than half of these diseases are zoonotic diseases or diseases related to animals. Even from World Organization for Animal Health, we can see the trend of zoonotic disease. It is said that every year there are 5 emerging diseases, there are 5 new diseases, and 3 of them related to animals. And 70% of infectious diseases are zoonotic diseases, and most threatening one, and really discussed about, is 80% of zoonotic pathogens are potentially actually used as a weapon for terrorism. So this is how the threats of zoonotic diseases are really discussed. Okay. Next, we will see this is PHEI, Public Health Emergency of International Concern. So this list of diseases is the list of diseases that before a disease declared as a pandemic, it is declared as a PHEI. For example, COVID-19. It is declared in March 2020, right? And it is included as a PHEI in January 2020. So if a disease spread rapidly among the communities, and it raised international concern, need attention from international, then this disease is included as a PHEI before it is declared as a pandemic. Fortunately, monkeypox, not pandemic, but it is almost pandemic because it's listed as a PHEI. And we can see from this list, most of the diseases are zoonotic diseases, or at least related to animal. Even if we consider COVID-19 as a zoonotic disease, because we can also find COVID-19 in animal, although it's not declared as a zoonotic, but it's related to animals. So we can see how human-animal interactions are very close, and the disease in animal can also be found in human. If we talk about the natural history of diseases, we will be back to discuss about classic transgender biology, where diseases need this with aspects, should be as cause, agent, and also the environment. And this environment is not only physical environment, but any kind of environment. We can see a lot of contributing factors outside. We will talk this one one by one. First is about globalization. We know this MERS-CoV stands for Middle East Respiratory Syndrome. Of course, because it's found in the Middle East, and the animal as a host is a camel. But 2015, there is an outbreak of MERS in South Korea. What actually happened? At the time, we don't really understand because we have no experience with COVID. Even people keep arguing what happened because Korea is Muslim, they are not going to Hajj or Umrah or to spiritual journey. So that's why people wondering why there's an outbreak in Korea of MERS while there's no Muslim in Korea. The answer is, during this time, there is an outbreak of MERS in the Middle East, and there is a businessman from Korea come to Saudi for business trip. And the authority of Korea not really concerned, not really aware about what happened in the Middle East. So there is no public health organizer at the airport of Korea, and management become the first case in Korea. We will easily understand about this after COVID-19. We understand how the public automation airport was taking place. This is just one example of how globalization, people movement from country to country very rapidly can also spread the disease, which the disease that previously cannot found in this country and rapidly emerge in another area. If you want to see in a visual way, you can watch this contagion movie. In this film, you can see how the disease spread very easily from country to country, from people to people, people to animal, and vice versa, only in one night. And that can only caused by the disease and the related cause of disease. In the context of Indonesia, the next problem or contributing factor is the safety food. Yesterday we talked already about wildlife animal market. And in 2015, after graduating as a doctor, I went to internship in Manado, North Sulawesi, 1 year. And in Manado, are very famous with wildlife animal market. There, people eat many kinds of food, wildlife animal market. And this is part of our people's in Indonesia's culture to eat this kind of food. So we are behind this because this is our one of our behavior. And this is me in Vietnam in 2018. This is in the poultry pig farm. And the farmer said that they increased the farm using antibiotic for the pigs without any clear prescription from the veterinarian. So, for example, this morning, when the farmer takes the pigs sick, and then he injects directly by himself the antibiotics, and then someone comes to buy the pig, and he just directly sells it to the buyer. And then if the buyer can eat, so somehow we can show that the pig is contaminated by antimicrobial. That's why recently the field of research in wastewater surveillance are emerged, because we want to track down and analyze whether the excretion of this animal farm really contaminated the environment, the water, and also the land. This next, our problem in Indonesia is ecotourism. Most of tourism attraction in Indonesia is nature. This is our big Selasa from Babahel last year. We went to Bukit Lawang, so we can see from this picture very close to wildlife animal. This activity actually somewhat risky in theory because we exposed to very area. And in Indonesia now has become more emerging, more popular, even more vegetarian. There is a jargon, my nature, more deep to the forest, better, they say. More adrenaline, but actually is more risky behavior. Because usually we expose to something that we didn't expose. This theory is similar to the theory of colonization of disease. So by history, a disease that can be found in a community is the same disease what the invader they have. So in the community, if we find one characteristic of the disease, it is the same disease profile with the invader. So you can see, if we come to the virgin area, it can be us who bring the disease to the environment, or the environment also bring us. So there is some irony or maybe debate regarding how we control COVID-19 pandemic previously. For me, it's unnecessary to protect the people in very rural area, which is not exposed at all to COVID-19. Because when we come to their place, it is us who bring the disease to the city. If we remember the triangle again, they are not exposed, they don't have agents around them. And they don't have the environment, why come to them to bring them the agent to the environment? Next one is climate change. Yeah. Why climate change also contribute to emerging and emerging diseases? Climate change somehow bring the change to the trend of the disease in many ways. For example, in the Europe, with the increase of temperatures, now they already experience the dengue, which is previously known, and many other examples. I bring this one example from Kenya. They assess how the impact of climate change to malaria. From the study, they found the increase of temperature reduced the case of malaria. It's good, right? The increase of temperature due to climate change reduced the case of malaria among children in Kenya. Somehow climate change is good, right? It is because and then in the future explanation they said, yes, the increase of temperature makes the anopheles can survive this high temperatures. But this makes the anopheles, the Aedes aegypti, good is good for their life. So from this study, they are accidentally find another finding. So when they find there is a decrease of cases of malaria due to temperature increase, but they find high increase of dengue cases in a way. So in many ways, climate change somehow again emerging and re-emerging diseases not only about access or not, but also how it's increased among the community suddenly. Next is disaster. Yeah, disaster. In global health, we talk about disaster, we talk not only about natural disaster, but also man-made disaster. Yesterday, from Prof. Soliang, he showed figure of many civil war, many war between Gaza and Israel, Palestine, Romania, many other messy things outside the world, and refugees. This is the figure. So this kind of situation was pure living environment, which is again, for example, there is a case from Rohingya refugees who migrate from Myanmar to the closest country, Bangladesh and Nepal. This is not in Bangladesh, but this is a similar thing happening. When they move to Bangladesh and Nepal, they are illegal migrant, right? And they need to survive. What they do, they converting the land, they cutting forest to survive. So the environment ecosystem there will change, and the trend of the disease also change, and they exposed to the new diseases or new respected that they never exposed before. Or easier to think and imagine is about natural disaster when there is flood and many earthquake, infrastructures damage, and all of these things happen. You can easily imagine. Next is for social economic status. This is also the figures from Vietnam near to Mekong River. The figure here is very interesting. This is my classmate figure here talking with some grandma, a lady, right? Maybe we will think, okay, this is the view house, right? View room. But what is making it interesting is the roof. What do you think about the roof? It's chicken. So above the head of this lady are the chicken. So during the interview, we can see the roof, something walking above. So can you imagine human live under the chicken? So who are the pet cow? Who are the poultry? Right? So this is to see how actually we close to the interaction between human and animal are very close. Not only like this, outside our house, but inside together. This man washing his hair, right? This one washing pig intestine. So they share the facility due to the responsible status, just to show how pig agriculture can somehow affect emerging diseases. And this is what happened in Indonesia. It's easily understand about how this living environment can affect health status. Next is AMR, antimicrobial resistance. We also mentioned before that actually is related to unsafe food. Okay. Next, why we should care? The last part of this presentation, why we should care about this emerging and emerging diseases. First, we remain highly susceptible to COVID-19. What is happening? We talk about emerging and re-emerging diseases. But when we talk about COVID-19, we already know a lot about COVID-19. We have the vaccine. We know how to trace the disease. But recent assessment in December 2024, the result is high. We still highly vulnerable to COVID-19, the disease that we already know about. Although this is an average, but it means there are some countries already have less risk. But when the average is high, it's more countries are having high risk of COVID-19. So first problem is we still remain high stable, which is emphasize how vulnerable we are even for the disease that we already know. Next one, the crisis of COVID-19 pandemic occurred during the implementation of IHR, International Health Regulations, which is actually designed to help countries develop their capacities to prevent, to detect, to respond any health threats that potentially interfere the international traffic and trade. But we can see no countries, all countries, travel and trade damage into problem. So that's why there are many criticisms of IHR. That's why recently they required amendment. Even our former ministry already critiques the amendment of IHR. We will see what happens later. But at least we can see from here is now they are more aware of the need preparedness. They are aware of the need of preparedness, not only to prevent, detect and respond, but also to prevent, to prepare, to protect. And under IHR, actually there are 4 main activities. 2 are assessment to countries' capacities. 1 is self-assessment. The second one is external assessment. From these 2 assessments, only self-assessment is required. But the problem is, it is shown that the score from self-evaluation is always higher compared to the score that internal. I'm sorry.
Recording in progress.
So when the self-evaluation always show higher scores compared to external evaluations, it is, you can assume that, is that really accurate, right? But from previous references, we can see actually somehow this kind of scoring system are working. It shows that countries with better prepared, better scores, they have less or better disease control outcome. And even in the early phase of COVID-19, it shows that countries who are better prepared, better score, will be less suffer from new diseases. But we can see it is not really happened, right? Not as predicted. But if we look at the original scores, actually, this is the score from 2010 to 2021. The score is always below 80, which is, if we interpret the score, it means the score is just around level 3 to level 4, which is, means the system is there, established, but not really well implemented or not really well evaluated. So just there. So only from seeing this score, we can already have assumption, okay, we are still not ready even for the COVID-19. How about Malaysia? Still the same. So level 3 to level 4, not really. The next why we should care, because Indonesia still has inadequate health system. If we see yesterday they talk about WHO health system building block, there are 6 components, and from these 6 components, it is said that governance is the main core of these building blocks. And Indonesia, even before the COVID-19, the challenge is already existing. First, we can see from the finance sector how the government spend and allocate the money in 2023, when we are still during the period of controlling the disease, still less than what we spent in 2016. Somehow it's inefficient, inadequate, right? About health worker, now we only have 0.4 to 0.6. Why the WHO recommend 2.3? So we need 4 to 6 times more. That's why our president really want to increase the number of doctors by increasing the number of faculty of medicine. So, but when we increase the number, we should match up also with the quality. That's why we have this kind of meeting to improve the quality of the health worker. Regarding the infrastructure, information system, we can see from all the area in Sumatra, only 3 areas that compare to Java, which means there is a disparities across the region in Indonesia. In terms of governance, as a main core of health system building block, Indonesia still score 0.1. When there is an indicator about governance, the range score is between minus 2.5 to 1.5. Indonesia only 0.1, which is considerably weak. And this is the recent study we have with Dr. Inke and other team from Singapore. What we found is, in terms of governance, we still lack of the absence of clear legal framework for pandemic preparedness, and this led to other problems that make us in a vulnerable situation. In terms of the effect to the other governance, the absence of this kind of legal framework, it makes us have a poor coordination, and poor coordination led to delay decision making and delay response. Even if we have rapid action, but it don't have any legal basis, which is very risky, can be considered as unlawful actions. And the impact to information system when there is no clear legal framework. So when someone delivers information, sometimes will be conflicting and will be confusing in the community and cause the decline of public trust, which is also raised in the yesterday's session by Prof. Suliang. Without clear legal framework, we will not have clear budgeting structure, so we cannot do investment on preparedness. And when something happens, there will be delay in the disbursement because we don't have the criteria when we can really disburse the money. And because we don't have this kind of financing structure, we don't have any special allocation for train the workforce for future preparations. And the impact to information system is we cannot really, all of us know that there is a disparities across the region, but we don't know where to start because we don't really have which one is the priority when we have the financial constraints. So in the last slide, I will say why we should concern about emerging and emerging diseases in Indonesia, because we are still vulnerable and we have all the risk factors. We have multiple risk factors associated and we are still vulnerable. I think that's all from presentation. Thank you. Back to Dr. Inka.
Please give applause to Dr. Budi. Thank you very much for a very interesting talk, in the first talk in the morning. I hope everyone gets excited as well, and I think he has explained about past experience on emerging infectious disease, not only in Indonesia, but also globally, and how we could track our regional efforts. I would like to open any questions from the floor. Is there any question from our participants? Yes, please come to the mic, introduce yourself, and you can ask questions.
Thank you. Hello, Dr. Budi. My name is Sylvia. I'm from Magister Tropical Medicine. So I wanna ask you about in developing countries, which health system component is often neglected, and how can that lead to re-emerging disease coming back?
Can you repeat the question again?
In Indonesia, kalau di negara berkembang, bagian sistem kesehatan mana yang sering tidak diperhatikan dan bagaimana itu, maksudnya kalau misalnya itu terjadi, kayak mana bisa menyebabkan penyakit yang lama itu muncul kembali kayak re-emerging disease.
So I may just translate the question first. So the question is like which component of the health system, as Dr. Budi mentioned, there is part of financing,
Yes.
governance, healthcare force, that can affect most, like especially in Indonesia, for the occurrence of an outbreak.
Okay, thank you for
Thank
the
you.
questions. There are 6 components of WHO building block as for health system. And many says that governance is the main core. So if we have an analogy, governance is like thumb finger when holding a glass. So without thumb finger, it could be quite difficult to hold a glass. So although we have other component good in terms of component of health system, somehow it will be challenging without good governance. That's why during our study, it also can answer your questions regarding what components of health system building blocks are matters that can, if we don't really pay attention to, it can increase the risk of us to having the emerging diseases or emerging diseases. Yeah. So, if you remember some last slides, we showed how. Okay, no problem. I can continue. So if we look at our previous last slide, in Indonesia, we talk about Indonesia, we still lack of clear legal framework for pandemic preparedness. So when we talk about preparedness, because we don't know what is the new pandemic will be. Even when we know COVID, for example, we still vulnerable from the last risk assessment. But preparation means we don't know what next. So we need to prepare for any kind of threats. Even that's why International Health Organization says any health threats that potentially interfere with international traffic trade. So that's why we really need to have good governance in terms of health system, because it really like governs everything. Even if we look at the component of international health regulations, there are 15 capacities that country need to develop, and some of capacities related to governance. For example, establishing national focal point, coordination, it is somehow a problem. Even if there are 4 activities, right? Assessment, self-evaluation, external evaluations, and there are simulation exercise, then after action review. Although there is a simulation exercise, we conduct a simulation exercise, someone, usually, commonly, we only conduct the technical part, who do what, right? But when it's really happening, we rarely engage with the politician and government. So although by practice during the simulation exercise, it works well, but somehow when it's really happened, it's still challenging because we don't really engage the stakeholders, the policy maker, decision maker during the simulation exercise. When I was in Singapore last 2 weeks, I have a chance to meet the authority from Singapore, from community disease agencies, from National Public Health Laboratory, and the same thing happens. Although they do the simulation exercise, somehow they cannot really engage the stakeholders, the community leaders, and the decision makers. That's why somehow it's challenging for them. But for Singapore, they are quite lucky because their region is small, so very easy to contact everyone, very close connection, so very easy. Not like us, need to have national, subnational, and everything. That's why if you see Vietnam nowadays, they cut all the very low level, so they are directly from country to provincial level. They don't have any other between provincial level to make it shorter and easy to communicate. That's why governance is somehow very important and health system building blocks. Without this good, it can be emerging disease, re-emerging disease problem. Even the disease that we already know also a problem. I think I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Yes, please introduce yourself and address your question.
Thank you, Dr. Fauzi, for your presentation. My name is Lily. I'm from Health Laboratory in Medan. From all the contributing factor, what is the main challenges? What is the main challenge that Indonesia faces related to controlling emerging and re-emerging disease, and how we can predict what kind of in the future what kind of emerging and re-emerging disease can be an outbreak, and from all the scheme of preparedness, what is the main challenges in Indonesia from your point of view?
Okay.
Thank you.
So there are 3 questions from our participant from Public Health Laboratory. First question is about what are the main challenges, what are the contributing factors that we have, right? What are the contributing factors? Oh yeah. So all of these contributing factors, yesterday I also asked the same question to Professor Suliang, because we all have the contributing factors in our community, in our countries, and somehow it's challenging. What we should do to reduce or remove these factors, and it is somehow very challenging because if we see the Maslow theory, there is we need to fulfill first the basic needs of the people. So somehow we have a financial constraints because we need to first protect the people in the first place. So for example, if we are the government, we are the stakeholders, we are the decision makers, if we have the money, right, when we see our people still cannot eat properly, cannot live properly, how can we think about laboratory when it is like still have a few days or few weeks to go to impact them, while if they cannot eat today, they will die, for example. So this competing factors between fulfilling the basic needs of the people and also investing into this kind of investment for reducing our contributing factors or risk factors is somehow challenging. That's why in our study we said that we need a very clear legal framework for pandemic preparedness, because without this clear legal framework, somehow it's very difficult to allocate or make investment as we want to reduce the risk. I hope they answered the first question. The second question is about what disease I think will be the next outbreak, right? It's not mine, but based on many literature said, it will be zoonotic diseases. Because based on this list, most of are zoonotic diseases. And that's why recently the field of research emerged in terms of public health intelligence. So they keep tracking, do the genome sequencing and everything to try to do the surveillance to see what kind of disease will be potentially become the next emerging diseases. And the third question is, forgot, sorry. Yeah, just like I mentioned, this is based on our recent study with Dr. Inka as well. One of the main factors is the absence of legal framework. So without legal basis, it's very difficult to make any actions. Even if we do actions without clear legal basis, it will be so risky. We have so many examples how if we do something, although with good intention, but without clear legal basis, somehow it's risky. So that's why we need to emphasize this. And the problem is, if we have this all recommendation and suggestion, but if the government don't really pay attention or interest to this field as a priority, it will be very challenging. Now our challenge is stunting, right, for example, but we don't really talk about the pandemic preparedness. So it means it's not the priority yet for the government. So it will be hard for us to communicate about this thing for now. I think that's all. Thank you. How to answer?
Thank you, everybody. Next question.
Mohon izin dokter, saya bertanya dalam bahasa Indonesia.
Pertanyaan saya dokter, bagaimana hubungan penurunan cakupan imunisasi dapat secara langsung berkontribusi terhadap munculnya re-emerging infectious disease ini yang sebelumnya sudah terkontrol seperti difteri dan polio. Terima kasih dokter.
Nanti kakak ada bahas itu enggak? Nanti kakak ada bahas itu enggak? Kakak ada bahas itu nanti? Okay. Yes, thank you for your questions. From?
Saya Dr. Ori Bangun dari Magister Ilmu Kedokteran Tropis.
Oh yeah, thank you for your questions. In briefly, because there will be some speaker talk about this more deeply, so I hope you will get more satisfied answer following my sessions. So, but in brief, I just said, yes, we can easily imagine and thinking about when there is mandatory vaccinations, right? And if we don't really do this anymore, then the new is potentially occur again. And this is now currently happen. If we look at the latest SDGs report, when before 2019, the trend is like this about the implementation of vaccinations. So somehow it's although it's not really by prediction, it's not really achieve our target by 2030, but at least it's on the right track, for example. But during the COVID-19, the trend like this for even for the mandatory vaccination. So that's why it's not a surprise if we see the disease that we are already very rare to see, but now it's emerged again in some area of Indonesia because during the period the vaccination coverage somehow decreased a lot. Maybe there's, but for future clarification or deeper information, the next session will please stay here. Don't go home.
Yeah, Dr. Ori, so we will have a session after this on vaccine preventable diseases and its resurgence in Indonesia again. As we know, like many countries are facing like low vaccination coverage, including Indonesia. So we will hear that from India. So we have one question from the Zoom. Wai is asking, given that Indonesia has transitioned from the WHO to Southeast Asia region to the Western Pacific region, how has this shift affected the national public health emergency policies, especially in terms of cross-border preparedness and technical coordinating with WHO? So I think this just happened recently that now Indonesia is not part of Southeast Asian region anymore, but we are moving to the Western Pacific. So what do you think about how it will impact our policies?
Yes, thank you for your question. Very recent, honestly, we also discussed this last 2 weeks during fellowship in Singapore, and we are now drafting the script for this, and hopefully we'll be something we can get a bit more clear about our organization in Indian policies. Okay, this is still but here I can say that yes, because Indonesia is the largest populations in the world. So where we are matters, right? When we are in the Southeast Asia, we together with India, which already have 1 billion population there, and we move to West Pacific, and we together with China, and it costs another. Then because when we move, not only with yesterday they talk about regional security, regional collaboration to improve health security, right? So when we move to this region, then now we can not only talk about Southeast Asia but also talk about Asia Pacific in a larger way. And what we raise about this is when we already have the metrics to measure the country capacities and all these things, to measure the country preparedness and readiness about the security, but is it true that they are the metrics is better and valid and correct to see is also challenging.
Yeah, I think this is a very interesting question, but I think I could also see the reason why we're moving because Indonesia is archipelago, and in the Western Pacific region, there are more countries with specific geographical challenges that also we both can learn from each other compared when we were part of the Southeast Asian region, where most countries were actually part of the mainland Southeast Asia and archipelago. And I think we can have our final questions. Please.
Thank you. My name is Radana from Health Quarantine Medan. So thank you for your sharing information about this interesting topic, emerging infectious disease. In line with my work in health quarantine and in line also with Dr. Astri question, I think in terms of emerging infectious disease, especially on new emerging infectious disease, the early detection is important thing to do regarding as a prevention. So, what do you think about this? The best strategy in Indonesia current situation to prevent to conduct early detection. The best strategy. I mean. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Ratna. Dr. Ratna is also the head of the health quarantine in Medan. So she has a lot of experience in the management of in screening foreigners and also borders in Indonesia.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ratna, for your questions regarding issues of better preparation for elections. Many things we can do. For example, like the one that Dr. Inge and the team want to do is try to develop the platform to detect the new diseases. And also, there's, I say in the presentation, there's a public and intelligence business software when they do sequencing of the pathogen to detect what kind of disease that potentially emerge in the future. And in terms of health quarantine, as a frontliner, I think more training can be provided for the staff there because they are the frontliner, they are more the one who are very exposed to the very first disease because they are. During our chance to discuss with the person from health quarantine, they said during the COVID-19 how they go to the middle of the sea to check the patients there and cannot back until ensure everything is very well. That's why to detect this not only about the capacity of the people but also the tools for them and the lab capacities, the detection tools and everything should be provided. That's what we can suggest ideally, right? Ideally, in terms of person, capacity building, we need to provide the training for them. In terms of tools, we need to provide them with very good PPE, protection tools, and also detection tools, and also diagnostic tools. So when they have all this exposure, they ensure the safety and also can detect very rapid. And in terms of regarding the related to Dr. Asri's question about move to other health offices, it means we need to how to say, in line with this region, what they are focus of disease that need to be monitored. For example, there are different concern of antimicrobial that we need to monitor in different countries. So when we move to this area, it means we need to have more communication, more collaboration, and should in line with all these countries about what they are focused at. So maybe that's changing from move to this region to West Pacific region. I hope that's answer your question and ask a question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a very interesting first discussion of the day. I would like please give a big applause again to Dr. Budi and please stay on the stage. Dr. Budi, can you help me please? Thank you, Dr. Budi. I would like to give you a token of appreciation. If anyone has more questions, they can approach Dr. Budi after the session. Okay, please give applause again to Dr. Budi. Now we will move to our second session where we will invite Dr. Ananda Bunawata Ginting, Master in Internal Medicine and Internal Medicine Specialist with Pulmonology Consultant. He will give his talk on about beyond COVID, the next wave of emerging respiratory infections. I think this is quite interesting after we have our first introduction about emerging infections, and we know most of the emerging infections appear in forms of respiratory infection. Dr. Nanda is an internist with a pulmonology consultant. He is an active lecturer and clinician at the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Sumatera Utara. His clinical and research interest is mainly on tuberculosis. He was also the front line during the COVID-19 pandemic in North Sumatra province. He is currently hospitals, including Adam Malik Hospital, our tertiary referral hospital, as pulmonologist and critical illness pulmonary diseases. Dr. Nanda, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. Thanks, Dr. Inko, for the introductions. My name is Ananda Ginting. First, I apologize if my English pronunciation is incorrect. Okay.
Recording stopped.
apologize. I think we have some technical issue. The internet has just been disconnected, so we are trying to connect again with the internet. Please give us some moment. Maybe if while waiting, if we can have maybe ice-breaking session in the morning, our first one. And anyone who wants to get coffee, the coffee and tea are ready in the back. Help yourself. We will have a short coffee break after this, but I think while waiting, we can start with coffee break and also ice breaking session.
Udah bisa? Yeah. Okay, everybody, please stand up. We're going to lighten up the morning so we can focus on Mr. Ananda next. This is a light dance once called Picha Picha. Okay, cue.
Ready to raise more questions, as well as ready to raise more questions. I can give you maybe like about 2 minutes to get your coffee, but we will start back again in 2 minutes. So come back, hurry to your table.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, we will start our second session.
Once again, thank you to the I apologize for some technical issue. And we get some exercise from the before the presentations. And thank you everyone. I will talk about beyond COVID-19, the next wave of emerging respiratory infections. As an introduction, we know that respiratory infections are considered to be a significant global health burden, causing a wide range of respiratory tract infections, mainly in the upper respiratory tract. We know that before the COVID-19 pandemic, influenza, rhinovirus, respiratory syncytial virus or RSV, and adenovirus were considered to the most common etiological agent of respiratory disease. Except for influenza, these viruses were referred to only as common colds. On only a few studies, if we saw some journal or academia, we know that only a few studies focused on their epidemiological and clinical characterizations. And now we know that the COVID-19 pandemic has reshaped the global landscape of public health and also exposing vulnerability in our healthcare system, supply chains, and international preparedness. While the world continues to recover from the profound impacts of SARS-CoV-2, experts warn that it's not the final chapter in the story of respiratory infection. So, understanding emerging threats is critical for preparedness, surveillance, and response. We know that the pandemic is a One Health issue, as with around 75% of this emerging human disease, COVID-19 is most probability a zoonosis caused by coronavirus from an animal reservoir. I would like to remind that zoonotic coronavirus can spread to humans as observed in the past, OC43 in the 19th century, SARS-CoV in 2003, MERS-CoV in 2011, and during the COVID-19 pandemic. And also, we know that the absence of an efficient early warning system and early collaborations between stakeholders and then knowledge gap had two consequences: unknown knowledge in the exact mechanism or factors involved in viral emergence and adaptation steps, and speculations without scientific basis about the origin of the virus behind the pandemic. For example, we know that the citizen of Indonesia because we know the diverse educational background. Until now, some say that COVID is a hoax and it's fake, and someone said that it's government-made, blah, blah, blah. So it's very important about scientific basis about the origin of the virus we had, the pandemic. So these pronounced gaps, the emergence of infectious disease, need to be filled to allow the identification and rapid control of zoonotic risk before their introductions in humans. Then optimum preparedness will depend on the strategies and plans prepared jointly by scientists, decision makers, and all stakeholders involved in surveillance and early warning. Okay, this is the picture that shows us about the emerging infectious disease outbreak. Is there any other respiratory infection outbreaks before COVID? The answer is yes. We can see that from this picture, we can see the several timelines of outbreaks. In figure A, this is the timeline of emerging or re-emerging epidemic or endemic microbiological infection. We know that even before the global pandemic of COVID-19, the several outbreak cases had already been reported in previous years. For example, in 2003, there was SARS-CoV, and then in 2010, the influenza H3N2 outbreak. In 2013, avian influenza H7N9 and H10N9 emerged, and in 2018, avian influenza was reported. In fact, even after COVID-19, new cases such as avian influenza H3N8 have been reported in China. Don't forget, we can see in figure B, we can see that the total estimated infected cases, and we can see that COVID-19 is the largest total infected cases among major emerging infectious disease worldwide, following swine flu, and then Ebola, then SARS, and then MERS. In figure C, we can also see that the highest mortality among emerging infectious disease is COVID-19, following swine flu, Ebola, SARS, and MERS. And do not forget about malaria, tuberculosis, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, and HIV. All of these diseases still the leading of emerging infectious diseases in the latest year. What about 2025? Is there any information about the average? Yeah. In early 2025, we received an official report for WHO World Organization regarding a new infectious disease outbreak in the Northern Hemisphere. This also indicates that both emerging and re-emerging infectious disease have continued to occur even after the COVID-19 pandemics. WHO said that there is an increase typically caused by seasonal influenza pathogen like RSV and other common respiratory viruses, including human metapneumovirus as well as Mycoplasma pneumonia. Not all the pathogens found in animals or in nature can become emerging infectious disease, of course not, because there is a stage of emergence that must occur before a pathogen can be considered as emerging infectious diseases. The first step, the pace of adaptation of the organism, such as parasite, bacterial, fungal, to the new host, followed by an epidemic and pathogenic phase, where there is an increased number of cases. Then there is an endemic phase, where the infectious disease is still present, but limited to particular regions. And finally, they have the adaptation phase, where the organism can become non-pathogenic and potentially beneficial, like a human microbiota, or be stable integrated into the host genome, like endogenous retrovirus. Like Dr. Budi said before, that there is emergency infectious disease can be divided into two categories. First, new emerging, and second one is re-emerging infectious disease. New emerging disease could be defined as a new disease that quickly increase in geographic range of incidence, or the persistence of infectious disease that cannot be controlled. The re-emerging infections could be due to changes or the evolution of existing organisms, historically occurring infections that continue to appear in new locations, or maybe the bacterium, the pathogen become the drug-resistant form, like tuberculosis, Klebsiella pneumonia, Acinetobacter baumannii, and unrecognized infections or known infections spread to new or other populations or area. The National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease identifies the following as emerging infectious disease, for example, SARS, MERS-CoV, COVID-19, influenza, fungal disease, schistosomiasis, smallpox, tick-borne West Nile fever, and rare emerging diseases include malaria, tuberculosis, cholera, pertussis, influenza, pneumococcal disease, and gonorrhea. So there are several things that can drive us to emerging respiratory infections, because after or as the world recovers, attention turned to what respiratory infections might emerge next. I highlighted the several things that potentially have rules for emergent respiratory infections. The first is zoonotic spillover, because we know that over 70% of emerging infectious disease originate in animals. For example, avian influenza, MERS-CoV, SARS-CoV, and the second one is climate change. Alters migration vector and vector distributions, expansion of mosquito-borne virus. The third one is urbanization and globalization, increased population density, and the global transmission speed. And then antimicrobial resistance. Do not forget about antimicrobial resistance, because the misuse or drug abuse or misuse of antibiotics made antimicrobial resistance. And the complications, and usually also the complication treatment of secondary bacterial respiratory infection, which may be the first that patients get the viral infections. The list is deforestation and habitat disruption, brings humans into closer contact with wildlife reservoir. All the things drivers of emerging respiratory infections. I told you that almost all the emerging disease from zoonotic disease. This picture shows us the stage in pandemic crisis. This picture also shows that global changes climatic. Sorry. Sorry. Okay, so from this picture we can see the stage involved in the pandemic crisis, from the initial circulation of the pathogens within wild fauna and the natural environment. We can see that the global changes and also land use changes, loss of biodiversity, and also deforestation increase human and animal contact. And that conditions can lead the conditions that we call zoonotic spillover. The zoonotic spillover is refers to the transmission of pathogen from animals, wild or domestic, to the humans. It resulting potential emergence of infectious disease in human populations. And after that, we can see that the infected person can transmit the disease to others by cough or maybe by talk and sneeze. And when the infected person travels abroad, the person will bring the pathogen to the other hemisphere, and that things can lead to the pandemic like COVID-19 before. And from this picture, we can see something that we call reverse zoonosis. Reverse zoonosis or reverse transmission between human and animal can be seen in COVID-19, and we can see that SARS-CoV capable of reverse infections from the human to particularly mammals and deer and hamster, and these things can lead to mutations into different genes and with probability immune escape factor. author also show us the distributions of transmissions of infectious disease in humans. As we can see in this picture, in human infectious diseases, transmission through zoonosis has a higher impact for 61%. It includes corona, influenza virus, West Nile virus, sporotrace. And on the other hand, non-zoonotic transmission have a lower impact rate in human infectious diseases, only 39%, including variola, candida, blastomyces, aspergillus, staphylococcus aureus. And as a good clinician, because I'm a clinician, do not forget about anatomy and respiratory infections. We can see that one of the leading cause emerging vector infections is antimicrobial resistance. So, as a good clinician, do not forget about anatomy and respiratory infections, because many doctors and clinicians forget about these things. So, almost every patient with respiratory infections will treat it with antibiotics. But they forget the etiology could be virus, which we don't need antibiotics except for the secondary vector infections. That antibiotic misuse can also lead to emergent infectious diseases. This is the table that we take from WHO list of emerging pathogens. So this table shows us the pattern of the pathogens which identified by WHO as having the potentially cause emerging and non-emerging infectious disease. If we look at the primary mode of transmissions, most of either are zoonotic or involved in human-to-human transmissions. I am only highlighting the pathogens that involve in respiratory tract infections such as Nipah virus, highly pathogenic avian influenza, and then severe acute respiratory syndrome, Middle East respiratory syndrome, COVID-19, and 2009 pandemic. And emerging respiratory infectious disease is not only talk about the viral, but also talk about the new bacteria. From this table, we can also see that not only virus, but some bacteria such as methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, and then vancomycin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, pathogenic E. coli infections, and then Acinetobacter baumannii, and also Carbamidemys and MDR tuberculosis. Maybe it also shows to us that rational use of antibiotic also has effect on emerging bacterial respiratory infection. And this is a table that illustrates the profile of several viruses considered important either due to their zoonotic transmission, mortality rate, or the pandemic potential. You can see the highest mortality is from H5N1, H7N9, the reservoirs birds, but the human-to-human transmission is limited. Some say there's no transmission from human to human and a high pandemic potential. And also, like Nipah virus, the mortality is 40 to 75%, with the most reservoir from bats that has a high pandemic potential. And this table also illustrates the profiles of several viruses that are considered important either to their zoonotic transmission, mortality rate, or pandemic potential. We can see several notes related to the virus like the zoonotic coronavirus, then COVID-19, which is still ongoing global pandemic. We have diagnosed bacteria like Streptococcus pneumonia with antimicrobial resistance concern, and Klebsiella pneumonia, which recently said that Klebsiella pneumonia is the same as Pseudomonas aeruginosa, is the difficult to treat organism, and in hospital-acquired pneumonia, there are limited treatment options if we found the Klebsiella pneumonia with drug resistance pattern. Do not forget that rifampicin-resistant tuberculosis is still the problem in the world right now and also in Indonesia. Then we talk about climate change and emerging infections. We know that climate change is acknowledged as an urgent global public health. UNESCO, we have this profound and enduring safe temperature, precipitation, humidity, Air and water quality are already affecting a devastating toll on human health that will increase morbidity and mortality worldwide. And climate changes can enhance transmission of food, water, and vector-borne disease by increasing the area in which our time when conditions remain vulnerable for outbreak through the effects of pathogens or hostile replications and dissemination of operations. So, the easiest example I take is respiratory virus transmission. Respiratory virus transmissions might provide us the best documented evidence for temperature and humidity-mediated effect on pathogen transmission in human populations. Endemic influenza A, respiratory syncytial virus, and coronavirus all exhibit clear seasonal transmission peaks. This may be due to sunlight, ultraviolet, temperature, and humidity that affect virus survival in aerosol and on surface, as well as behavioral changes with increased close contact arising from individual, which may be spending more time indoors during the winter season. So, climate changes can have multiple effects to increase pathogen burden and disease transmission within animal reservoir, leading to disease spillover into human populations. And the second, that variable seasonal extremes in temperature and rainfall associated with climate changes can lead to rapid increase in the food supply of the disease reservoir, leading to population association. So, this is one of the summary scheme that clearly shows us about the pathway linking climate changes and impact of respiratory health. We can see that severity extreme weather, like now in Medan, the temperature is rising for 40 degrees Celsius. Extreme weather events and climate variability that will change the heat, the humidity, the worst air quality, and the changes in composition, production, and spread of the allergens, and also outright survival, reproduction, and distribution of pathogens that causing respiratory infections. All of these factors will increase the respiratory mortality and also respiratory morbidity. Do not forget the silent pandemic, emergent antibiotic resistance. Antibiotic resistance, like I noticed in the recent slides. We have noticed that antibiotic resistance can contribute to the silent pandemic. Like in the left picture, in the A, we can see that O'Neill has been projected that antimicrobial resistance could be the leading cause of maternal mortality in 2050. Then, from Rouse et al. In 2020, he said that the increased use of antibiotics in COVID-19 hospitalization during this pandemic is anticipated to result in a strong selective pressure on bacterial pathogens to evolve resistant, leading to increased rate of drug-resistant bacterial infections and reported bacterial infections COVID-19. There are several bacteria such as Streptococcus pneumonia, Klebsiella pneumonia, Haemophilus influenza, E. coli, Aureus, Pseudomonas, and Acinetobacter baumannii. Be careful that O'Neill has been projected this, and antimicrobial resistance could be the leading cause of mortality in 2050. Okay, this picture also shows us about the etiology pathogens of respiratory infections. This is taken from Guangzhou and Beijing, China, and we can show that the bacteria is the leading cause of infections. We can see that Streptococcus pneumonia is the leading cause etiology of infection, following Haemophilus influenza, and then influenza virus, and then respiratory syncytial virus. Is a bit different with several previous studies shows that the viral is one of the leading cause of respiratory infections. But the latest said that bacteria can, for now, bacteria can become the leading cause of infections. It's different from several years ago. So I have a real case. Here's my case. I will share my real case in daily practice. to show us about a bacterial and also bacterial plus viral infections. Here's the real case. The patients with a history of dyspnea. This is my recent case. I take this sample on 10 July 2025. A patient with a history of dyspnea. Actually, this is our college parents. He come to us with a history of dyspnea and persistent cough, high fever, that didn't respond to antibiotic and cough suppressions. For your information, the patient had received double antibiotics, levofloxacin combined with cefixime. I think that's powerful combinations, but the patient's not getting better. And the patients with comorbidity diabetes, mild obesity, coronary arterial disease, but that condition is controlled with oral medications. Recently, the patient has just returned from Hajj, Haji, and he mentioned that many pilgrims were experiencing cough during their stay. And we can see that the patients also underwent a chest CT scan, and the results show bilateral patchy ground glass opacity. I will not talk about the treatment, but I will talk about what is the microbiological pattern can be found in these patients. Let's see that the patient has just returned from Hajj, and we can see there is the microbial pattern. We got a Haemophilus influenza, and then Klebsiella pneumonia group, and then Staphylococcus aureus and Streptococcus pneumonia. It's the same with what my previous slide said. And the most important thing is antimicrobial resistant gene. There are two antimicrobial resistant genes. The first is imipenemase. Imipenemase is extended spectrum beta-lactam. And then MAC-AC-MRAG. This is the resistance genes with susceptibility to methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus or MRSA. And then we got two virus detected. The first is coronavirus, and the second one is human rhinovirus or enterovirus. This is the first case. Another case, this is a woman, I remember this is a woman, a patient was admitted with 2 weeks of productive cough. Then the patient has known history of hematological disorder. If I'm not wrong, the thalassemia, trait thalassemia. Recently, patient has just returned from Guangzhou, China for vacations. And the patient received several antibiotics from the previous doctor, but there was no improvement. We can see from the syndromic testing, we can see there are several polymicrobial infections, Haemophilus, Acinetobacter baumannii, Streptococcus, Enterobacter, Klebsiella, Serratia, and also we can see there is viral infections, influenza, and also adenovirus. Almost the patients also get the antimicrobial resistance gain, like metallobeta-lactam, New Delhi metallobeta-lactam, imipenemase, and ceftriaxone resistant gene. This also the patients come to our hospital, was admitted with 10-day history of dyspnea. The patient has a known history of stroke and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. It's the same with the previous patient. The patient just got the antibiotics, but we performed the test and the result was human metapneumovirus. There's not a bacterial, that's a virus. So in this case, we don't need bacterial, we just need supportive therapy for this patient, like that. Now, this is also the two patients who recently returned from abroad for vacations, one from China and other, if I'm not wrong, from Russia. The result is the first patients got Acinetobacter baumannii complex and also Staphylococcus aureus, and also the patient got coronavirus. The second cases is the patients, this second patient is from China, the first patient is from Russia. We can see that the polymicrobial infections, also we can find a human rhinovirus and enterovirus infections. This is also from the patient with COPD, influenza AH3. We just give the patient with oseltamivir 2 times daily, and the patient's getting clinical improvement. And this is also our patients. We can see that the patient is known to have immunosuppressions, low CD4, low lymphocyte count, and the patients also underwent chest CT scan, and the result show diffuse granular opacity, and the result with coronavirus, human rhinovirus, and respiratory syncytial virus. This also showed to us about antimicrobial resistance. Why I said that antimicrobial resistance is very important, because almost all the patients who come to the intensive care unit have antimicrobial resistance gains. This is also for examples from our patients. The patients with dyspnea, loss of consciousness, and then the patient has history of stroke and hypertension, and the patients were treated at outside hospital for pneumonia, but failed to respond to antibiotic therapy, and this is the result. Then we changed the antibiotic. So, what should we do? I think this is my slide, my last slide. We have to do a One Health approach. The One Health approach first is prevent outbreaks of zoonotic disease in animals and people. The second one is improve food safety and security. The third one, reduce antimicrobial resistant infections and improve human animal health. The fourth is protect global health security. And the last is protect biodiversity and conservation. I think all of the participants has know about the One Health. One Health is an approach that recognizes that the health of the people is closely connected or related to the health of the animals and our shared environment. It's not a new thing, but it has become more important in the recent years because many factors have changed interactions between the people, animal, plants, and environment. How to prevent and limit emerging infectious disease? Not forget to vaccination, surveillance, hygiene and sanitation, maybe by using alcohol 40%, the public health education, especially in the area with the various educational background in Indonesia. The second one, the last one, timely detection and diagnosis by using like a PCR test. And this is the novel technology, like a genomic surveillance. I think Inke has know more about genomic surveillance, epidemiologic analysis, tracking, and simultaneous panels, the mobile applications like we've done before, telemedicine, and then one like a application, Satu Sehat maybe, and geoinformatics, satellite imagery, remote sensing, biosensor, point of care test like PCR. I think it's novel technology that can be used to monitoring and screening. As a conclusion, understanding emerging trends is critical for preparedness, surveillance and response, and optimal preparedness will depend on strategy and plans prepared jointly by scientists, decision makers, and all stakeholders involved in surveillance and monitoring. And I think the world continues to recover from the profound impact of SARS-CoV-2. Expect more that is not the final chapter in the story of respiratory infection. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Ananda. Please give a big applause. I think it's very interesting. It's very nice. I was listening about potential infections that is happening in Indonesia and the upcoming ones and now continuing with the presentation about emerging respiratory infection. I would like to invite our participants to ask any questions. Is there any question from the floor? I will start with a question from Dr. It was very interesting to see the results of your patients coming with respiratory symptoms and where you managed to do some pathogens detection. So you know whether the patient had bacterial infection or even in our settings, especially in the public hospitals and other healthcare facilities. So how would you recommend for us to strengthen our surveillance or early detection of respiratory infection rates like emerging of new infections or even just emerging of infections that we are already know?
Thank you. I think we have to do from other countries, Malaysia, the nearest country, Malaysia, Singapore, maybe Vietnam. Then we can collaborate with almost from every country. If there's any sign or sometimes symptoms or new outbreaks like upper respiratory tract infections or respiratory tract infections, we can discuss also. Like previously in Indonesia got the human metapneumovirus. They said that is the new virus. Actually, this is not a new virus. We didn't check the virus because all the hospital has PCR tests. So I think what should we do first? We have to networking, not only networking to other countries like Singapore, Malaysia, the nearest country Indonesia. So we have to discuss with Ministry of Health stakeholder. So by that, I've seen some countries like Canada and also Singapore, they have a surveillance system, and I see in their site in the Google. I'm looking for the Google surveillance, like the infectious disease or infectious pathogen. Almost all the countries have a surveillance program. So the most important thing I think we do the networking together with other countries in Indonesia, and also with the discussion with the Minister of Health and also Secretary. Maybe the
Thank you, Dr. Nanda. Yes, is there any questions from the board?
Hello, Doc. My name is Sylvia in first years in tropical medicine, Magister Tropical Medicine in North Sumatra University. I very interesting to your presentation. So my question is, what do you think global efforts to prevent zoonosis diseases transmission are enough, and what more can what more can we done at the local level to strengthening the prevention? Thank you.
to prevention the emerging infectious disease.
Yes, I mean.
Okay. I think in the local area, what we can do first is just like the vaccination. I think that's the most important thing because we know that influenza every year that viral can be mutation and also mutation. So I think the most important thing is we have to do vaccinations. The second one, we also have to make public speaking to the citizens, to every health stakeholder, because we know that this condition can be sorry, I can speak Indonesia. Jadi nomor satu yang ingin saya sarankan adalah kita harus membangun public speaking yang bagus. Ya, kenapa? Karena Indonesia itu pendidikan sangat bervariasi, yang dari tingkat yang sangat pintar bahkan sampai yang tidak pintar sama sekali. Bahkan yang pintar sekali pun bisa berbola seperti tidak pintar sama sekali karena pendidikan yang berbeda-beda. Jadi yang paling penting menurut saya adalah kita harus melakukan public speaking yang bagus tentang zoonosis, risiko zoonosis ini, sehingga kedepannya kita bisa mencegah gitu ya. Itu public speaking. Yang kedua, vaksin. Kalau kita lihat sekarang vaksin ada vaksin influenza yang mana influenza setiap tahun direkomendasikan, pneumococcus ada yang sekali diberikan bisa selama lifetime atau 2 kali diberikan lifetime. Kemudian yang ketiga, respiratory syncytial virus itu juga sudah direkomendasikan, dan yang terakhir itu adalah herpes zoster, itu juga sudah direkomendasikan sebagai preventif karena herpes juga beberapa laporan juga menyebabkan zoonosis secara global gitu. Saya sejujurnya kalau untuk secara global belum punya pengalaman karena sejujurnya saya 90% clinician, tapi kalau misalnya diskusi kasus nggak boleh. Tapi kalau kita lihat secara global saja gitu ya, deforestation masih berlangsung di mana-mana. Yang paling gampang itu adalah Tesonilo di Riau. Tesonilo itu kan adalah suatu hutan yang mana hutan ini dulu adalah tempat habitat gajah. Tadi kemudian terjadi deforestasi. Deforestasi itu terkait pembukaan lahan sawit gitu ya. Dan kalau kita lihat bahwa beberapa laporan setelah itu ada beberapa kejadian infeksi yang mencurigai itu adalah akibat kontak antara human dengan beberapa animal yang aslinya memang dia di forest gitu. Tapi kalau secara universal saya tidak bisa memberikan jawabannya karena basically saya pulmonologis gitu ya. Jadi saya mohon maaf tidak bisa memberikan lebih jauh. Kemudian terkait yang pertanyaan kedua yang ingin harus harus kita ini kan juga jangan lupa seperti kebiasaan mencuci tangan, kebersihan tangan itu tetap merupakan salah satu cara untuk kita tidak tertular. Kenapa? Karena kalau kita lihat zoonosis virus dan zoonosis kalau itu virus 90% itu inaktif dengan alkohol. Itu kita harus jadi handling agent juga sangat tinggi gitu ya. Dan kemudian yang terakhir kan kita sadar diri kalau kita merasa ada sakit, maybe it's better to us to isolate ourselves and go to abroad or talking to friend like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nanda. Please, Mirza, followed by Dr. Putri.
Hello, Dr. Ananda. Thank you for great presentation.
Halo Mirza.
Hello. My name is Mirza from Teaching Hospital Professor Dr. Hairudin Panusunan Lubis USU. As a previously demonstrated, both patient had a polymicrobial infection, including bacteria and virus, based on the biofire detection result. So my simple question is, how should antibiotic be rationally select for the treatment of polymicrobial infection in the two cases to avoid antimicrobial resistance? Thank you.
I think, yes, this is a very interesting question. It's very tricky because when we did not have any tool to detect the pathogens, we just treat the patients with antibiotics. But now that we have the technology, we detect everything. So how should we treat the patients?
One of my presented case is our teacher. So I will show you about how we choose the antibiotics. Actually, I have one or two slides how we choose antibiotics based on antimicrobial resistance. But I think to show how to choose the antibiotics, right? Actually, if we have the PCR test, then the second important thing is how we choose the best antibiotics. If we have the PCR test, we can use not only empirical antibiotics like the Centrex or cefotaxime, but we can choose antibiotic based on antimicrobial resistance pattern.
I think while we wait for Dr. Nanda, is it ready? Okay. Oh no, no more exercise for now. But Dr. Putri, you can raise your questions while we wait for the slides to be ready.
Thank you. So I think my question is more or less overlapping what is with the questions of Mirza. So you scare me with all your patients, you know, going to China, going to Vietnam. We know all the bird flus are coming from there. If I want to go to Russia, I'm also maybe getting infected. Even going to Hajj, there is a big risk of me being infected. So you're going to show us on how to choose the best medications, perhaps.
Thank you, Dr. Putri. Dr. Putri is also my teacher. Yeah. The first is, I know that this test is very expensive. If I'm not wrong, the price is around for swab only, respiratory
Recording
test.
stopped.
The price is around 3.3 million rupiah. But the respiratory panel, the cost is around
Recording in progress.
7 million rupiah. So that's very expensive. And also, but the results we get is different. If we perform the swab test, the result only, we only get the viral and several atypical bacterial for pneumonia, like Legionella, Chlamydia, Mycoplasma, and there's no data about the antimicrobial resistance gen. It's different with bacterial pneumonia. We got the sample from the sputum, and then we can get more info about the bacteria and also the virus. But if you want to get more detail about the virus, then you have to perform the respiratory swab panels. And if you perform the pneumonia panel, then we got the sample from the bacterial sputum, we can get antimicrobial resistance gens, and also like Dr. Putri previously shared, we can get all the microbial pathogens, Klebsiella, Staphylococcus, Streptococcus, Neisseria, Sternococculus, and whatever. And the second one is, I think not all of us, if we got like a cough or a sneeze, I don't think that we have to directly to perform the swab test or the pneumonia test, because the first step we have to know that if we got infected with the virus, not all the virus had the antivirus. Only several virus that have antivirus as a treatment, like influenza, oseltamivir, and also like COVID, molnupiravir, Paxlovid, and also Paxlovid, and also remdesivir. So not all the viral infections have the antiviral for the treatment. Sometimes the patients only need supportive therapy, like a rest, or maybe taking a supplement like a vitamin, or maybe much more need to sleep, like the Inca maybe need more sleep.
Recording stopped.
And also the bacteria. I think almost all the antibiotics for now is a coverage wide spectrum of bacteria. So if we suggested that we get the viral
Recording
infection,
in progress.
we don't need antiviral. But if we suspected the bacterial, like a prolonged fever and calories sputum and increased sputum production, so we have to think that maybe we get the bacterial infection, so we need the antibiotics like that. But if
Recording stopped.
we think that we get the infections from the bacteria, then we either resolve after we give the antibiotic from the doctor, we should perform the test, maybe respiratory panel test and also bacterial or pneumonia panel test. That's my question, Dr. Putri. We usually 7 to 14 days. That's the incubation of the several microorganisms. And I'm sure that even we don't take antibiotics, and also even we don't antibiotics, also antiviral, just need some supportive therapy, we will get better. Because I'm sure that our immune system can cover that such an infection. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Nanda. And I think we are not able to show the slides here, but So if you're not able to...
So, I'm sorry, Dr. Mirza. So I will give my I will explain to you that the first that we have a guideline from the INSEE or ATS show us that the antibiotics, the dosing or the type of antibiotics for the treatment of infection that also by antimicrobial resistant organism. The first, like, if I give before, like Acinetobacter baumannii, yes, and then we got the resistant genes like New Delhi metallolactam. Okay, New Delhi metallolactam is typically Acinetobacter baumannii. Usually we also from Acinetobacter baumannii. But how we choose antibiotics? If we think that New Delhi metallolactam causes the infections from the Acinetobacter baumannii, we can change the antibiotics that can cover New Delhi metallolactam, like colistin, polymyxin, like that. And for another example, the patients have immunodeficit, then Klebsiella pneumonia, carbapenemase. We can choose like other drug. Like if we have patients with carbapenemase, we should not choose the carbapenem as the first treatment of patients. We can choose ceftazidime, and some say that we still also can choose carbapenem, but we have to increase the dosing. Like regularly, we use the dosing of carbapenem for the treatment is 1 gram for every 8 hours. But we can increase the dosing like 2 gram for every 8 hours, and then we can move the pharmacokinetic. Like we give the drug for continuous prolonged infusion. We usually give carbapenem for 30 minutes, like that. But if we have patients with carbapenem resistance, we can give 2 grams every 8 hours, and 2 grams we give at total infusion. The drugs, we give 2 grams of carbapenem for 3 hours, like that. So we can play in pharmacokinetic dynamic, and also we can change the drug. I think have the presentation. I can discuss with you further after the session. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Please give a big applause again to Dr. Nanda, and please stay on the stage. We have a token of appreciation for you. Thank you. So we will have a short break because we had our icebreaking session earlier today. So I'll give you 10 minutes for toilet break, and we have some snacks outside. And if you want to have your coffee, please approach the stand in the cafe stand behind us. So we'll start again in 10 minutes at 10:40. Shared environment. We are very delighted that we are able delivering this course in a hybrid format to ensure the involvement of as many as professionals from Indonesia but also worldwide.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I officially open this conference. I hope that all conference participants can take advantage of this momentum to get the information they need.
saya Edi Rahmayadi, Gubernur Sumatera Utara, mendukung Summer Course Understanding One Health issue in Southeast Asia.
I find this event, the One Health Summer Course in USU, is very interesting. There's a lot of topics that is covered because One Health is a new concept that is going to be big in the future, and I hope what we gather here can be put in practice, especially in Indonesia. So it's really nice to meet other participants from other fields. It has been very fruitful and very interactive between the participants and the speakers, and I, as a molecular biologist, have learned a lot of things.
As we understand that One Health approach is considered as the most strategic approach in solving various problems related to human, animal, and environment. So I found that this event, the One Health Summer Course organized by USU, it's a very important event, including hopefully the participants would, of course, have a better understanding about the concept of One Health. And secondly, it is expected that with increasing understanding, we will find better solutions for our health problems. To reach the SDGs. Yes.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, of One Health Summer Course with the theme Understanding One Health Issues in Southeast Asia.
I'm very glad to have this One Health Summer Course in 2022 because I think this course can enhance our knowledge, and from this knowledge can be gained from different perspectives from different experts. So it's some kind of information sharing from different experts to everyone here, the participants, and also for the speakers.
This is very good one, good starting from two aspects. First, from the collaboration of different sectors, and because improving health and well-being cannot be done with only one sector, so it's kind of partial. The second one is the education, because we need one of the approach for everything. I think still can be most efficient and effective from education.
Jadi harapan saya ke depannya acara-acara seperti ini
akan rutin dilakukan dengan menambah data-data baru, atau malah saya kepikiran untuk menambahkan materi ini ke materi kuliah. Nah, kalau bisa materi kuliah yang melibatkan fakultas-fakultas lain, misalnya fakultas pertanian, kemudian dan fakultas farmasi, nah, atau fakultas kesehatan masyarakat juga. Nah, ke depannya.
I think it's a fantastic course and a really great start. Like, it'd be really exciting if it can be built upon the new groups, new research projects, new understandings can sort of be built around this One Health framework, new ideas and new problems in this sort of holistic way.
You always hope that when you have things like this that you really encourage people to promote more collaboration, so that there's some really exciting stuff being done here. So you want to go away and think, how can you interact with each other? How can you improve, help each other get to the next step? So that's the main thing. The next thing is, with these things, you want it bigger and better and more engagement, more money to support it, and for Inca to do more of the same next time round. So yeah, I think I don't have anything bad to say. I think it's really good, and I'm really enjoying my time here. So thank you.
Hello, I'm Desnovianti. I'm really glad that I'm joining this event. This is such very prestigious event and therefore, so I guess in the future I would love to have some kind of event like this held in Usu, so that so many people can get the benefit of it, and then the concept of One Health can be applied in many places in Indonesia.
Ya, acara ini sangat bagus ya, terutama bagi kami. Ternyata beberapa kegiatan itu perlu kolaborasi gitu. Selama ini kita tidak juga mungkin kepikiran bahwa ada kaitan antara penelitian di dokteran dengan di kehutanan gitu ya, dan ternyata ada juga dengan teman-teman di biologi gitu. Jadi memang ini sangat bagus ya untuk meningkatkan pemahaman tentang One Health ini. Ya, harapan kedepannya adalah bahwa semakin terjalin kolaborasi ya, antara berbagai peneliti termasuk fakultas kedokteran dan fakultas kehutanan, dan juga saya pikir ada beberapa kolega lain di sini yang ternyata mungkin memiliki interest yang sama gitu ya, terkait dengan One Health isu gitu.
Pada awal dari hari pertama sampai saat ini, materi-materi disampaikan dengan speaker yang sangat luar biasa, informasi yang disampaikan juga sangat bagus, informatif. Kedepannya ini akan bisa terus berlangsung bisa terus berlanjut di tempat-tempat yang bagus ya. Sekarang semuanya isu bagaimana bisa di daerah lain untuk memperkenalkan One Health sama beberapa provinsi di Indonesia itu.
the sample tune is what we want to assemble and have the reference data quite similar.
All right, everybody. I hope you have wonderful. I see some plates are empty as well as some glasses. We continue with our next speaker for today. Allow me to introduce
Dr. Ruki Alwis, which is the Deputy Director at the Center for Outbreak Preparedness, COP, at Duke News Medical School, Singapore. She is a viral immunologist with expertise in humoral immune response to infectious diseases and their implication for vaccine development. Her work as a viral immunologist focuses on investigation of antibody responses to natural infection and translate that knowledge to the context of vaccinations, with extensive collaboration across low and middle income countries to strengthen outbreak preparedness and response. The topic of Dr. Ruki Alwis is zoonotic diseases with potential threat to human. And Dr. Ruki, are you ready?
Thank you.
The floor is yours, please.
Hi. Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. I see everyone is in very good spirits. Day 2, I'm really actually quite impressed. Everyone is very happy and excited and engaged to ask questions. So sort of the lecture that I'm giving this morning is around zoonotic diseases, but I think this talk will be a little bit different from the one previously, just because I'm not a clinician, so I didn't really bring that clinical aspect. I brought more of a surveillance aspect because I'm a scientist, but hopefully you guys will learn something and enjoy it. Please ask questions. Okay, let's start with the question. So whoever, in your work, have you worked with a patient, or if you do research or laboratory, have you worked with zoonotic pathogens? Oh, there's supposed to be a QR. Give me a second. actually, there's a lot of zoonotic pathogens out there, and I won't cover all of them, but we'll go through some definitions to figure out what the different types of zoonotic pathogens are. So just to go through the learning objectives of this lecture, hopefully by the end of it, you would know what the definition of zoonosis is, the type of different zoonoses, and the major zoonotic pathogens of human concern, the drivers of zoonotic spillover, and obviously climate change exacerbates zoonosis, so that's another driver that we will go into a deep dive a little bit. But I know yesterday many of you have gotten a lecture on climate change as well. And then about mitigation strategies and finally technological advances. Okay. So zoonosis or infection. Apologies guys, slides on my computer is moving faster than the screen. That may be a bit of a lag. So there are in fact different types, not only are there different transmission directions in zoonosis, there are different zoonotic cycles. One, the most easiest and the one that we most frequently tend to see are the direct zoonosis. So essentially, a pathogen that directly transmits direct zoonosis. So essentially, a pathogen that directly transmits from animal to human. And avian influenza others, you can get it at animals, whether it's poultry, pigs, etc. Again, there's a whole host of diseases that are directly transmitted. So avian influenza is just one of them. There's also leptospirosis. I think many of us in the Asian region, Indonesia included, have been exposed to leptospirosis or patients with leptospirosis. And essentially this is an interesting bacterial pathogen. I'm going to go deep into its symptoms, but essentially the transmission cycle goes through so rats carry leptospirosis. They urinated into usually paddy fields, but infected animals can directly infect humans as well. Then we have rabies. And rabies is there's a lot of rabies cases. And rabies there's a lot of rabies control programs in our region. Rabies is in many places being controlled, but it's still definitely a zoonotic pathogen that luckily we have some treatment for and a vaccine. But again, we are most familiar with rabies. There's also brucella. I'm going to skip on that. And the last one I put here, again, these are just examples that I've picked out that tend to be important in our region. Nipah. Again, Nipah is a highly pathogenic zoonotic pathogen that actually comes from badly transmitted from infected bats. Just a question. Is there Nipah in Indonesia? Anyone? Correct. That was a trick question. Dr. Ike is right. There is no human confirmed cases of Nipah in Indonesia yet, but there's definitely detections in bats, in bat, which means at some point it will spill over to humans if we're not careful. Okay, just going in depth into avian influenza. Recently there was a big explosion of news articles and attention on avian influenza, especially H5N1. Now, avian influenza as a group is a highly diverse virus family. So there's H7N1, all the H7s, H5s, H3s. However, H5N1 has recently become a topic of discussion, mostly because in the US there was an explosion of detections, cases, spillover from domestic animals into humans. And this is essentially, I don't know who's familiar with Nexttrain, but if you haven't played with Nexttrain, I've put the link down here. Go there, it's a fun website to play with, and essentially you can see in the past 5 years the global circulation of H5N1. And you can see, sure, US, not the Americas, have a huge explosion of cases, but there's definitely quite a few in Europe and Asia. Again, these are the places where surveillance is being done, hence they're being detected, which is why these spots come up. But what's interesting is if you look at the phylogeny, essentially in Asia, so what's popped out of the US, they're from one phylogenetic tree. Again, we will go into details of how to read this at some point, I think on Friday. But just want to show that what popped up in the US is actually from one related entry point. However, if you look at these blue ones, which are the ones, blue and green are the ones circulating in the Asian region, you see this huge amount of diversity, right? And that is the concern. So in Asia, we think there's multiple spillovers of H5N1 into humans. It's not one event, it's multiple different events, and they are highly diverse. And again, the reason we went for H5N1 is many people, they have predictions in terms of the next pandemic outbreak, and they think it may be an influenza. Okay, going into a little bit into leptospirosis, because this is a disease where we call it neglected or the neglected tropical diseases. It's so neglected that it's not even termed an ATD by WHO. However, this was a recent estimation of global burden, but again, these estimations are highly underestimated. But we can see here, if you look at the map, majority of that burden is very strongly in Southeast Asia, so it's very much even though I said it's direct transmission, zoonosis, direct zoonotic pathogen, actually the transmission is highly complex. So you can get it here, but you can also get it quite frequently from contaminated water, contaminated soil, aerosolized soil, etc. But this is potentially a pathogen that we're going to see frequently in our settings. Now, the next one is known as metazoonosis. So that's the second one here. And that's interesting because these are zoonotic pathogens that actually cannot directly infect humans. They have to go through an invertebrate vector. So, for example, mosquitoes. So dengue is one such pathogen, zoonotic pathogen, known as metazoonosis. And if you look at how many vectors there are, again, there are 4 vectors than this. The most relevant for us in Asia are mosquitoes and potentially some ticks as well. And you can see they carry the most important zoonotic pathogens in our region. So dengue. How many of you have gotten infected with dengue? Just raise your hands. Oh, okay, quite a few. And the rest of you might be asymptomatically exposed. Then there's Zika virus, much milder febrile illness. Yellow fever is not in our region yet, thankfully, and malaria. So these are very, very common zoonotic metazoonosis pathogens. then, of course, there's flea-borne pathogens like the plague, and then leishmaniasis and sandfly. But this is just a few that are picked out. This is different examples of metazoonotic pathogens. Now, let's look at a bit closer into flaviviruses, because if you saw, many of those mosquito-borne pathogens were flaviviruses. And I'm a flavivirologist, so it's just a bit of bias there. But as you can see, and this is why surveillance becomes complicated, right? A lot of flaviviruses have very similar acute presentations. And they do end up co-circulating in the same regions, especially in our Asian regions where, a hot salad of flaviviruses here. JEV being another one. Taking a bit of a closer look at dengue, after malaria, dengue is probably the most important arbovirus. And as we can see, this is an old estimated burden. Actually, there should be an update on this. But again, our region holds the majority of dengue burden globally. And Zika, interestingly enough, transmits in the same region. Now, dengue, Zika, as well as lepto, and I haven't shown information on chikungunya, they're also zoonotic pathogens, right? When they present to, the reason I'm mentioning is because there's currently chikungunya outbreaks in South Asia. There was in Latin America and then East Africa, and now it's in South Asia. And we're predicting that it'll come to Southeast Asia in the next 6 months to a year. So you will start seeing cases. Now the problem with dengue, lepto, and chikungunya circulating in the same region is that when they first present to the healthcare, they're very similar symptoms. So in a place where we frequently only see dengue, we frequently only have the NS1 test for dengue and no other diagnostic tests, doctors will have a bit of an issue differentiating between dengue, chikungunya, and lepto. And as you know, the clinical management is very different for the three. So the next one that I won't go into detail is cyclozoonosis, and that requires two mammalian or vertebrate host transmission between two. And certain tapeworms are very classical examples of this. And the last one is an interesting one known as saprozoonosis, and that means in their transmission cycle, they have part of their life cycle in the environment. Now these are potentially one of the hardest to get rid of, right? And for example, a lot of the fungal pathogens fall into the saprozoonosis category. Histoplasma, crypto, aspergillus, etc. Lepto does fall into this group as well because they can be transmitted through water. They do survive in the environment, including typhoid. Okay, I have another poll, but I'm just going to jump this because I already gave the answer. Okay. Now, just in terms of what is the global public health significance of zoonotic diseases, and these are just some stats that research studies have found. And some of these stats were pre-COVID. So again, SARS-CoV-2 is also known as a zoonotic pathogen, but that caused a pandemic. So assuming that is removed in terms of other pathogens, it's estimated about 2.5 billion cases every year are due to zoonotic diseases. So over 60% of existing infections and about 75% of emerging and new infections are supposed to be in humans are estimated to be zoonotic in nature. So that's a huge majority of infectious diseases that we're talking about. More than 36% of emerging and re-emerging infections or diseases in food-producing animals is also zoonotic in nature. And that holds a big problem for the agricultural and food industry. I did put this in because there is a lot of talk of biosecurity these these days. About 80% of agents with potential for bioterrorist application is also zoonotic. Now, again, these were numbers calculated prior to COVID. Essentially, the cost required to globally prevent these zoonotic diseases is about 22 to 31 billion US dollars a year. So it's not cheap, but it's something that needs to be done because once there is a spillover and pandemic, as we saw with COVID, it does cause much more of a cost burden. Okay, I have another poll. Now this was one. People can shout out, where do you think in the world is the highest risk of zoonotic outbreaks? China. Okay, I heard China. Where else? Africa. Okay, I heard Africa. Where else? Tanzania. Indonesia. Okay, so it's in Indonesia. Okay. Here you go. Sorry, okay, there you go. That is a study sorry, it'll go back, there's a lag between my, now that's a study that was done a couple of years back, but this study still holds true, and it's a modeling study done by Peter Dasher and team, and essentially they took in all the risk factors that increase zoonotic spillover, and they looked at where in the world those are available, including all new outbreaks that are popping up. And, you know, those of you mentioned China is correct, those of you mentioned Indonesia is correct. So actually our region is a hotbed for zoonotic outbreaks, new zoonotic outbreaks as well. Okay. Eddie just mentioned, if you're going to go through very quickly, what are the drivers of zoonotic spillover? And I think the earlier talk as well mentioned it, yesterday there was some mention as well. One of the major ones has been land use and urbanization, right? As we start cutting down forests, invading their habitats, animals are coming more and more into human living, essentially, where we live, and there's spillover. This is also Nepal as well. They've seen certain bats that usually live out there as humans encroach their habitats. There is interaction and spillover. Now, the second one has been intensive and extensive livestock farming and agriculture. So there is, and this is also linked to AMR. So we are finding out that livestock, a lot of the times domestic animals and livestock ends up being that intermediate animal that essentially hops from wild animals to your domestic animals, and from domestic animals they essentially jump into humans. That tends to be a common pathway that zoonotic pathogens go through. And of course, for some of these bacterial zoonotic pathogens, there's a big fear that intensive farming and cattle, because there's a lot of antibiotics used in the environment also to keep them safe, that this is breeding a lot of AMR. The next one, and that happens in certain regions of Asia, specifically, but Africa as well, and that is live animal markets that hold especially wild animals. Wild animals tend to have pathogens that humans are not exposed to, and hence, when they're brought to live animal markets in conditions that they're stressed out, they do shed, and then there is a jump. SARS, the first SARS was one of them, the second SARS is potentially one of this as well. Now, the last, one of the fourth drivers is climate change, and I'm going to jump through this very quickly. Assuming many of you know what the greenhouse effect is and global warming. But what's interesting about climate change, I think 10 years ago when we were in high school or college or grad school, we only heard about global warming, right? But now we hear about climate change because they realized the effects of greenhouse that lead to increases in temperature globally actually leads to many different climate changes, and that's known as climate hazards. Sorry, here's the map on climate hazards. And as you can see, this leads to not only increase in temperature, it leads to drought, fires, flooding in some parts of the world, obviously increased water scarcity, storms, etc. And we're already seeing the effects of this. Now what's interesting is that all those climate hazards are directly having effects on zoonotic pathogens, right? They end up bringing these zoonotic pathogens closer to humans. And there are studies done, again you can go to that interesting publication, and there's a link. They've made this little GUI system model that you can play with. And essentially what they found is that majority of infectious diseases are aggravated by climate factors. And if you look at the hazards and the transmission type and the infectious disease affected by climate change, vector-borne diseases is essentially number one, followed by waterborne, so all the diarrheal diseases, which lepto also falls under airborne and then direct contact. So essentially, those vector-borne and waterborne diseases are highly affected by climate change. Okay, so that brings us to this. And I think this is where potentially my talk intersects with the earlier one. We really do need a One Health approach as a solution, right? I'm not going to go into detail, but a One Health approach means that we need to take into account human health, animal health, and environment. Now, it's easier said than done. The One Health approach is not a new concept. People have been, organizations across the world have been working on this for decades to try to make this happen. Now, one of the international big efforts is the quadripartite, which is the World Health Organization, the World Organization for Animal Health, Food and Agriculture, so FAO, and the United Nations Environmental Program. Okay, just going into specific mitigation strategies. So what are these, the quadripartite working on? So they're essentially working on two types of strategies. One is to essentially prevent pathogens from spilling over. So prevent zoonotic pathogens from spilling over to humans, right? That's one. The other side of things is preparedness. How quickly can we detect a spillover? Because the reality is we cannot stop all spillovers. We can minimize it, but we cannot stop all spillovers. However, we need a mechanism by which, if there is a spillover, we detect it and respond quickly. And essentially, these are the ways in which these are the strategies that are being worked on. So one is laboratory diagnostics and capabilities, laboratory strengthening. So many of you who are working in hospital labs and other kinds of labs, this is exactly the kind of work that the quadripartite is working on strengthening. Obviously, in terms of global entities that are helping with laboratory strengthening capacity, there are quite a few, just a few that I put in here. But you can take a look at it afterwards. In terms of surveillance and epidemiological investigation, and I should have been preparing the respiratory study, which again, colleagues from USU is part of, but I didn't remember to put it in there. Again, there are quite a bit of, these are just examples, there's a lot of surveillance efforts going on in programs. And these are vital to ensure that new pathogens, zoonotic spillovers, are detected in time. Contexts. But again, these are just a few that I'm going to jump on for now. Mitigation strategies, so essentially healthcare. So there are healthcare strengthening, capacity strengthening, increasing surge is an important area of preparedness. And a lot of the times this is handled by ministries of health, but there are some global entities that do help, especially during a pandemic or outbreak. Then the next one that I'm quite passionate about is R&D around vaccines and therapeutics and diagnostics. So to ensure that we are prepared against zoonotic spillovers, R&D capacity in each country that allows us to rapidly develop vaccines and therapeutics. Okay. I did want to end on a positive note because I think when we talk about zoonotic pathogens, it ends up being a bit gloomy. But luckily, we have a lot of technological advances that allow us to tackle zoonotic species better than we did before, right? Some of it is, for example, mRNA vaccines. We didn't have them before COVID, we have them now, and there's a lot of global effort to increase the capacity across the world. There's genomic sequencing, which there'll be a specific lecture on this soon. Again, this has revolutionized the way we do surveillance. Data sharing platforms. There's more and more open access data sharing platforms that essentially help both at a national level and a regional and global level figure out what's happening in terms of outbreaks. Those of you who are excited about AI, of course, there's a lot of application of machine learning and AI, especially to data and bioinformatics. Remote sensing and GIS. Now this has been around for a couple of decades now, but this is being used almost as a mainstream way of tracking outbreaks. There are now wearable devices. So in agriculture, there are efforts to put wearable devices on animals. Human health, we all have a smartphone, most of us, right? Some of us maybe. And this does track our health parameters, oxygen level, etc., heartbeat. Drones. So drones are being used currently to sample from areas that are very difficult to get to, so remote access areas. And environmental surveillance. So those are just some of the new things that are happening that is strengthening our surveillance and preparedness strategies to zoonotic spillovers. So that's it for now. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruki, for a very nice presentation. Some of the information can somehow a bit shocking for me. Any questions from the floor, please? Yes.
So thank you for the opportunity. My name is Edi Wiranto. I would like to ask something because you have mentioned something maybe more toward the zoonotic cycle of the pathogen. So I'm interested because we both of us are not clinicians, but since the participants are mostly a clinician, what do you think about how does understanding the zoonotic cycle of the pathogen could improve the decision making for the clinician in the world? Thank you.
That's a very good question, Eddie. So for those clinicians, including those doing epidemiology, in fact, understanding the transmission cycle and understanding the history of the patient, where they live, what is their professional sort of job, have they traveled to certain areas, I think this is very important. When you have all that information, you can make empirical guesses, even if you don't have quick diagnostics. But of course, to actually confirm, you will have to go to a diagnostic. But it helps the clinician infer that potentially this might be what's happening. So it's important to know the transmission cycle of this highly prevalent zoonotic pathogens.
Thank you for the very interesting presentation. My name is Suna from the Department of Parasitology. So I would just like to know your experience, based on your experience in resource-limited settings in a very wide area, like, say, for example, in our country. What would you suggest for our mitigation and control for this kind of zoonotic spillover?
That's a good question. So there are many places. So Asia is an interesting area if you take it as a snapshot. There are many regions that are low resource settings. Now, there are a couple of things we can do, right? And it has to work at different levels. Obviously, low resource settings, we cannot do advanced technologies in every location. That is not going to be financially possible. So a lot of the times you will have central hubs or spokes where, for example, if we're talking about sequencing, we'll have a referral center where we send the samples, where the expertise lies. But there needs to be capacity, especially in the health sector, where individuals on the ground are trained to recognize symptoms. There should be a digital information system, I know colleagues are working on this, where information is accessible and distributed quickly. And that can happen even in a low resource settings, right? A digital system where information is accessible. It also helps to have information accessible nationally. So even if you're in a remote location and unaware, if you can access that information on a national portal and so on and realize, oh wait, our neighboring village is having this outbreak and potentially you could be seeing cases, I think that is important. So there's no one strategy. There's going to be multiple strategies, both in the laboratory systems, in the healthcare, etc. Because when finances and resources are tight, a lot more consideration goes into what we're doing. We, on Friday, will be giving talks specifically on genomics, because that is an expensive technology, to get an idea of how can we best implement in low resource settings.
Thanks, Ricky. So I would just like to ask if you can share, if you know any examples from other countries where there is an integration of combination of animal surveillance with human surveillance, because we know when we have an outbreak of zoonotic diseases, usually it started with
So actually, this is a very good question, especially because what I didn't mention, and I meant to put a slide on it, is we all talk about One Health, but the reason it hasn't worked smoothly so far is we have different stakeholders with different priorities in the different sectors. Human health, animal health, environmental health, they're very different ministries, very different stakeholders, and their priorities are a bit different. Now, there are countries who are trying to make this work. If we take our region, I mean, Singapore is very small and not much of an animal industry, so I wouldn't, bring up Singapore, even though the surveillance is strong. Cambodia is starting to have a very good One Health system. They also have a One Health national plan, surveillance plan. They frequently get the 3 ministries together to discuss, and currently they're discussing about how can they go about sharing data. I think this has been a sticky point. So how do you share data? How do you share samples? Thailand has a One Health network in the Mekong area. And again, one of the biggest problems has been how do you share sample and data across borders in a way that is rapid enough to respond. If we wait for a legal agreement, sometimes it's just too late. So actually, our team has a colleague, a global health law colleague, who are working with some of these countries to see can we set up certain legal infrastructure and agreements where beforehand, as Lepa says, peacetime. Some people say peacetime when there's not an outbreak. We set it up, and during an outbreak, it can be activated and used. So there are now examples coming from our region. Thailand would be one of them. Cambodia is another one. Indonesia is trying. I know there's an effort, especially around wastewater.
Very hard.
Yeah.
Trying very hard. Interesting. I think if we go back to 2004, 2003, 2004, when we were introduced with avian influenza, the first pandemic of avian influenza, we have a problem with the one you mentioned regarding the material transfer agreement. And what happened is it emerged so suddenly pops up just because of we're waiting for the legal matters for the MTA. And I think, like I mentioned, for Indonesia to have One Health, a collaboration between the three ministries, we're still trying very hard, quote unquote. Another question, please.
Thank you, Dr. Putih, Dr. Ruki. Dr. Ruki, I have a pets in my house. I have around 10 or 15 pets, cockatoo, macaw, and also African grey parrot I have in my house. And yeah, so far all my pets are healthy, including me. I have never been getting sick, and also for my family member. What is your opinion? Do I need a vaccine, or should my pets get vaccinated? Thank you very much.
Okay, that's a good question. So domestic animals do, as mentioned previously, they do tend to be a very strong conduit for zoonotic spillover. That's not to say don't have pets. Please have pets, but it's good to have them vaccinated, especially for some of the common pathogens. Especially, I mean, also yourself if there are certain pathogens, but it is good to have your domestic pets vaccinated. Interestingly, and you know, that doesn't relate to your story, but something that's happening, especially I know in Cambodia with the H5N1 spillovers, is the way majority of the deaths are happening right now with the zoonotic spillover is not wild animals transferring into humans, it's actually wild animals. They tend, when they migrate, they tend to mix with domestic poultry. I mean, in Cambodia and other parts of Asia, in our region, you know, people have small domestic poultry, right? They mix, and then the domestic poultry essentially transfers into humans. So, you know, if your pet only lives in the house, then okay, maybe it's okay. But if you have cats and they're allowed out, maybe.
That's also the victim, one of the suspected victim actually in 2003, 2004. Those who have domestic parrots or what's that? The small chicken, but very pretty. I don't know the name of the chicken. Ayam hias itu. Ayam kate. Ayam kate. Do you know kate? The more chicken. Something like that. So they tend to keep the chicken inside the house, not knowing actually the chicken is infected. So that's what happened to a lot of cases in Jakarta at that time, because the chicken is very expensive and it's owned by the rich residents. And they don't get vaccinated. They don't want the chicken to be killed or burned during that time, so they keep it within them, not knowing that the chicken is infected. All right. Any other questions from the floor? Oh, the time is up. Thank you very much to Dr. Ruki for a very nice presentation. Dr. Ruki will stay with us up to Friday, and we will listen to another nice presentation, I believe, from her later on. Oh, yeah. Dr. Ruki will stay on stage. We will have a little souvenir for you.
Thank you so much again, Dr. Ruki. So we will now move to our last session in the morning. I hope everyone is still excited. So I would like to invite our facilitators, So in this interactive discussion, like we will present something with a scenario we have prepared. Some of the data is real, some are made up, and we have everyone participate. So the scenario that we have prepared is based on what you have learned since this morning. So we hope that you can apply all your new knowledge, updated knowledge from the morning sessions and also yesterday to answer the question. This will be interactive, like both in person and online participants can join. So make sure your phone is ready because we will use the phone for you to provide your answers. Okay. Should we start, Rudy? If you have any questions, then you can also raise your hand. Anyone doesn't have any internet connection or doesn't have a phone? Everyone is okay? Can we start? Okay. Slide please.
So this session is based on the latest three topics about emerging diseases and about respiratory infections, and also the last one, zoonotic diseases. Next scenario. So there is a pneumonia has emerged in peri-urban area in Medan, Sumatera, in the last 2 weeks. And there's a significant spike in the disease recently in the last 2 weeks, and it is reported that many of them require advanced respiratory support like mechanical ventilation, those who are infected. And in the last two weeks, it's reported that there are around 300 cases and more than 140 deaths associated with the illnesses.
Any questions so far? No?
This is the trend of the disease and the number of cases and also the death related to the disease. Next. Now, please open your phone. Scan the code.
So every participant should scan the QR code and join the game.
If it's too far, you can come in front, make it closer. So ensure you join.
If anyone has any problem, please let us know.
Don't worry, we don't have price, no problem. All right, everyone sign in?
Is everyone ready? Already signed in?
Any difficulties? If there is someone who cannot join, later we will write the pin, and you can also join using the pin. So first you go to the website, and then later on you input the pin number if you cannot join using this QR code.
Next slide, please. Yeah. Oh. So please read carefully the question.
So based on the latest scenario, what do you think of the situations? There are a lot of options here. You may choose more than one. If you think there are more than one question, more than
Not
one
yet,
answer.
yeah. Has everyone joined? Okay, we can move to the mentee, please.
Huh?
Next. So what do you think of this situation? Has it appeared in your phone? Oh.
Langsung nomor 5 ya? Langsung nomor 5 ya? Directly number 5
Yes.
appearing in the
Can you
phone.
try again now?
Masuk langsung nomor 5. technology. Yeah, you, no problem. So if you think the answer more than one, please choose more than one. By in your heart lah, if the application cannot.
Can everyone just click on the website with menti.com?
Okay.
That one, menti.com, and use the code.
Please try another approach. Open your browser and then go to menti.com and use the pin number above the screen and enter there to join the Mentimeter session. Okay, thank you for the thumbs up.
Let's try if it's gonna work, hopefully.
Already, still number 5. Already.
Okay, can you move to the first question?
Next. If you cannot see the answer, just refresh the page and the question will come up. And
Okay.
please try to answer.
Now you can submit the answers. So
Okay.
what do you think of the situation? Remember, you can choose more than one answer. So
No one choose. We have 1,000 participants here, but only how many? Only please join and answer.
most participants think that it may be an outbreak of a novel respiratory pathogen. Some also think that the cluster suggests a potential public health of emergency, and the next one, further investigation is needed to confirm the cause.
Okay. Oh, finally someone answered the first one.
Who gave the first answer? Like it is likely an isolated incident. Anyone wants to give a comment why they chose this one?
Okay, maybe we will go to just to clarify the first option. Most of you don't choose the first option. Why? You have any comment? Do you choose the first answer? You choose? Right? Please. Why you didn't choose the first?
I don't think this is the isolated incident, since there is like 300 something deaths, and then also like the cases itself is 300, and then there is also the death cases. So I think it's like a spillover, and then it's also rapidly spread through the community. So it's not the isolated incidents.
Do you think the case or the event need the public concern?
Of course.
Of course. So that's why you don't choose.
Yeah, I don't choose number one.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, please enter. Yeah, so here we provided the correct answers. So we do think that this could be a novel respiratory pathogen, but this could also be too early to tell because we have not done any further investigation.
Why do you think the option number 4 is not correct? Anyone who can try to figure out? Because it's sudden increase, so somehow it's impossible for chemical make directly easier to increase the cases. Okay, next.
Back to the PowerPoint. Back to the PowerPoint, please. Next, and then next again. Okay, so you begin by attempting to gather more information because, as I mentioned, we don't know yet. We just know like there are many cases of pneumonia, and almost half of them died because of the infection. So, but you need more information. So you contacted hospitals and primary health cares to collect data on suspected cases. But since you don't have sufficient information yet, you need other information to come up with a hypothesis about what is making people sick and what these people have in common. Next slide. So, okay, go back to the Menti.
Okay. So we don't have enough information, so we need more information. What kind of information we need, do you think? Please.
Again, you can select more than one. What information do you need or you will collect from these hospitals and primary health care when you gather all the data?
Boy, very fast. Oh, only one?
You can select more than one. Data that you think would help you in analyzing and identifying the source of infection.
Still 3%. 5. Yeah. Still half of participant, please. Wait.
Okay. Can you click enter, please? Okay. Yeah, so most of the questions actually we need together because we need to understand better about our cases, both like clinically and like their demographic information about the severity of the cases and also the supporting like laboratory test results to see, to differentiate between from one case to another. Maybe I will ask, I will invite Dr. Nanda, why do you think like the signs and symptoms as well as the outcomes and laboratory test results are important to be included in the analysis?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Inke. I think that we have to see about the signs and symptoms of the suspected case. We know that some patients maybe had chronic symptoms, not an acute symptoms, but according to the case, if I'm not wrong, that's an acute condition. If the patients with acute conditions, we can exclude disease like tuberculosis, yeah, and also other disease like a chronic disease like chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases or every infections that tend to be a chronic disease. So because the signs and symptoms of the suspected case is new, not a chronic conditions, then we can exclude conditions like tuberculosis. And maybe Dr. Inke, I want to highlight at the first questions. They say that it's like it may be an outbreak of a novel respiratory pathogen. We can see that according to the cases, we can see that the patient either didn't have antibody previously, and or has maybe the patient also has an primary immunodeficiency. So we have to also see the immune, or we can see immune deficiency status of the patients, and also maybe the patients lack pre-existing antibodies, like a COVID-19. We know that COVID-19, some patients going to severe, and the clue that the patients almost many patients got ventilator of intubations, that maybe the patient doesn't have immunity, existing immunity previously. So that's my opinion, Dr. Inka. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the next clue.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Ananda, for more information. I hope you will listen to the information what Dr. Nanda said, because it will bring you some more information. See, so this is the information after we seek more information during the last 4 days. So actually the total cases is almost 2,000 and the death is almost 1,000. With this is the symptoms for these diseases, and if we look at to the other risk factors, we can see mostly affected children or those who are below 20 years old, and then majority in peri-urban areas, and then near farming locations, and some of them is noted that has a travel history, like because our previous speakers mentioned about travel history, and then recently there are mass gathering event. So this is something that we need to consider. Next. So from this almost 100 and 2,000 cases, this is the distributions among those who are really getting together in the mass gathering, who has the international travel history, and this is some information. So please take a look. Okay. Next. This is
timeline of the cases. So we see like just before it, like most of the population will attend the live market for preparation for the Eid, and then a couple of days later, almost like over 5,000 of the community went to attend this mass gathering of Eid celebration, and about 1/3 of the cases were diagnosed with pneumonia 2 weeks after. And about 2 weeks after, we recorded the first death of pneumonia case. And today, like we see we have recorded 1,900 of suspected pneumonia cases, of which 50% died. Next slide. So we go to question number 3. So from the information that we collected, what are the possible sources or exposures that would have led to this cluster of severe pneumonia cases? So now we have more information. What do you think the risk factors that increase the risk of transmission causing this cluster of pneumonia cases? Sorry about the screen.
We choose more than one answer if you think is necessary.
So you can, I mean, like I know that the slide is not presented here again, but you can see again, there was an information about all the risk factors, including like attending the live market of animals, wild animals, and participation in recent mass gathering, recent international travel, but not all of them could increase the risk of transmission. So what do you think of those that could be led to this increased number of pneumonia cases? Enter.
Okay. We are happy to see this picture, because our top 3 question and answer is to the top 3. They are correct. Okay.
Anyone here submit the recent international travel as one of the risk factors? Anyone wants to raise their hand and give us the explanation why they think that international travel could also cause this outbreak in our region?
Dr. Inke, I think inhalations of volcanic ash is not part of the possible sources, because inhalations of volcanic ash, usually the patients comes to us with the occupational lung disease. The usually occupational lung disease is chronic infections. The patients usually come to us with chronic shortness of breath. It looks like asthma symptoms. And sometimes the patients came to us like a chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases. So we can hear maybe the patients felt wheezing, like shortness of breath or chronic cough. So I think inhalations of volcanic ash showed not the possible sources for this case. That's my
Yeah,
addition.
thank you, Dr. Nanda. I think it's also important to notice, like some people think that by living in peri-urban areas could increase the risk of transmission, and also the recent international travel. Would you like to comment whether like living in this area could?
Peri-urban area means the transition from rural to urban area. So because if you remember, the case is sudden increase. So when we talk about peri-urban area, it's already there for a while, for a moment, for a period. So somehow without any further trigger, somehow it cannot really increase a certain type of diseases because the region already like that, the characteristics. So there must be some things that really trigger why there's something increase in the disease. That's why, although we can think that, okay, peri-urban, but because it is sudden increase, then less correct lah. But that's correct. That's why we choose this one out.
Yeah, it doesn't mean just by living in peri-urban that this can cause this outbreak of pneumonia. The transmission probably occur when they're infected, they have a direct contact with animals, both like wild animals or poultry, or like going to this mass gathering that expose them to more infected people, as well as like the person-to-person transmission. And again, I would like to comment about the recent international travel. When we look at the numbers, very few of the infected pneumonia cases had history of international travel. Although like it could be the source of transmission locally, but I think in this case that we just presented, that is not the main cause, because like very few numbers of cases had the history of international travel.
Dr. Inke, one again, I want to highlight about the contaminated food. Usually, contaminated food can be fatal if the patients get a botulismus toxin, but it's usually from the fermented food, like a sardine in the can, or maybe like a fermented food. And also, usually the contaminated food has a gastrointestinal problem. From the first examinations, the patients only get shortness of breath, then they get intubated. So we don't have any data about the patients get food toxic, like diarrhea or vomiting or maybe abdominal cramps or abdominal pain. So I think we can exclude also contaminated food as a part of the disease. But if we suggested the patients with botulismus toxin, the patients can get direct to ventilator patients. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go back to the slides, please?
Next questions. We are halfway to go.
Next, and next again. So you need further information to confirm the source of infection. Now you contact the hospital and request laboratory findings from the suspected cases. You also contacted the local public health laboratory to conduct tests on the remaining samples that are being stored at the hospital. Next.
I think Dr. Ananda already provided you some clues. Please, what kind of laboratory test do you think need, and what additional tests need to be performed?
Menti, please.
Thank you for thumbs up again. Where? Okay.
Again, you can select more than one.
Don't think about the BPJS. So
Yeah.
just
During this situation, don't think about the BPJS, whether it is covered or not by the national insurance. This is unusual case, an unusual outbreak, so we need to investigate. So you think after 5 years, this could be another episode of COVID? Any comment, Ruki?
Considering that we are highly immune and vaccinated, and potentially some, we still have Omicron and later variants circulating, potentially may not be COVID unless it's a highly, a mutated version that our diagnostic doesn't catch it. But potentially not.
Yeah, so as mentioned by Ruki, I think most of everyone have been vaccinated or exposed to COVID. It could still be COVID, but it's probably not the first option. So we need to look for other potential pathogens causing this outbreak. Well, I see some people also selected the CRP and procalcitonin and blood gas analysis. While these are important to decide on the management of the patient individually, but when you are investigating an outbreak, I don't think the role of this test is beneficial. This is more benefits for the individual patient, how we should manage the patient, and to see the progression of the disease. And
so, like Dr. says, maybe it's not perfect, but we need to confirm it's not perfect. So that's why for investigation, that's one of the things that we need to process. Because especially Indonesia knows to COVID-19 is living with COVID, so we still consider COVID is epidemic, so we live with COVID. So that's why when something happens related to similar to COVID, then we need to confirm it is COVID. That's why one of the things that we can do, especially since we have all those, can give us.
anyone wants to comment? I think some people, about 24, also choose to select complete blood count. Why do you think we need the complete blood count information? Darah lengkap. Why do we need to test? Why do we need the data of complete blood count? As a reminder, maybe not all the cases were treated in the hospital. So they could just be treated in a primary health care and they don't have any testing data. So the testing data provided is probably only the complete blood count. And this could provide additional information such as whether it could be bacterial infection or viral infection, which you could see from the complete blood count results. I see some genome sequencing there, Ruki. Okay, back to PowerPoint. Next. So now we get the laboratory data. So of the 1,900 of patients, we totally gather data from almost 1,000 patients. So we compile the data of the complete blood count. We look at the leukocyte data, the neutrophil lymphocyte ratio, the results of the COVID-19 antigen, and also the sputum culture from the patients, because most patients came with pneumonia. So the orange color represents the normal result, while the yellow color represents the abnormal. Some of the samples, around 150 samples, were still stored in the hospital. So we sent the samples to our national reference laboratory. So we asked them to do PCR, to screen for pneumonia pathogens. We can see the pathogens that could be detected using the PCR. They're rhinovirus, influenza, methapneumovirus, RSV, parainfluenza, Haemophilus influenza, and Streptococcus pneumonia. But again, on the right side, we can see the majority of cases did not detect any pathogens. Next. So, assuming this may be a novel zoonotic disease, with sectors and stakeholders should be involved in the outbreak investigation task force.
We discussed a lot about this, who are the stakeholders, who are relevant actors during this sudden increase emergency disease. Again, if you think there are more than one stakeholders we need to contact, please choose more than one.
Dr. Putri, do you want to comment, like who should be involved in this task force? We have now almost 2,000 cases, many deaths.
Well, first of all, it must be the veterinarian and animal health services, because we already understood that it is a zoonotic and novel zoonotic diseases. And second will be the public health authorities. But from the answer, it seems like everybody is choosing public health authorities first. This is similar, like I mentioned, I involved a lot in avian influenza in 2003, 2006. Most of the decision makers or what you call this, have the ministry or even health provincial considered that this is a problem of the Ministry of Health, but not the Ministry of animal husbandry. And all the money, most of the fund were allocated to the Ministry of Health. So what happened was we were not able to obtain, because those who have access to the poultry are the animal husbandries. So I think it's the similar thing we see from the answers from the floor. Most of us are choosing the public health authorities, meanwhile, to my opinion, it's more on the veterinary and health services, which have to coordinate with the public health authorities.
Thank you, Dr. I think it is also important to involve the community leaders. Imagine like there are 2,000 cases, overwhelming hospitals, and many deaths. We need to involve the community leaders, like how they explain to the community what is happening and what control measures they plan to implement. So it's not only the public health authorities or because we suspect that this is a disease, so it's the Department of Veterinary and hospitals. We need to involve different stakeholders to provide better explanation in this community, because as mentioned earlier, Dr. Nanda mentioned that the variety of background in people's community will be very diverse. So we need to involve someone we trust, giving explanation on what is happening. I think we all witnessed the experience during COVID-19. It was very difficult. Some people really just live with COVID, some people live with vaccine, they don't want to be tested. So we don't want to be that, we need to involve people themselves.
Yeah, maybe this makes some participants in the journal disease to better share initiatives. But actually, before going to this stage, I think we need to involve everybody first, and then everything, and then later on, we publish this official information, and journalists will just exchange information. But we need to show, of course, the public health authorities. And one, we are not really emphasizing is law enforcement, because we need to have the people do it by themselves because they understand, not really because of law enforcement. Although in our practice during COVID-19, the protocol was obeyed somehow because of law enforcement, and to make it the acceleration for this effort, initiative. Sometimes, yes, we need law enforcement, but we don't really encourage as the first steps. Yeah, okay, I think that's...
Actually, I'm a bit curious if it's possible to find out who chose the journalist in this one. And I would like to know the reason for choosing journalists because me myself, when I'm telling that I'm not choosing that as one of my answers because we know nowadays with all the social media and everything, sometimes the journalist who's twisted the information, so the public get the wrong information. I want to find out if anyone would like to share which journalist and what is the reason.
Dr. Maybe
they are journalists. Journalist is true.
anyone wants to give their explanation or justification why involving a journalist is important since the beginning?
Yeah, like I said, I'll be, journalist will be the last person I contacted in this kind of scenario, based on experience.
I think the journals can spread news faster than websites.
Surely, but sometimes we have to understand that lately what happened is the journalists, or those who claim they are journalists, twisted the information, so the misleading information, so that the population become non-focused or even sometimes deny what happened, what is really happening.
Okay, can we go back to the slide, please?
Thank you, Putri. Next question. Two more questions.
Just want to mention one thing. One more stakeholder that might be good to bring in, maybe, and usually a lot of the times there is international experts, but sort of under like an NDA or something, so that nationally the control of information is still kept nationally, but at the same time, if some of those techniques or if you need expertise to quickly investigate an outbreak from the international community, I think that's one of the areas that potentially you could reach out to. Maybe not through a journalist, obviously, but directly reaching out to those international experts.
Thanks, Ricky. Yeah, I think it is important. I think we also forgot to include academician. Sometimes like the laboratory, you also establish in a university, you have the expertise, so you can also involve academician in.
But from the COVID-19 experience, it is the public health authority contact the academicians. Like Dr. Inke was contacted by the public health authorities to help with the COVID-19 effort.
Okay, next slide. So what should be the immediate priorities or actions in responding to this outbreak? So I think we now consider this could be like a novel disease outbreak. Go to meeting. The first one is isolate and treat patients, alert the relevant health authorities, wait for more cases to confirm the source of infection and level of outbreaks before further mitigation, start contact tracing and surveillance, conduct community education. What do you think should we do? Maybe we should also...
Who answer number 3?
We should also have included like PSBB, in the answer, because that was one of the options we did. PSBB is closing the border.
We already have.
No one could travel between regions, even within the countries. Lockdown.
We already have 2,000 cases in the last days, 1,000 dead, but we wait for 4 cases. So from these four questions, the only thing that we think is less appropriate, less correct is number 3, because we only have more than 2,000 cases, more almost 100 than. But I think it's not the place for wait for cases. We should act on something. What we can do first is like start contact tracing, surveillance, and all these things we can do instead of just waiting.
Anyone can come up with what other approaches that we have not included here? What other things that we should do to respond for this outbreak?
So I think on that, we're forgetting the animal side. I think on the animal side there are probably actions that need to be done. So usually in some of the One Health efforts that's ongoing, when they see spillover, they will go in and clean the live animal markets. Obviously, first sample the live animal markets. So actually, you figure out that the actual source is there, the live animal, and you identify what the animal is, and then ensure that there's no new transmission between the infected animals and people. So I think that's maybe an area.
Thanks, Vicky. Any other thing that we should include here in our next steps? I would say that we should have included like genome sequencing on new cases, because from the information that we receive, we only know that this is not the common pathogens that could be detected normally in laboratory tests. But most of the cases were negative, both by culture and PCR. So we may have to do like sequencing to identify whether this could be a novel pathogen. So that should be the next step as well.
But this question is also immediate, so choose the easiest one first. But don't wait. 1,000 people already did that. Okay. Next question.
Okay, back to the slide again. So once the pathogen is identified, what is the next step in the outbreak response?
Don't forget, pay attention to the question as well. Somehow it's tricky. Okay. Okay, I give you a clue. So basically, all the answer is correct. But if you look at the question, what is only one answer? What is the next step you think is possible? We do. Is if you are from medical school, then you know maybe in life training support we do ABC, right? What should be first and what's the end? Should be shown by order. So the answer is. Next answer. Yeah. So first thing that we need to do after we find out this is a novel pathogen, then we need to notify the local authorities something happened. Then do another thing afterwards.
Okay, back to the slide.
Last
question. One more. This is the last one.
What long-term strategies should be implemented to prevent future outbreaks? We already learned a lot this morning from all the speakers, from medical aspect, non-medical aspect, animal aspect, human aspect, all we already understand. And what are some strategies do you think is necessary to prepare for future outbreaks? only someone or two person answer. So get ready for your answer. I will ask why you want to ban all the animal markets.
This is still the second day, so our participants are still outside, shy. Who wants to ban the animal markets?
Who wants to ban the animal market permanently? Maybe they are vegetarian or vegan.
They're not like Dr. Nanda who has all the pets in his house.
Pet lover, animal lover.
Pet lovers.
So, refers to the previous question, this one, I think, we think that okay, next question, next. This is not the primary solutions or recommendation to prevent from future outbreaks. Yeah. Many other things we can do instead of just kill the native business. Yeah. Many other things we can do.
Yeah, so I think that's for the first interactive discussion. So I hope you all enjoy this case that we have presented. Now we will have a break for 1 hour, so everyone can enjoy their lunch and also take a prayer break, and then we should start again at 1:15. So please be on time. Please be back here at 1:15.
Thank you. Now it's time for lunch break. You can have your lunch in the right side. For those who want to take prayer, you can do it in this floor or downstairs. Please come back to this room at 1:15. Thank you.
One Health has become more than resources. It is an approach that recognizes that the health of the people is closely connected to the health of animals and our shared environment. We are very delighted that we are able delivering this course in a hybrid format to ensure the involvement of as many as professionals from Indonesia but also worldwide.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I officially open this conference. I hope that all conference participants can take advantage of this momentum to get the information they need.
Saya Edi Rahmayadi, Gubernur Sumatera Utara, mendukung Summer Course Understanding One Health issue in Southeast Asia.
I find this event, the One Health Summer Course in USU, is very interesting. There's a lot of topics that is covered because One Health is a new concept that is going to be big in the future, and I hope what we gather here can be put in practice, especially in Indonesia. So it's really nice to meet other participants from other fields. It has been very fruitful and very interactive between the participants and the speakers, and I, as a molecular biologist, have learned a lot of things.
As we understand that One Health approach is considered as the most strategic approach in solving. I found that this event, the One Health Summer Course organized by USU, is a very important event actually. Hopefully the participants would of course have a better understanding about the concept of One Health. And secondly, it is expected that with increasing understanding we could find better solution for our health problem to reach the
SDGs. Yes. Okay.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, of One Health Summer Course with the theme Understanding One Health Issues in Southeast Asia.
I'm very glad to have this One Health Summer Course in 2022 because I think this course can enhance our knowledge, and from this knowledge can be gained from different perspectives from different experts. So it's some kind of information sharing from different experts to everyone here, participants, and also for the speakers.
Good one, good study from two aspects. First, from the collaboration of different sectors, and because improving health and well-being cannot be done with only one sector, so it's kind of partial. The second one is the education, because we need one of the approach for everything. I think still can be most efficient and effective from education.
Jadi harapan saya kedepannya acara-acara seperti ini akan rutin dilakukan dengan menambah data-data baru, atau malah saya kepikiran untuk menambahkan materi ini ke materi kuliah. Nah, bisa materi kuliah yang melibatkan fakultas-fakultas lain, misalnya fakultas pertanian, kemudian dan fakultas farmasi, nah atau fakultas kesehatan masyarakat juga. Nah, ke depannya.
Fantastic course and a really great start. Like, it'll be really exciting if it can be built upon the new groups, new research projects, new understandings can sort of be built around this One Health framework. So I think that the skills and the things that people will learn from participating, hopefully they can bring back next year and discuss new ideas and new problems in this sort of holistic way.
always hope that when you have things like this, that you really encourage people to promote more collaboration, so that there's some really exciting stuff being done here. So you want to go away and think, how can you interact with each other? How can you improve, help each other get to the next step? So that's the main thing. The next thing is, with these things, you want it bigger and better and more engagement, more money to support it, and for INCA to do more of the same next time round. So yeah, I think I don't have anything bad to say. I think it's really good, and I'm really enjoying my time here. So thank you.
Hello, I'm Just Noviati. I'm really glad that I'm joining this event. This is such a very prestigious event and that I know of before. So I guess in the future I would love to have some kind of event like this held in USU, so that so many people can get the benefit of it, and then the concept of One Health can be applied in many places in Indonesia.
Ya, acara ini sangat bagus ya, terutama bagi kami. Ternyata beberapa kegiatan itu perlu kolaborasi. Dan selama ini kita tidak juga mungkin kepikiran bahwa ada kaitan antara penelitian di dokteran dengan di kehutanan, gitu ya. Dan ternyata ada juga dengan teman-teman di biologi. Gitu. Jadi memang ini sangat bagus ya untuk meningkatkan pemahaman tentang One Health ini. Ya, harapan kedepannya adalah bahwa semakin terjalin kolaborasi ya, antara berbagai peneliti, termasuk fakultas kedokteran, fakultas kehutanan, dan juga saya pikir ada beberapa kolega lain di sini yang ternyata mungkin memiliki interest yang sama ya, terkait dengan One Health issue gitu.
Isu Indonesia. Event ini untuk pada awal dari hari pertama sampai saat ini, materi-materi yang disampaikan dengan speaker yang sangat luar biasa, informasi yang disampaikan itu sangat bagus, informatif gitu. Kedepannya ini akan bisa terus berlangsung, bisa terus berlanjut di tempat-tempat yang bagus ya. Sekarang semuanya isu kedepannya bisa di daerah lain untuk memperkenalkan One Health Summer Course ini di beberapa provinsi di Indonesia.
the sample students, we want to assemble and have the reference they look quite similar.
It's very easy, we only have one reference that we use. For other bacteria, it might be more difficult, you might have different strain types.
And one of the ways we target and amplify these genes is to use 16S.
We can actually add multiple different samples to the same sequencing run. And because we have the barcodes, it means that once the sequencing is complete,
so it might be susceptibility to disease, for example. What we do is
Yeah, I mean, it's very well organized. I love the locations, both here, obviously, today, and also at the campus. It was amazing. So yeah, it's really, really well organized.
I think this event has been a fantastic experience, not just for us as the speakers, but for the participants, because it has enabled large-scale collaboration of a range of researchers who are interested in understanding genomics. And we as speakers are feel very fortunate to be able to share our knowledge on how we can analyze sequence data.
I would say fulfilling and inspiring journey.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Analysis, doing all about genomics and other omics, which is very, very important. And it is difficult, but they are doing extremely well. They're learning a lot, and they are gaining lots of new knowledge, and they will, in the main, use it in their laboratory, which will be beneficial.
So the future looks like, I think, hopefully will encompass more people who are doing different studies, and also hopefully after this course they'll find our teachings useful and also inspire more collaborations from the teaching. Exactly, looking forward to coming here again with bigger crowd.
For the next event, I hope that there are way more people, because we want to, impart our knowledge on more people, as much people as possible, and hopefully in a place as beautiful as Bukit Lawang.
Assalamualaikum and salam sejahtera. Indeed, it is a good opportunity. I'm very grateful to be able to come here because this is a course that covers a few topics related to bioinformatics, which is relevant to what I do. And also, this is a great opportunity for me to meet other people from other countries and possible collaboration. Also, with Indonesia and also with other countries who came to this workshop.
This event I think is well organized, and the workshop materials are well thought of. So I want to commend the organizers and as well as the resource people for this event.
I would say this event was outstanding, and other than that, also the environment is very good. Like we got opportunity to see the two different cities. The one was in Medan, the other was in Bukelewa, and this is a very beautiful city, I must say. Thank you.
I think it is a very good event and very useful for me as a clinician, as a parasitologist. And this 5 days event is very benefit for me to learn something about bioinformatics. I learned a lot of it and have a lot of collaboration with all the researchers. Maybe for 3 days, maybe not enough, but 5 days is very beneficial for me.
It's fun and it's helpful and it's constructive. Yeah.
It is wonderful. Yes, and beyond my expectation, really. Thank you, guys.
The one sentence simply I would like to say it's wonderful. It's wonderful regarding knowledge. It's wonderful regarding practical technique, and wonderful regarding around the environment and the learning environment and the support. So this is new for me because as I'm saying, I want to say this is new for me.
Excellent. Yes, this summer course is really challenging but also really satisfying at the same time. So thank you so much for organizing this event.
It's an overall great experience. Yeah.
The sample units we want to assemble and have a reference date assemble.
It's very easy. We only have one reference that we use. For other bacteria, it might be more difficult. You might have different strain types.
And one of the ways we target and amplify these genes is to use 6
to the same sequencing run, and because we have the barcodes, it means that once the sequencing is complete,
So it might be susceptibility to disease, for example. What we do is
it's very well organized. I love the locations, both here, obviously, today, and also at the campus. It was amazing. So yeah, it's really well organized.
I think this event has been a fantastic experience, not just for us as the speakers, but for the participants, because it has enabled large-scale collaboration of a range of researchers who are interested in understanding genomics. And we as speakers feel very fortunate to be able to share our knowledge on how we can analyze sequence data.
I would say fulfilling and inspiring journey.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Analysis, learning all about genomics and other omics, which is very important. And it is difficult, but they are doing extremely well. They're learning a lot, and they are gaining lots of new knowledge, and they will
Kalau aku mau baca, gue suka buku. Oh, oke. Oh, baik. Oh, ini, oke, ini style knowledge-nya berapa buku? Oke. Jenisnya. Oh, ini yang pakai koran itu ya? Oh, itu cetaknya ya? Cepat. Kasus ya? Iya, iya. Ini yang checklist report ya? Jadi senang contoh-contoh ya ibu ya, luar biasa. Pakai cek, kita cek oh iya. Ini based on actual need. Ini murah loh Pak. Syukur-syukur.
Kayaknya agak panas hari ini komennya. Kebajuan ketebalan. Ketebalan satu. Memang hari ini panas di luar atau panas di sini? Panas di sini lebih dari 10.
Menuangkan ya.
Itu bisa dibantu sama Cici.
Lebih membekas dari ini ya. Kak, ini contoh-contoh penelitiannya tahun 2024 baru banget. Jadi Kak luar biasa sekali memberikan sebagai singkat-singkat itu apa ya Kak? Ya, langsung lebih membekas benar kayak gitu Kak. Ini dari Itu kan company mereka yang baru dari Malaysia itu kan? Enggak, itu kan yang baru dari Malaysia itu kan? Aku udah lama nggak ke Malaysia. Dulu aku menunaikan tugas itu baru ke makan. IP-nya mana ya? 13.10. Yang biasanya di Kapolda siapa?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention? I hope you all feel refreshed after having the lunch, and soon we are going to start the next session. For those of you who are still outside, we invite you to kindly take your place inside, please. Alright, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are going to continue for our next session with the topic of resurgence of the preventable, the emerging threat of vaccine-preventable diseases. Our speaker for this session is Professor Dr. Ayunia Pitaloka Pasari, MCAT Pediatry, SPA Konsultan, PhD Clinical Treatment. Before beginning this session, I would like to read a short biography of our distinguished speaker. Professor Pasari is a consultant in pediatric infectious disease and tropical medicine and a renowned malaria researcher in Indonesia. She has many national and international collaborations, and her studies primarily on the effectiveness of novel malaria drugs. She currently holds the position of Vice Chair of the Indonesia Malaria Expert Committee on Diagnosis and Management of Malaria and Technical Working Group for Malaria, and also Expert Committee of Diphtheria and Vaccine-Preventable Diseases. After the presentation, should anyone have any questions, you can ask the question by raising your hand, or maybe using the Zoom platform by pressing the raise hand or typing in the Zoom chat column. On that note, to our distinguished speaker, Professor Pasari, we kindly invite you to deliver your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. First, let me share my screen. So is it okay now?
Yes, we can see you clearly, Professor.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really an honor to be invited here in this meeting. I'm I'm very sorry that I cannot be with you in person because of some other commitments that run at the same time. And today I would like to share with you all the work and discussion that we've been working on with immunization program with Ministry of Health in relation to the threat of vaccine preventable disease. The moderator has mentioned about this. I will just start by saying that not only in Indonesia but also globally, we are facing the declining immunization coverage due to COVID-19 pandemic. And this caused a problem in progressing toward the immunization agenda in 2030. And as a result, the coverage of DTP and measles vaccine either stagnant or decreasing through 2023, and not to mention that the increasing number of zero dose of immunization from 12.9 million in 2019 to 14.5 million in 2023. And of course, this situation has triggered a resurgence of vaccine preventable disease, such as measles, diphtheria, and an outbreak of polio. And this means that we really need urgent strategy to accelerate routine and supplementary immunization, especially in vulnerable regions, including our country, Indonesia. I'm very sorry that I cannot share with you the slides because this is part of the internal discussion. What I'm about to show you is the update situation of vaccine preventable disease in Indonesia. We have outbreaks of measles and rubella in 2025, not to mention that actually we still have ongoing cases of both disease every year. But in 2025, we already received reporting cases from different provinces, including our beloved North Sumatra. And please bear in mind that the one that we report here is actually the one that fulfilled the surveillance system. In reality, it's still underreported, and we believe patients with measles and rubella comes daily to private clinic, either to general doctor or to pediatrician. A bit about measles and rubella, both caused by viral infection. It's an infectious diseases. Measles itself has it's very high contagious. One person can also contract the disease to other 16 to 18 other around him. And both doesn't have specific treatment, only supportive, but measles can cause some complication, which means that it's not mild as the community always thought. And for rubella, the problem is not for the person that contracted the disease, but the problem will be for the pregnant women that will give some complication to the fetus or the newborn that might born with deafness, blindness, or problem with the heart. So the immunization is the only strategy to prevent the disease. Not to mention the diphtheria, we have massive outbreak of diphtheria since 2017 until now. There are ongoing cases, and like us in tertiary hospital in Adam Malik, we receive like every month around 2 or 3 cases of diphtheria. And when you look at this figure, we can see that along 2025, there's already 36 outbreaks that has been reported from 17 provinces. Difference from measles and rubella, diphtheria is an infectious disease caused by bacteria, and it causes the obstruction of the airway because it develops pseudomembrane like this one. Like this one that can cause obstruction, and of course it's a life-threatening disease. And patients might come with the bull neck, which can cause the airway obstruction. We have treated many patients. The progress of the disease is very rapidly, and the diagnosis needs to be made early because the treatment cannot be wait until the culture or result turn out to be positive or not. And then there's another outbreaks that we are facing now. It's about it's pertussis. It has been reported in 2025 about 103 outbreaks from 22 provinces. And we don't see Nor Sumatra here. It's either we don't have the case or we hasn't reported yet. But we are, in reality, in the field, we are find cases with prolonged cough and difficult to treat cough that likely to be pertussis. Pertussis is an infectious disease caused by bacteria, Bordetella pertussis, which can cause paroxysmal cough, and it's a life-threatening disease. The disease itself can occur about 3 months and can cause problem, especially in young children, because it can cause cyanosis and then sudden death. And then another thing, we have cases of neonatal tetanus. Actually, we received elimination in 2016, but it seems like the cases keeps coming, and some provinces has reported of neonatal tetanus in 2025. Tetanus is also caused by bacteria, and what's painful here, because the person contracted with tetanus is alert, different from CNS infection. The patient is alert and he can feel the pain. Actually, we just treated a severe tetanus in our hospital that we have to treat him for about 3 weeks because the muscle spasm is very difficult to control. And we have to increase the dose, and it's amazing that we have to give 40 milligram of diazepam every 2 hours. We are quite lucky that nothing, no side effect occurs to the patient, and the patient now can go home in healthy condition. And this means that vaccine preventable disease remains a threat, and it requires high immunization coverage as well as a good surveillance performance. And WHO already mentioned global target for polio eradication. Indonesia has received a certificate of elimination in 2014. However, we found some outbreak of polio 2 type in several area in Indonesia, such as Aceh or Papua. And there's also global target for measles, rubella, and CRS elimination, and tetanus neonatorum elimination. And for Indonesia, it also set our own national target by controlling diphtheria and also pertussis. These are some indicators of immunization program performance in 2024. Some indicator consists of the percentage of children less than 2 years old who receive complete basic immunization. And then there's also indicator on percentage of district achieving routine immunization target. And also percentage of infant less than 1 year to receive complete basic immunization and new antigens, and the list goes on. And when we look at here in 2024, the target is around 90 to 100, but the achievement is less than that. If you look at here, there's ASIC data and also combination. ASIC data, we have this online system, online database to input all the immunization data, but it's just launched just 1 or 2 years. So some people in the field, in the puskesmas, still work on the manual one. So you can see here the other column combined between ASIC data and the manual one. whatever is the data mentioning here, we can see that the achievement of is below the target that we have created. And this is also the figure showing the complete immunization coverage for infants and toddler. This one is for infants. And we can see here the average target for Indonesia is around 87, both for infants and also toddlers. But we can see some hotspot provinces with very low immunization coverage, which is Papua and Aceh. And this is the target that the immunization program made for 2025. And up to May 2025, actually, the target is around 33.3% for each of the antigen. But here we can see that unfortunately, none of the antigen reached the target that the Ministry of Health has created. And we see from this figure that 13 provinces in Indonesia have failed to reach the minimum level of coverage in the past 3 years. We have huge problem of immunization coverage in Papua and Aceh and some other parts in eastern part of Indonesia. And this is also another work that we need to put solution or other strategy to improve it, because we have increasing number of zero dose. When we look at in 2020, the zero dose is around 300,000. But in 2024, it's become triple. It's 980,000 children without immunization at all. And this is the figure showing the complete infant immunization coverage up to May 2025. As I mentioned before, actually the target is around 33.3%. And here, as an average, the target fulfill was around less than 30%. And this is what I mentioned about the zero dose. Zero dose means that if the children didn't receive any of the DTP vaccination, and the number of the zero dose is increasing in 2024 compared to 2021, 2, and 2023. And we know that there will be consequences with this low immunization coverage. There will be consequences. We have impact of low and inequitable immunization coverage. It divided into short-term and long-term. Of course, there will be potential outbreaks, and we are facing this problem now. And it means that there will be high number of morbidity and probably due to complication and sequelae at the end, it can cause disability or maybe some mortality. And of course, it will create an outbreak, and dealing with outbreak is very costly, because when you declare an outbreak, you need to continue with outbreak response immunization, and it will cost a huge amount of budget. And it's also not a good performance to global report. And for long term, of course, with many physical disabilities due to low immunization coverage, for example, due to polio, it will cause long-term low productivity of a country, and this will cause economic burden. So there are some challenges that the Ministry of Health and Immunization Program is facing regarding the immunization program. It's about from the supply side and also the demand side. From the supply side, we still find that discrepancy between national and regional immunization target data. And then also the commitment and not local governments prioritize immunization program. So some of them rely on the national budget to cover for the immunization program. And then from the human resources, because the one who works with this immunization program, usually in the primary health center, they have very limited staff, but heavy workload because of personnel. They have to do all the work, not only giving vaccination, but also education and do surveillance, not only for one disease, but for all the diseases that they have in the primary health center. And there's also a high staff turnover whenever they get trainings for like surveillance or some other immunization program. After some time, they change to other work in the health center. And then there's also some challenge in vaccine coaching and logistics. The delay availability of vaccines and logistics and suboptimal management of vaccine and logistic. Because in Ministry of Health, the one that provide the procurement and dealing with the buying the drugs and the vaccine is not the immunization program. It will goes to the other department. So sometimes the link is not the coordination needs to improve to maintain the gap that we're having now. And then from the demand side, we still find some vaccine hesitancy, whether it's related to a religion thing or probably a cultural thing, especially, for example, in a population where they rely on the father as the head of the family. So whenever the father say no to vaccination, the mother cannot get their babies to be vaccinated. So for all these things, it means that immunization service could be disrupted, coverage targets will not be achieved, and some target population refuse to get further immunization, and not to mention higher number of zero dose. And the solution for this is the catch-up immunization. And currently, we are also facing a problem in vaccine availability. We have vaccine shortage, some vaccine antigen or shortage in the field. And this is because of the delays in vaccine procurement, because of the data received from the field, from the regency or from the village to regency, and then to the provincial and to national level. It's not the same because some fill the manual data and some fill the ASIC data. And then the procure quantities also don't match actual needs. The ability of the company to produce the vaccine doesn't match the actual needs in the field. So it means that they have to produce some and then distribute it that small amount. And this also causes another problem of distribution cost because there will be repeated distribution and it will be costly. So for this, the immunization program has made some solution, like having this regular monthly coordination with Directorate of Pharmaceutical and Medical Devices and vaccine supplier who help providing the vaccine. And then they also perform weekly analysis with the primary health center level and thinking of the reallocation that they need to discuss it with Pharmalkas, we call it. And since I sit in the ITAGI is an advisory group of for immunization program. So we are helping the immunization program to set the immunization strategy also for Indonesia and from 2025 to 2029. So we have this goal to ensure that all immunization targets receive complete immunization, and there will be two strategy. need to be fulfilled to increase high, equitable, and quality of immunization coverage and to strengthen the surveillance. And the second strategy will be to strengthen management and governance of immunization programs at all levels. For strategy one, we need to ensure the availability of human resources, vaccines, and logistics. So we need the commitment of human resources, and someone that already trained needs to work on that field so the program can run smoothly. And then we need to increase public awareness of immunization so the hoax information doesn't expand more than and saying that vaccine is bad. It shouldn't be overshadow the importance of the vaccination. And the other strategy is to ensure adequate surveillance of vaccine preventable disease. It's really important to strengthen the collaboration between the surveillance team, not only in primary healthcare, but also to involve public and private hospitals. And for the second strategy, we plan to have established national and regional immunization task force, and not only in national level, but also beyond that, and also to strengthen electronic-based recording and reporting system so we can get the information real time. This will be my last slide. There is a significant increase of vaccine preventable disease in Indonesia and also globally, especially after COVID, where the focus at that time mostly for COVID. And it means that the immunization coverage is low and new strategies need to be developed. And we know that this immunization coverage will have long-term impact that might cause national economic burden because we will produce low quality of human resources. And of course, a high and equitable immunization coverage and a strong surveillance is needed to improve our immunization coverage and of course to reduce our vaccine preventable disease. I think that's all from me. I end here. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Pasaribu, for such an interesting elaboration. Now we are going to continue with the question and answer session. Does any of the audience have any question to Professor Pasaribu regarding the vaccination? Okay, please.
Thank you, Prof. Ayodhya. Very interesting information, and we know that we are facing like more problems now, like after COVID-19. I have a couple of questions. The first one is, since the morning we have been talking about outbreaks, but in your presentation you mentioned that it is very tricky to establish an outbreak, especially related to vaccine preventable diseases, because it can cause a lot of economic burden to the government. So could you elaborate further, like when should we establish an outbreak, especially for vaccine preventable diseases? I think that's my first question, and I'll come up with the second one after this.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Pasaribu. You may proceed to answer the question.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Inka. It's a very interesting question, and I don't know whether I can answer it or not. Actually, we know that an outbreak is, if it's only one case, whenever we don't have the case before, so we can call it an outbreak. But the declare of outbreak is very difficult to mention because it comes with consequences. Budget especially, and also the performance of a province and the province leader will become the thing that they need to mention, they need to think. Actually, for example, for diphtheria cases, we have lots of diphtheria cases from different regencies, and it's very difficult to ask the district leader to say yes to the outbreak. We even approached the head of the provincial health office to help whether if the regency doesn't want to take a role in declaring the outbreak, can it be comes from the provincial level, and if we need to approach the governor, that will be another option. So the thing I think is it's very difficult because it's not only based on the health point of view, but also political thing. But some regency has very good governance system that when we say that it's an outbreak, they receive what we said, and they would like to declare it. So there's no certain answer, Dr. Inka, and it has a long way to go.
Yeah, and so the second question is, what do you think about conducting surveillance? As we see from the reports that there is a reduction of coverage, immunization coverage in children, but what do you think about performing like serosurveillance to assess the protection that is protection in the community for certain vaccine preventable diseases? And the last one would be, would it be possible for Indonesia to establish a compulsory vaccination before entering elementary education? We know in some countries, especially in Europe, that they put this compulsory immunization status for children, so they cannot go into elementary if they are not being vaccinated yet. Thank you.
Okay, we have 2 more questions, Professor. You may now proceed to answer.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Inka. Very interesting question. For conducting surveillance, it's actually already, the surveillance is there, conducted by the immunization program. They have different, the staff has like different area of work, and there's also a certain area of work for surveillance. But the problem of their surveillance is sometimes they didn't get the report from the field, or the report is passed way after the disease has the disease has settled, or even if the patient died. So there's a discrepancy between the real-time surveillance data. But if you said that whether there's a need of serosurveillance, that will be very good. And that could help the immunization program, of course. Until now, the immunization program hasn't think of doing the serosurveillance. They are fixing they're trying to improve the quality of their surveillance by having the manual data put into the ASIC database, but having additional like serosurveillance will be an interesting case, but I'm sure that will cost quite budget. But if we can get like support from university or other, then that could be a good beneficial for the immunization program. I hope that can answer, Dr. Inka.
Okay, Professor, how about the third question about the compulsory vaccination before entering elementary school?
Yes, actually we already proposed this to the immunization program, but it's more difficult than we think. But some province has already implemented this approach. So, like in Kalimantan, they have this in one city. They have this approach by having compulsory immunization before they go into elementary school. We're working on that with the immunization program, and we're still having some discussion because it's the rights of the parents, something like that, and it's not easy to. I mean, it's always pro and cons, and when we need to talk to the legislative, also there are still some pro and cons about this, but it's an ongoing discussion, Dr. Inka.
All right, thank you very much, Professor. We still have a bit of more of time. Do any of the audiences or participants have any other question to Professor Pasaribu? Do we have any question from the Zoom platform? Okay, we still have a bit of time. If any of the audience would like to ask any question, we kindly invite you to raise your hand or maybe using the Zoom platform. All right, Professor, since I think we do not have any more questions left, I think that concludes our session for today, Professor. Once again, thank you so much for joining us and sharing such an extensive knowledge for us. And I hope we can see you again in the future for the next event. Thank you so much for joining us. And we conclude this session. We give it a big hands for Professor Pasaribu. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue to our next session with the topic of dengue fever, a persistent challenge in global health. Our speaker for this session is none other than our beloved chairwoman, Dr. Inka Nadia. Before I would like to share our beloved chairwoman. Dr. Inka is a pediatrician and researcher specializing in infectious diseases. She received her PhD from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and a postgraduate diploma in pediatric infectious diseases from the University of Oxford. Dr. Lewis has several roles, including clinician and vice dean for research and collaboration at University of Sumatera Utara, honorary research fellow at Medicine School of Health Research, committee member of infectious diseases at International Pediatric Association, member of monitoring and evaluation of COVID-19 drugs at the Ministry of Health of Indonesia, and member of COVID-19 vaccine administration at the Ministry of Research and Technology Indonesia. Her research interests range from clinical, epidemiology and diagnostic of malaria, One Health, COVID-19, and antimicrobial resistance to vaccine. Once again, I would like to remind you, all participants, if any of you would like to ask any question after the presentation, you can raise your hand, or you can use the Zoom platform by clicking the raise hand or typing in the chat column. On that note, we kindly invite our distinguished speaker to deliver the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Masudi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Here we are just speaking. Going back, we have our previous speaker has mentioned about dengue fever. So I will talk about dengue fever, why it persists as one of the main challenges in the world. So the outlines of my talk includes global weather and epidemiology. Epidemiology of dengue, not only globally but also in our region in Southeast Asia, and what factors contribute or influence the spread of dengue and the mitigation plans that we have and challenges to control the disease. So in 2024, there were over 14.1 million of dengue cases with over 9,500 of deaths. And we can see in the map above that dengue is actually endemic in most tropical countries. And the numbers of cases in 2024 recorded is actually double the number of dengue cases recorded in 2023. And the numbers of deaths is also double, and compared to 10 years before, the numbers of cases are 12-fold higher
than in 2014. So this number is particularly increased in the region of Americas, especially in the Latin America. I will explain later why the numbers have been increasing significantly. And there are 90 countries that are known to have active dengue transmission, but unfortunately, the true burden of dengue globally is underestimated, especially in the Africa region. One of the other challenges with dengue, the clinical manifestations are quite similar, and I think Dr. Wiki has mentioned this as well. Like there is overlapping of clinical manifestation between dengue, chikungunya, and Zika. And if you see that actually the distribution of these three diseases are similar geographically. And they are all transmitted by the Aedes aegypti factors. So the situation in Indonesia always been in terms of burden of diseases. In 2024, Indonesia ranked second for dengue burden globally after Brazil, and this year, just within 7 months, we are still in the top 3 after Brazil, Colombia, and then Indonesia. So last year we experienced a surge in dengue incidence with almost 19,000 of dengue cases, with 600 of deaths, but this was only reported in the first quarter of the year, and the numbers were already like 3 times higher compared to the year before that. Indonesia also has all 4 serotypes of dengue, so it is hyperendemic, and usually outbreaks will appear every 6 to 8 years. These are the numbers of cases that they reported in Indonesia. So we can see it was first reported in 1968, and the trend has been increasing in the past, especially in the past couple of decades. But now that we understand the dengue better, the management is better, you can see the case fatality rate has reduced significantly. But still, there are still too many dengue deaths. So dengue is transmitted to humans with the bite of affected mosquitoes, but I think Dr. Wiki asked all of our participants earlier who have been affected with dengue. Only some of you raised your hands and said, yeah, I know that I was affected by dengue. You had confirmed with dengue infection, but most of them maybe did not even realize, because that's the problem. Most of dengue infections are asymptomatic, or they only appear with very mild symptoms. So you don't even go to the doctors or to the hospital to get yourself tested. And because of that, because we don't know who are infected or who are like sick because of dengue, we cannot control the disease. We cannot control the transmission from affected person to the healthy individuals. But dengue infection can also cause severe diseases that can involve shock, severe bleeding, and severe organ impairment. So there is a recent literature review looking at the proportion of asymptomatic cases of dengue. So it could be quite fairly between from 15% to 90%, but actually most of them are between 75%. And again, among the symptomatic cases, like 25% will have symptomatic infection, but again, 95 to 99% will have mild infection. Only 1 to 5% will have severe dengue. That's why dengue is considered as one of the neglected tropical diseases. So when we look again at the trend of incidences in the region, not only in Indonesia, but the trend in Asia was an example, we could see like dengue cases has been increasing over a year. Very different to other infectious diseases, for example, like malaria. We could see like a better understanding of the disease, we could better control the transmission of the disease. But why can't we control dengue? Why the numbers are increasing instead of like decreasing? So these are the summary of risk factors that can influence the dengue transmission. But yeah, some of them have been explained. I think some of the speakers from the morning until now have mentioned that climate change, land use change, urbanization play a main role in increasing risk of vector-borne diseases. So some of the risk factors include environmental factors such as land urbanization, housing, poverty, and also water storage crises, globalization, movement of people not only within countries, also between countries, climate change also influences the length of transmission. If we have a longer dry season, increased temperature, or increased temperature in areas that are not suitable for factor transmission, it can also introduce new diseases and cause changing distribution of the factors themselves, and also like effectiveness of control and quality. So I will go one by one to explain more about these risk factors. So Asia is home to 60% of the world's population. That's why we have a very high risk of infection in this region. Not only for zoonotic diseases that has been explained earlier, but for internalized infectious diseases. Because with a high population, it also comes with higher urbanization, also higher population density. And in Southeast Asia, 30% of the world's population reside in this region. And as mentioned, as we all know, Indonesia has the fourth most populous country in the world. And this rapid growing of urbanization is occurring mostly in low-income countries and in upper-income countries. And this population who move to these urban areas, they reside in crowded, low-quality dwelling that creates new opportunities for the emergence of infectious diseases. So especially for the spread of viral diseases such as dengue, chikungunya, and Zika. So this is an example of how the transmission of dengue mosquito can happen. This is an example of how there are so many places that can be the habitats of dengue mosquito. Like even like here, you can see up to 19. So maybe we can go back to our house and see how many places in our house that would be the habitat for the vector of Aedes aegypti. So unlike the other mosquitoes, Aedes aegypti is a daytime feeder. And usually they bite early in the morning or before dusk in the evening. And different from Anopheles mosquito, for example, usually they would bite and then they would rest afterwards. But Aedes, after they bite, they will continue biting other people. So they don't go to rest as biting just one person. And they like to feed, rest, and lay eggs just around the human habitation. There is another factor that also transmits arboviruses, Aedes albopictus. This is the secondary dengue factor in Asia, but in Europe this is the main or the primary dengue factor. And usually this is spread due to international trade, like with the used tires or other goods that can contain water, that can promote the habitat of these Aedes albopictus. And the advantage of Aedes albopictus is it can survive in cool regions, and it also has tolerance to temperatures below freezing and hibernation, and its ability to detect shelter in other habitats. So if we want to manage the habitats of dengue in our house, we have to look for different risks. So it's not only one, so because there are so many places where the factors can proliferate. Of course, we need to look at all the factors. The second one is globalization. So globalization is a direct result of economic growth, and not only it has always as a main driver of global economic system, but also flow of knowledge, flow of connection. But of course, like it has also the role of moving people, including infected people. So the line here in this figure, you can see this is at one time like the numbers of connected routes between nations. So the red color represents of thousands of passengers that are being transferred at one time. The blue one, the yellow one is hundreds, and the blue one is tens. So we can say at one time there are so many people moving from one areas to another, increasing the risk of transmission, especially for infectious diseases. And how is it contribute to dengue transmission? So this was a surveillance study done in 1970, and when researchers did analysis on the serotype circulating in different continents, the Asian region had the 4 serotypes of dengue, but the other regions in Africa and Latin America, they only had 2 serotypes. And what does it mean? If you're familiar with dengue, the first infection of dengue will cause mostly asymptomatic infection or very mild infection. But the secondary infection with a different serotype will cause you severe diseases or will cause you more symptomatic infections. So the more the more chances you will be exposed to different serotypes. It means that you will have multiple types of infection, because you will be infected with the second serotype, third, and fourth serotype, and it can cause you more severe disease. But fast forward to 2004, globally, like the four serotypes are found everywhere else. And in terms of the differences in the serotype, there are only similarity about 60 to 75% at the amino acid level. And when we look at the same serotype, they could also be differentiated into different genotypes and clades, and have differences about 3 to 6% differences. And how this will affect the clinical symptoms. So these genetic variations will contribute to different viral fitness, virulence, and also epidemic potential. So with the changes of the patient they have in their genotype, it will make it easier to be transmitted, like they will cause more severe disease, so they could present in a variety of clinical manifestation and their and how they will transfer to the mosquitoes and also humans. And in Indonesia, like across all provinces, all four serotypes have been included, although like the serotypes that are dominant between provinces could be different. And again, when we look at the combined information from 1970s to 2010, we can see initially there are more serotype 3 dominant in Indonesia, and move to more proportion of serotype 2 and 3 in 1990s, and later it is dominated by serotype 1. And how this will affect the outbreaks of dengue? So it seems that every time we have a change in the domination of a serotype, there will be new outbreaks. So that's why usually, like, although the four serotypes appear circulating in Indonesia, like there are most of the time there's only one serotype that is dominating. The others like silently transmitting until they have more changes in their genetic profile and make them more fitness in transmission, and can cause them easier to be transmitted by mosquito and infected humans, or cause more severity in their illness. So when there is new changes in the proportion of domination in the serotype, it can cause new outbreak. So when we talk about the climate change, the effect of viral transmission are multiple. So we cannot always say like climate change will increase transmission, because it's not non-linear, and sometimes it can give the opposite direction effect. So we need to have a complete understanding to estimate what is the impact of climate change on vector-borne pathogens. Usually, like the high temperature would have effect on three aspects: the vector binding rate, the vector development rate, and pathogen replication. And thereby they will reduce the extrinsic incubation period or time to the vector feeding on an infected host and being able to transfer the pathogen. So they can infect other people faster. So with the increased temperature, the easier it is to transmit infection from one person to the next one. But at the same time, increased temperature will also have a negative effect on the vector itself. So usually it will affect the vector survival, especially when associated with moisture stress. So the length of life of the mosquito is shorter, so they don't live as longer as before. So we cannot just say like the higher temperature will increase the transmission of certain diseases, so we need to look at all those factors. For example, in this case, with the increased temperature we see, the more red color of the land, it means that there has been an increase of temperature in those regions. But how we see the effect on the vector-borne diseases, as example, we see on malaria and dengue. Dengue is represented in red color, but the blue is for malaria. So actually, with the increased numbers of, increased temperature, cases of malaria reduce. But we see more cases of dengue. And this is not only one of the things, we need to see consider other causes of effect of these changes, including deforestation that can influence the climate change, land use change. So it's not only about the effect itself, but also the habits. So now, recently, especially past 5 years, we have seen more cases of dengue in the US, Whereas in southern France, dengue is now endemic, and also some areas in Europe in the map below you can see like Aedes albopictus is prevalent in the area.
And again, we can see why we cannot control dengue, not only because it has been neglected, but are we not doing enough? We can see from 1990s, like everywhere, like dengue has been able to be controlled. Like the numbers are increasing. We see some successful stories from other infectious diseases, especially those transmitted by a factor. For malaria, some countries have successfully eliminated, but this doesn't work for dengue. So how can we improve the control for dengue? So I have summarized what measures that we could do, including diagnosis and case management, integrated surveillance, sustainable vector control, vaccine implementation, and more research. So in order to control transmission more effectively, we need to have a real-time robust dengue surveillance to address concerns about potential undetected cases, co-circulation, and misdiagnosis. Why do you think we don't have a good surveillance of dengue at the moment? Anyone treating dengue? Or anyone who works on dengue? Why do you think we haven't been able to do a good surveillance of dengue? I think one of the reasons is the case definition of dengue. We have two guidelines for dengue, and between countries they follow different guidelines. So the old one is the one from 1997 developed by WHO. This is like most people know where dengue will be classified into dengue fever, dengue hemorrhagic fever, and dengue shock syndrome. Everyone knows about this. But there are some limitations in this classification. That's why the new classification developed in 2009 that could detect earlier dengue cases and can predict which patients will go into severe cases. This updated guideline made a new classification that divided dengue without warning signs, so patients doesn't need to be hospitalized. Dengue with warning sign has potential can become severe and severe dengue. But the problem is not every patient was to adopt the new guidelines. For example, until maybe about 7 years ago, only Singapore, Malaysia, who wants to use the 2009 guidelines. But in Indonesia, Thailand, we continue using the 1997. But since the last couple of years, Indonesia is starting to adopt the new guideline. So for penetration, for example, we use the 2009 guidelines, but internal medicine specialists, they use the 1997. So how could we compare the incidents when we use different case definition? We cannot go like head-to-head comparison. We cannot estimate what is the true burden of dengue. So this is one of the difficulties because we cannot compare just because the case definition is different. One is using this criteria and the other one is using the other one. And second, I have mentioned that dengue can overlap with other similar clinical symptoms of chikungunya and Zika. And in most health facility levels, we don't have a point of care testing to support or to confirm this dengue diagnosis. Most patients just diagnosed using clinical symptoms, and if they are lucky, they will have a basic laboratory test that will show thrombocyte or platelet count of the patients. But then that's not enough because thrombocytopenia can also occur in chikungunya and Zika. And this is the recommendation from the WHO. So when we define the level of the health facility, like even at the primary health centers, at the post-accident level, we're supposed to have point of care testing, like antigen detection using rapid tests, as well as the serology detection for IgM and IgG antibody. But that's not the case. Most of this point of care testing is only available at the hospital level, at the district. So we're not able to diagnose or confirm dengue cases just based on this clinical symptoms. And this availability of the point of care testing is actually very important because this is where the patients are first seen and first evaluated. So when there is an increase of cases, we can trigger an outbreak of dengue before the numbers of cases rise and before the numbers of cases become too high.
And the next one, we also have an early warning system for vector-borne diseases. But of course, it is also very complex because it's not only influenced on one thing. It's not only influenced by the climate. When we have more rains, then it's going to be an outbreak of dengue. It is influenced by environmental factor and also the disease of the viral itself. So there is a literature review that has evaluated different early warning systems that has been developed. But 70% of this early warning system has only included the climate factors. So they evaluated the temperature as well as the rainfall, the humidity to predict outbreak of dengue. On this small portion, as you can see on the right side, would include other factors like climate change, demographic factor, and none of the early warning system involve like 4 factors that could influence the dengue transmission. So WHO has also developed this dashboard where countries can actually update their data, and this can be used to predict dengue outbreak. Unfortunately, this has not been used worldwide. There's also an effort to improve better surveillance of dengue globally. So WHO also developed this dashboard where this data can be uploaded individually or by institution and also be downloaded if anyone wants to use the data. So you can see this was started in 2024, and now we see like the red color, especially in Brazil and Indonesia. And Brazil now takes the #1 burden of dengue, and that's not only because of the introduction of new serotype, they have improved the surveillance system. Now Brazil is one of the countries that use not only the clinical classification, but they able to confirm the dengue cases with PCR. So they have improved the surveillance system, not only using the point-of-care testing, but now patient has to be tested by PCR, and if they're negative by dengue, they can also be checked by Zika. And now the numbers of cases in Brazil has been grown in 2025 up to 2.5 million of cases, much higher than the other countries worldwide. There is also a website to look at all the serotypes of different surveillance. So here again you can see different serotypes of dengue and how it has changes. Next, when we talk about mitigation plans, there are several factor control approaches, although it is focus on one approach that has been implemented in Indonesia. So when we talk about factor control, there is chemical control using the insecticide. There is also biological control using the Wolbachia, environmental control like source reduction by treating the larva habitat. But of course there are challenges including the insecticide resistance and sustainability because this costs a lot. And the problem is usually we do this factor control once we have the outbreak, and it is too late because the larvae are too high and the larva numbers are too high, and it is more difficult to control. So one of the study that has been done in Puerto Rico and to determine when is the best time to implement an intervention for vector control. So it's supposed to be done during the lowest season of dengue. So it's not during the outbreak, but before the outbreak, the intervention, including the chemical control, should be started. Here I have include the explanation about different control methods, but most of them requires a high cost, and it has to be sustainable. So it has to be repeated for. It cannot be stopped like over time. Compared to the Wolbachia program itself, like it's a self-sustaining. So those who have not heard about Wolbachia methods, so Wolbachia is one of a factor control approach where Aedes aegypti mosquito is being infected with Wolbachia bacteria. So once the infected mosquito being infected, they will be released to the population. So they would mix with the naive or wild mosquito population. So as we can see here, the light blue mosquito is the mosquito who has been infected, and the dark blue is the mosquito who has not been infected. And what would happen once they mix with the wild mosquito population?
So when a male Wolbachia mosquito mate with a female wild mosquito, they cannot have offspring. So there will be no mosquitoes anymore. But if both infected mosquito mate, they will have offspring, but the offspring will also carry the Wolbachia infection. And what will happen? These Wolbachia mosquitoes, they cannot carry dengue viruses, so they cannot transmit dengue infection. And if the male is wild, but the female is infected with Wolbachia mosquito, then again the offspring will carry Wolbachia mosquito. So this is like one of the approaches that we think could actually control the dengue transmission, because we cannot control the mosquitoes, and somehow mosquitoes are needed in the ecosystem, so we cannot really eliminate mosquito. And using this approach, as we can see, this will be self-sustained, because we don't need to, once they are mixed with the wild population, all the offspring will carry the mosquito. So we don't need to release new sets of Wolbachia mosquitoes. So this approach has been done in Yogyakarta, in Indonesia. So there are several countries involved in this one. So the study was actually started in 2014 in a small sub-district of Yogyakarta. Yogyakarta is a small city in Java Island, and expanded like to larger areas in Yogyakarta, and up to the 2021, they started in the whole city. So in this study, the Yogyakarta is divided into 24 clusters, where 12 clusters would receive the intervention, where they would receive the Wolbachia mosquitoes, and the other 12 clusters will not receive anything. So the mosquitoes infected with Wolbachia was released several times from March to December. And here on the above figure, right above figure, we could see the proportion of mosquitoes in Yogyakarta in the intervention cluster. And we can see initially the proportion was only 10%, and within 6 months it has increased to 90%. So most of the mosquitoes in Yogyakarta in the intervention cluster now have Wolbachia mosquito, which means they cannot transmit dengue virus at all. But because they share borders with the control clusters, even in the control cluster, we can see the proportion of Wolbachia mosquito increase. And what's happening to the dengue cases in Yogyakarta? So we see the numbers of dengue cases have reduced significantly, and the protective effect, especially in the intervention cluster, is between 70% to 86%. So in Yogyakarta, the incidence of dengue has reduced 77% lower than baseline, and the hospitalization also 86% lower. And moving 10 years afterwards, we can see usually in Yogyakarta, they would have an outbreak of cases every couple of years, because the population in Yogyakarta is quite high, the population density is also high. But since the implementation of the Wolbachia mosquito, especially since the 2021 when they have expanded the intervention to the whole city, we can see there is no outbreak of dengue, and the numbers of dengue cases hospitalized have been significantly reduced. So the study now has been piloted again in 5 other cities in Indonesia, including in Semarang, Bontang, West Jakarta, Kupang, and Bandung. So these cities represent different situations, different settings in Indonesia to see the acceptance. Unfortunately, when the study was going to start in Bandung, just end of 2023, there was a misinformation among the population, especially among the villages from Bandung. So the people there, they refused for the mosquito to be released. So instead of having the 5 villages to be involved, at the end it was only 1 village was able to be included in the study. So I think during today's presentation we talk about outbreaks. So communication to the public is very important. To understand what is the benefit, what is the harm that could occur following an intervention. Well, this actually can be very beneficial. So the last part of my talk is about the other intervention. So vaccine is also very important, maybe not to control the disease, but to reduce the number of hospitalization and especially death. There are 2 vaccines that have been circulated. The first one is Dengvaxia, and the second one is Qdenga. Dengvaxia went to the market a few years ago, but because of the side effects of the vaccine, there are more severe cases, especially among the seronegative individuals after vaccination. Dengvaxia has been stopped. But the second one, the Qdenga, that has been introduced in Indonesia from 2 years ago, it has shown the efficacy of Qdenga among seronegative individuals and seropositive individuals. This is very important because we know dengue happens because of the secondary infection. So we need to compare between seronegative and seropositive individuals. Among the seropositive individuals, which means that they have been infected with dengue before, when they receive the vaccination, the efficacy of dengue cases, to prevent dengue cases, is about 64%, but to prevent hospitalization because of dengue is up to 86%. And among the seronegative people, the efficacy is lower, 54%, but to prevent hospitalization is up to 79%. But do you see, when you see this data, it seems like it's very good, isn't it? Like it can reduce up to 80% of hospitalization because of dengue. So we should implement this vaccine. We should roll out this vaccine. But when we look at the data closer, so actually the effectiveness is only against certain serotypes. So it would protect against dengue serotype 1 and also dengue serotype 2 and dengue serotype 4. It doesn't really have any effect on serotype 3. But it doesn't mean it's not useful. I mean, like, it depends on what serotypes we have in our population. That's why, like, this research has to be complemented with other information. We cannot just see like, oh, this is effective, but we need to see what is the background of our population. So I think like these are the summary of challenges and priorities in dengue. For dengue diagnostic tests, there is a limitation of sensitivity and also access to point-of-care testing. Also, there is some cross-reactivity of dengue with other flaviviruses, and we still don't have any point-of-care testing that could predict which patient would develop into severe diseases. Second, we need to understand better why dengue is more severe among children, why it is okay in adults, but it can be severe again in older age and also pregnant women. There are still very limited study on dengue. And there is still like limited understanding about the mechanism of vascular leakage that can contribute to severe dengue, as well as to understand which antiviral can be repurposed to treat dengue and what other therapies that can be used to prevent progression to severe disease. And we need to evaluate the effectiveness of different factor control measures, whether what we are doing now, I think in Indonesia we use 3M, is it effective? How many people like are actually implementing that? And like the other approach, including the use of insecticides, spraying when we have the outbreak of cases, are they effective? Are they, what is the cost effectiveness of this study? And lastly, we need to understand more about vaccine, dengue vaccine, especially in our population. So as conclusion, so Aedes-borne viral diseases are, we can see is now spread globally with huge burden to health and economic. And the changes in social, environmental, and demographic have facilitated the proliferation of existing transmission system and the spread of viruses and factors into new ecological setting, as we see in Africa as well as in Latin America. And in the absence of easy, rapid, effective solutions, the optimal approach is to intensify surveillance and to strengthen the evidence base for which tools can be best integrated for effective proactive development. And we hope, like with the Wolbachia study being done in Indonesia, when we have the result, we can see whether this can be implemented nationwide. So I think with that, thank you, and I'll give this back to Dr. Alvan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Inke, for such an extensive elaboration. Okay, we are now going to continue with the question and answer session. If any of the audience would like to ask any question to the presenter, I kindly invite you to raise your hand. Okay, we have. Thank you. Can you introduce yourself first?
Thank you for great presentation, Dr. Inke. My name is Mirza from USU Hospital. Very interesting topics about Wolbachia methods for preventing arbovirus. So my question is, the first question, does the World Mosquito Program's approach involve genetically modified organisms? And my second question is, can you provide some background on each of the diseases the World Mosquito Program Wolbachia methods work to prevent? Thank you so much, Dr. Inke.
All right, thank you. Excuse me?
Can you repeat the second question again?
Oh, can you repeat the second question, please?
Absolutely. Okay, my first question is, does the World Mosquito Program's approach involve genetically modified organisms? And the second question is, can you provide some background on each the diseases the World Mosquito Program Wolbachia methods works to prevent? World Mosquito Programs. Okay, yes.
Can you provide some background on each of the disease of the World Mosquito Program? Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mirza. Yes, this is a very exciting new program, and I think like you maybe understand this in Singapore, they also implement this Wolbachia program, although they use a different strain of Wolbachia compared to Indonesia. So with this Wolbachia mosquitoes, like actually the mosquito Aedes aegypti is infected with the Wolbachia, and when they are infected with Wolbachia, they cannot be infected with dengue viruses. So the mosquito doesn't carry any dengue viruses. That's why this is like one of the approaches we think can use in the transmission. So we don't eliminate the mosquitoes, different from the previous approach to control dengue, where we use a lot of chemical measure, like using insecticide spray or like larvicide. This approach is actually not to eliminate mosquitoes. So if we live together with mosquitoes, but at least the mosquitoes will not bring any pathogens with them. And so I think that's the second question actually. So this is not, I don't think this is genetically engineered. This is like mosquitoes being infected with the bacteria called Wolbachia. So they won't be able to, so the virus cannot transmit. But I think one thing that we have to take note is dengue can transmit by two factors. First one is Aedes aegypti, and the second one is Aedes albopictus. So this Wolbachia only works for Aedes aegypti, doesn't work for albopictus. And the second one, it only prevents dengue viruses, but doesn't prevent chikungunya and Zika. So like other diseases, or I think it hasn't been studied yet, but it could prevent other pathogens. Ricky, do you have anything to add?
Do you have anything to add, please?
I think that's spot on. I think the issue with some of the other viruses is like chick, is that Aedes albopictus is a better vector. So then Wolbachia has problems controlling some of these other arboviruses. But you're right, they haven't looked at, I think they've experimentally looked at different infections, different arboviruses, but in the field they've mostly looked at dengue.
And I think one of the ethical issue is also about whether it is okay to eliminate the mosquitoes, because if we use, as I showed earlier, if we use the male Wolbachia mosquito mate with a female one, then they won't have any offspring, and it can reduce the mosquito population. But for the others, the offspring would still be there, but they will just carry the Wolbachia with them. So I think in Singapore, they used the first one. Yeah, where they also have a reduction in the mosquito population, but in Indonesia we don't use that because it is more expensive, but it is still effective in reducing the dengue transmission. But maybe not the mosquito, but the dengue transmission.
Okay, thank you. We still have a bit of time. Does anyone else have any question? Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Inka, for your wonderful presentations. I have two questions. First, I wonder, since you graduate from the UK 2 times, right? And it's 10 years distance one to the others. What do you think, what do you see difference when you stay there during your PhD and during your recent one? Because when we know the climate change the trend of the diseases, do you really experience this kind of changing during your stay there? Because you have 2 different periods of staying there. My next questions, because the topic here is dengue fever, a persistent challenge in global health. In yesterday's sessions, we listened to Dr. Putri lecture regarding the main concern or the main concern of global health is health equity. In the way how we intervene people should be best tailor-made, should be what the community need, cannot be one for all, the same, cannot. So, since the problem of dengue is everywhere, not only in low middle income countries, not only in tropical countries, how do you, and during your presentation, you show so many approach that we can apply. So, which one do you think the best for certain types of communities or regions or characteristic of the place? For example, what is the best for tropical countries? What are the best for Western countries? What is for high income, something like that? Because it's somehow based on our previous lecture, then different communities, different region, different area, different characteristics should have different approaches so we can have the same outcome. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Budi. Yeah, I think for the first one, it is quite tricky, but I think it has been. I think it has been reported like there is an increase of temperature, especially in Europe. I'm not very familiar with the US, and like from my experience myself, like I experienced like maybe heat waves in Europe, including like the last year, just keeping like plasma, longer, I think longer summer and more yeah, but of course, like you need to check about that. And regarding the health equity, I think that is the problem. Sometimes I think I actually just attended maybe last couple of weeks ago in Tanzania. Talk about dengue. So I was actually surprised because now when you talk about dengue in Africa, we know like mosquito borne diseases, important mosquito borne diseases in Africa is malaria. But apparently, like there are increasing numbers of dengue in this region, but they don't have enough tool to detect dengue. So most of the times, when people come with symptoms like malaria, fever, rash, also mimic like dengue, they will be treated for malaria despite the negative results of the point of care testing. And when we did the zero surveillance, they see actually some proportion in the population they were exposed by dengue, as you can see in the higher zero surveillance result. So I think the initial step to address this health equity gaps between countries, I think low-income countries and middle-income countries, we need to have a better surveillance system. Maybe like from the availability of tests, maybe could be also from the surveillance system, like using integration data to understand better whether this disease is a burden or not in their community. It is difficult to address the problems by saying business, but we don't know yet whether the problem is whether the disease is actually a burden or not. We
HIV and TB, and for non-communicable diseases would be stroke and heart diseases. But if you don't do surveillance for these kinds of diseases, we don't know how much you actually contribute. So I think the first one would be improve the surveillance to understand the burden and epidemiology of diseases.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Because our time is up, I think that concludes the question and answer session. But first, I'd like to invite our distinguished speaker to join me to receive the souvenir.
Mari. Satu, dua. Oke. Oke.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our session for today. For this, and now we are going to continue with the short coffee break. Thank you.
Ku tetapkan asa balik akal dan nalar. Di tempat ini ku belajar mengakar, kesempatan untuk kembali berpijar, membumi kembali tu abdi ibu pertiwi, lampaui lewat jendela dunia pahami. Karya nyata kau sah prima, cipta asa bekerja sama.
Ibu pertiwi,
make you proud to the fullest.
kini esok dan seterusnya.
Let the saga continue.
Setiap berkarya
Yo, yo.
yang terbaik ada di sini.
One health has become more important in recent years. It is an approach that recognizes that the health of the people is closely connected to the health of animals and our shared environment. We are very delighted that we are able to bring this course in a hybrid format to ensure the involvement of as many as professionals from Indonesia but also worldwide.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I officially open this conference. I hope that all conference participants can take advantage of this moment to get the information they need.
Saya ingin sampaikan berupa kota mendukung sama understanding one health issue in Southeast Asia.
Dari Sabang sampai Merauke ku bimbang, pilih mana yang oke. Ku tanya diriku, tapi hati meragu. Kini tiba saatnya, pilih yang paling istimewa. Akhirnya inilah misi, ku pilih-pilih dahulu. Banyak jurusan terbaik, pastikan ada kamu. Masa depanku akan ku buat gelap. Pilihanku pasti busuk, cerahkan menanti. Oh, betapa indah jelita kampus kita. Kuatkan diriku, yakinkan pilihanku. Kini tiba saatnya, pilih yang paling istimewa. Akhirnya inilah misi, ku pilih-pilih dahulu. Banyak jurusan terbaik, pastikan ada kamu. Masa depanku akan ku buat gelap. Pilihanku pasti busuk, cerahkan menanti. Diriku, dirimu, dan dirinya di sini diusung. Pilihan kita semua telah tiba saatnya. Pilihlah kampus khusus saja. Akhirnya inilah usul, ku pilih-pilih dahulu. Banyak jurusan terbaik, pastikan ada kamu. Masa depanku akan ku buat gelap. Pilihanku pasti busuk, cerahkan menanti. Pilihanku pasti busuk, cerah pasti menanti.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Global Summer Course 2024.
We also have 13 international participants representing Palestine, Nigeria, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, and Vietnam. We have 23 national participants and 39 local participants from USU and other institutions in Medan. Sanitation has successfully reduced the overall mortality and morbidity due to infectious diseases.
About that, we really need to understand what each our categories for the intermediary.
For this patient. These young patients, sometimes that even if you acquire HIV, what is happening in the larger community? That people are getting HIV. Maybe there is another problem.
Yeah, I think the feedback was overall positive. They liked the genomics lecture and also the lab demonstration. They really like it. You can tell from their engagement. They really enjoyed it. They asked some questions. And we did some demonstration. And they really loved the demonstration, the hands-on demonstration in the lab. So generally the feedback was positive and really good.
Okay, well, there is a lot of memories that I have seen and remembered during this week. One of those was the new knowledge that I know about the new chemical disease and the advance or the current situation of those disease in Indonesia and overseas. Also, when we gather in the lab, learning new things about whole genome sequencing.
For me, I think for the knowledge that I gained, because of this is the international summer course regarding the global health. So I thought as a medical student for the global health, it's only involving medical specialties like a doctors, medical assistant and nurse. But after I came here for a week, the summer course teach me to realize that the global health, including all of many professions such as engineering, psychologists, epidemiologists. So and also it introduced me to the One Health concept, which is very new to me, which is involving the environment, the human and also the animal health. So yeah, I think it's very useful for me in the future as a medical doctor.
Selama saya kegiatan ini saya merasa saya telah mengupgrade mulut saya, tidak refreshing ilmu yang sebelumnya sudah saya pelajari, dan itu merupakan suatu harapan dari seorang dosen dan dokter untuk mengikuti perkembangan keilmuan, dan kegiatan ini merupakan salah satu wadah yang sangat bermanfaat.
For me, I believe to be involved more of the student, because this knowledge really bites from the younglings to endorse in, because we say nip it from the bud. Yeah.
Nah, kebetulan kan aku PPDS mata, jadi kasus kami kebanyakan tuh katarak dan glaukoma yang disebabkan oleh penyakit-penyakit seperti hipertensi dan diabetes mellitus. Jadinya pada Global Health Summer Course ini kita ada membahas non-communicable disease, yang dimana kadang kita terlalu terfokus sama penyakit utamanya, hipertensi, DM, tapi kita nggak fokus sama apa penyebab dari penyakit tersebut. Nah, karena ada banyak dibahas soal itu, jadinya manfaatnya itu kita jadi bisa lebih aware sama penyakit-penyakit itu.
So I think the summer course has been very fun, and not only the participant but I myself, I learned so much, not only from the other speakers from outside Indonesia but also from the students, how they could be very creative and provide solution to the health problems in the community. So I can't wait to have another summer course next year.
Okay, so 3 words for summer course will be very interesting and meaningful and very eye-widening.
Okay, 3 words for the summer course. I would say like it's an excellent workshop. So there are lots of interactive studies. So we're not just given theories. So it should be easier for the students to apply.
Keren, bagus, dan sukses.
Luar biasa dan
menyala summer course-ku.
Yes, summer course is very nice. I gain many knowledge from the course and also gain a new colleges.
Keren, fantastis, bombastis.
So 2 words for summer course is innovative, motivational and interesting.
Summer course, for me it's like new alignment. And fun.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next scientific session, let's some ice breaking. Could you please stand up? Could you please stand up? Yeah. Let's just follow the instruction in the video, okay? Can we start? Let's follow what he's saying. Okay. 1, 2, 3, go. I am happy. Very happy. Say. Ho. Ha. Ha. Say. Ha. Ha. Ho. Ho. Ha.
your voice? Yes. Louder. Are you happy now? Okay, thank you.
Two more topics to cover today. Our first speaker for this session is our distinguished speaker, Dr. Ruki Alvis. Leads and supports several vaccine-related projects and genomic initiatives, including ASEAN Genomics Initiative, and which partners with 15 Asian countries which want to improve access to pathogen genomic sequencing to maximize its utility. One of our key goals in this Asia PGI is capacity development and to ensure that pathogen genomic information is utilized to optimize new tool design and implementation. In this session, Dr. Ruki Alvis will deliver a topic about building outbreak resilience. From the three pandemics. Very important topics. I hope you will learn many things from our speaker today. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big applause to our speaker, Dr. Ruki Alvis.
Hi everyone. Happy again. So it's just an anecdotal story. I'm a viral immunologist by training, okay, so I'm not a genomics person. But in fact, when I was through my undergrad, graduate school, even research, I ran away from sequencing. I did it, but I actually ran away from it. I preferred not to do it. Until 4 years ago, we had to set up the Asia Pathogen Genomics Initiative. And essentially, I was chosen because I love training and I love laboratory. I was chosen as the person to lead it. So everything I know in depth is through in the last 4 years. Just saying, anyone else who is scared of NGS and genomics, it's doable. It won't take 4 years. It'll take less than that, but it's perfectly doable. Okay. Finally, okay, this works. We figured out a way to make this work. Before we get started, I just wanted to see how many of you have sequenced a pathogen or analyzed the sequence of a pathogen before. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I think people are still scanning. Oh, the data doesn't show on the screen. Eddie? No, hold on. We're trying to trick the system to get it to show the data, but it doesn't show. Never mind, but I can read to you the data. Essentially, so the program I'm using apparently doesn't work with Zoom. So apparently, over 80% of participants here have either sequenced a pathogen or analyzed a pathogen sequence or looked at a sequence. So that's good news. So actually, there's very little for me to teach you in this lecture. The next question is, if yes, which pathogens have you Is it? Okay, sorry about that. Okay, you can't see the answers, but I can see the answers. So I'm just going to read out what. So the most popular one is SARS-CoV-2. Then there's TB. So that's interesting. TB is not easy to sequence. TB is there. There's Plasmodium, dengue, chikungunya, but the two biggest one is SARS-CoV-2 and TB. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so let's move on. In terms of learning objectives, the hope is that after this lecture, you will know a little bit about NGS and pathogen sequencing. I know on Friday, we might have another sort of activity where you go through a little bit more details on genomics, but just want to go through it here as well. Then we will go through the utility of pathogen genomics in surveillance. Next, we will cover a little bit about the global efforts currently happening to essentially strengthen pathogen genomics sequencing and surveillance globally. And then finally, the advances in pathogen genomics. Okay, so since a lot of you have actually conducted genomics or looked at sequences, what's interesting, history is always interesting, right? So next generation sequencing a pathogen or sequencing in general started in 1977 with the Sanger method. I don't know if any of you have done Sanger sequencing. Has anyone done Sanger sequencing? Just raise your hand. Yes, there's a nodding. Okay. So 1977, that's when the Sanger technology was first released. In 1981, human mitochondria was sequenced. So essentially, in our lifespan, majority of those here in our lifespan, some of the first initial things were sequenced. The first human genome was sequenced in 2001. Fast-tracked the first NGS. So when we talk about next generation sequencing, a lot of when we talk about pathogen genomic surveillance, it's really done, currently at least, it's done with next generation sequencing methods. Although Sanger is still used. 2005 was when the first NGS platform was released. I don't know if any of you have done 454, but I started with 454. Then we had Illumina come out in 2006. The next big sort of step was potentially around 2011, 2014. That's when the third generation of NGS came about. So Sanger is known as the first. Second generation is short read Illumina. And third generation is long read, which came out around 2011, 2014. And in 2020, when COVID came about, between 2020 and 2022 or 2023, actually there's been a huge acceleration and upscaling and adoption of next generation sequencing, mostly Illumina and Oxford Nanopore, across the world. And that happened after COVID and due to COVID. So that's a little bit the history of sequencing. Now, just a definition. Next generation sequencing is known as high throughput sequencing. It's a method for determining the order of nucleotides in DNA or RNA. It enables rapid sequencing of large amounts of genetic material. So as I mentioned, there's first, second, and third generation NGS. Second generation is a bit more specific data, essentially is what's known as short read sequencing. Now, Illumina falls into second generation, and they also use a fluorophore method to assess what the different nucleotide order is. MGI, I don't know if some of you are using the MGI technology. Nanowell, that's also a second generation short read technology. Third generation is pretty read actually. Third generation is long read technology. And this isn't just an example of a that's supposed to be labeled as third generation. And essentially, the way it sequences DNA or RNA is it's direct sequencing. And what happens is there's a little pore essentially if you have an Oxford nanopore sequencer, there's a little pore, and as a strand goes through that pore, there's a change in the electrical signal, which can essentially record as a nucleotide. So it's very simple. This is a little bit more information on second generation and third generation. You can read it when you have time. Again, there are strengths and limitations for both. Second generation sequencing has a higher accuracy currently. The accuracy per sequencing read is higher. Lower cost of sequencing because it has higher throughput. Limitations is that if you have certain pathogens that have repetitive regions, or even human genomes have huge repetitive regions, then short read technology does, there are some challenges. Also, there are some amplification biases associated with short read. Third generation or long read sequencing are essentially very long reads. So if you have a novel pathogen, for instance, you could potentially sequence that out without primers, right? Or primers covering the whole genome, because it has longer reads. So that is an advantage. However, currently, they do have a lower accuracy, which majority of the time is accounted for bioinformatically. So that's the issue currently with long read. But again, most people, if you go to a laboratory, most people have a short read sequencer, Illumina usually, and a long read sequencer, ONT. Okay. I know most of you know this process, have probably even done this, but I'm just going to go through the steps. And again, on Friday, you will get to actually see these steps. I think Eddie's going to take you through the steps in the lab. So this is very theoretical, but you will see it practically on Friday. So essentially, very simple process for those who do lab work is essentially you get a sample, you prepare the sample, extract the nucleic acid. Basic normal extractions work a lot of the times. If it's serum, we do use those extraction columns that I used to use. Then we do some form of amplification. So this is something a lot of people don't talk. People who are not technically doing this, assay doesn't realize you have to amplify what's there. Either you do a targeted amplification where essentially you know what is in that sample. Say you know it's dengue, so you're going to do a targeted amplification, or you do an untargeted amplification. And then there's what's known as library prep. Essentially, it's adding different barcodes and adapters that allow it to be sequenced. And so that's the workflow. Now, there are many ways to sequence a pathogen. So, one of the easiest ways is essentially whole genome sequencing, but a targeted method where either, say, if we're sequencing Salmonella typhi or something, we first grow it out and then we sequence whole genome. Essentially, this does take a bit of time because usually you have to isolate the pathogen or culture it. But you can get high coverage. Then you have metagenomic sequencing. Now, metagenomic sequencing, you're sequencing everything in the sample. Everything in the sample, very untargeted. You don't have to worry about what it is. But the downside is, your pathogen might be like a little pin in a haystack. You might be sequencing mostly the human host. So have to think about it. When we go for metagenomic sequencing, if we know what the pathogen is, don't do metagenomics, no point, right? Do something more targeted. So then the last one is targeted NGS. Now, targeted gene NGS is different from genome sequencing because now what we can do is, instead of always sequencing the whole pathogen genome, we can just sequence what we want. For instance, if we had TB and we want to know the resistance profiling, and we know which mutations are associated with antibiotic resistance, why would you sequence the whole genome, right? You could just, a lot of the time, sequence just those targeted regions, and that's targeted gene sequencing. Okay. Slightly different. There are also different sequencing approaches. Essentially, amplicon-based. So targeted gene panels, gene sequencing is usually through amplicon sequencing. So essentially, we're using primers that are very specific to your pathogen because you know what the pathogen is. Then there are hybrid capture sequencing, where we essentially pull down your different viruses. So essentially, maybe you have little probes that can pull down 200 different kinds of viruses or bacteria. So that's hybrid capture, and the last one we just discussed is metagenomics. Each one has strengths and limitations. So I just put it up there. You can take a look when you have time. Okay. So that's a little bit of background on different types of sequencing, and I think on Friday he might go through it again. But now that we have a little bit of background on NGS, let's transition into why pathogen genomic sequencing became such a big deal following COVID. So this is essentially during SARS-CoV-2, there was a need to look at how SARS-CoV-2 was evolving. Right? First we had the ancestral strain. A couple of months later we had an alpha strain pop up. Then a couple of months later we had beta. Then we've gone through what delta, omicron, so many different versions. And what people realized is, I mean, it's an RNA virus, right? It's evolving. Just primers will not help us sort out how it's evolving, right? So we need, in addition to PCR, we need a sequencing method as well to complement. So SARS-CoV-2, so they used NGS quite a lot during SARS-CoV-2 to study the evolution. NGS was also used to look at, to figure out, is this an endemic strain or is it an imported case, endemic versus imported cases. So a lot of high-income countries that had zero COVID or very low transmission of COVID used NGS to figure out cluster investigation, outbreak investigation. Third one is they used NGS and sequencing information to figure out the biology of SARS-CoV-2, right? So I was more on the immunology side, and I had colleagues more on the infection side. So they were looking at the sequence and doing transmission experiments and infection experiments to see, is this new variant, is this new mutation better at infecting? Then tracking variants also became important for vaccine escape, right? I think some of us probably were involved in vaccine development against COVID, and it was very important to keep track of the variants coming out. And then obviously we need to know the sequences to update our diagnostics. So during SARS-CoV-2, NGS became a very, very important tool. But unfortunately, so this is the proportion of SARS-CoV-2 cases that were sequenced in Asia. And you can see majority of Asia, so China is, red, okay, China sequenced a lot. But majority of Asia didn't sequence as much, considering how many cases they have, right? So it's because Asia in general didn't have a large amount of NGS capacity at the time. But, therefore, a lot of entities afterwards realized the importance of this technology, and essentially there's a lot of activities that's happening globally, regionally, nationally in Indonesia as well, that essentially wants to improve the capacity of sequencing and tracking of pathogens. This is just a slide to show, before COVID, NGS was very much a research many of us used it for research. Academic labs had it, research labs had it. In high-income countries, NPHLs, National Public Health Laboratories, had it. Reference laboratories had it. High-income tertiary hospitals had it. However, majority of the world didn't. Low-middle-income countries, potentially only few academic labs had it. But what happened after COVID is that this research tool actually went into national public health laboratories in a big way. It was seen as a technology that should also be in public surveillance, national surveillance, for many different reasons. To look at human disease, to look at the intersection between human and animal, to track zoonotic spillovers, and also to do environmental surveillance. So very much for early detection. So this is what led sort of a global effort. So WHO very early on, I believe in 2022, came out with a global genomic strategy. So this is essentially a strategy to get the places that don't have this capacity, to get this capacity so that they are ready for the next outbreak or their current outbreaks, etc. We also did a study, so the Asia Pathogen Genomics Initiative is an initiative that we host in our center, and I'll show some of this data on Friday. Essentially, we did a large landscaping effort in about 13 to 14 countries in our region to see, as far back as 2022, what the NGS capacity for pathogen genomics was in our region. And I will show some of the data later. So the WHO strategy was very simple. They categorized it into 5 different objectives. And as you can see, objective 1 was about improving access to the tools. Objective 2 was very much about workforce, capacity building, human resources. Objective 3 was about data sharing and the use of genomics data for public health response. Objective 4 was to try to get a timely turnaround. And objective 5 was to maintain this capacity for the next outbreak or response. So there was a recognition that NGS should be used, pathogen genomics should be done not just in the face of an outbreak or a pandemic, that we should somehow keep that, once that infrastructure capacity is set up, we should keep it going. So that's the WHO strategies. This was brought together by the Geneva office, but now is being implemented together with countries in regional and country offices. This is also essentially right afterwards, the WHO Berlin hub or pandemic hub created the International Pathogen Surveillance Network, which has a huge component on pathogen genomics globally, and they have very similar missions. And these are essentially, so if you're in a ministry or a National Public Health Laboratory and you want to, let's say, look at the costing guidelines, M&E frameworks, sampling strategy is not created yet. But the prioritization tool is, if you these are all free tools that can be used for planning purposes. Okay, so what's the good news? Good news is sequencing is getting cheaper, right? Sequencing per sample is getting cheaper, the technology is advancing, we're getting higher and higher throughput machines. So sequencing is getting cheaper. It doesn't mean it's accessible to many places, but it's getting cheaper. And what's nice, we work on pathogens, right? Oh, at least some of us work on pathogens. Therefore, what's nice for us is that, if we're a virologist, our genome sizes are very small. So actually, the cost per sample is much smaller. And if you're a bacteriologist, very similar. Obviously, you can see how the genome sizes range. And a human human genome is like several thousands or million times larger. Okay. So, sometime in 2020, many of the countries were trying to assess, many of the countries that didn't have NGS or didn't have a lot of resources asked themselves, why would we invest in pathogen genomic surveillance? Why would we invest in an expensive tool like this? And we did some lit reviews, some research, some systematic reviews, and essentially came up with a framework. So there are many public health users, so there's a reason for governments to invest in this technology. We use very often contact tracing, early detection, non-pharmaceutical intervention. So essentially, if you roll out a vaccine, you want to see is there vaccine immune evasion. Antimicrobial stewardship, it is used in a big way for sequencing strains and looking at their resistance profile and effectiveness of vaccines and diagnostics. Now, a huge component, and we will come to this when we look at the advances, is that now NGS is being implemented in clinical settings for patient management. And what's exciting about that is once NGS moves into the clinical settings, it'll truly be decentralized. Because it'll go into hospitals, it'll be used routinely for patient care. And this is what we want, for it to be routinely. This will come down, hopefully. And final is R&D, research and development. So what's obvious is that not each of those use cases apply to each of the different pathogens, right? So we have to take the pathogens that are important in our region and assess. So for TB, actually TB is a beautiful use case. So for those colleagues who are working on TB, and many of you seem to have even sequenced it, it's a beautiful use case for NGS. Because essentially, sequencing TB gives you all those utilities, including patient management. Drug resistance bacteria comes close. Respiratory viruses as well. Zoonotic spillovers. The one that is a little bit of a question mark is arthropod viruses. So, for example, sequencing dengue, sequencing Zika, chikungunya. There is a use case for it. We should be sequencing to detect early detection of strains, to see our vaccines. Now there's a Takeda vaccine for dengue. Is it causing some immune pressure, etc. However, what's nice is that maybe we don't have to sequence it as intensely as the other ones. So, depending on your pathogen, your sampling size strategy will change, and the way you sequence will change. Okay, I have one more. If you guys can scan, so have you ever used sequence information to treat or manage patients? Whoever manages patients. Okay, I'm just showing the QR code again for those of you who haven't been able to scan. And sorry guys that this just hasn't been working well. Okay. Wow. So, okay, I'll just read out the answers. 63% say no, 0% say yes, but pre-existing data from hospital or literature. 38%, that's almost one-third, over one-third says yes directly from patient samples. Is there anyone here who's sequenced and then managed a patient from using that data? Anyone want to tell us about it? Okay. But it's a good thing, by the way. I thought it would be zero, because it's only in the recent years that NGS is being used in clinics, or trying to push NGS into clinics. There aren't a lot of validated assays in the clinics, so some of the sequencing kit providers are trying to get validated assays into the market, so they can be used in hospital settings. So this is brilliant for those of you who have done it. Okay. I'm going to go a little bit faster. So one of the advances, as you saw, is genomics has now gone from the bench to bedside. So it went from bench to public health, and now it's in the bedside, right? And this is just an example of essentially, the traditional method of assessing antibiotic resistance for bacterial pathogens would be isolating culture, then looking at its antimicrobial resistance profiling, and then treating. And that usually has a couple of days of turnaround time. But NGS, the hope is that it can be faster. We can sequence quickly, turn it around, get resistant genetic markers that can be used for treating. Now, we're not there yet. The reason being, phenotype to genotype correlations haven't been 100%. So currently what's happening is there are databases where people are looking at the genotypic, so the genetic, say if there's a mutation, how does that correlate with the phenotypic resistance? And that is being done currently. Similar to TB, now TB, there is a big push into clinics and use, so I believe it's a stepwise process, gene expert first, and then for those that gene expert cannot catch, essentially NGS. And TB, because majority of the mutations are in the core genome, they aren't plasmids, there seems to be a higher, let's say, slightly easier to predict the genotype to phenotype correlation. Okay. Next advancement has been in metagenomic sequencing. This may not seem obvious, but metagenomic sequencing leads to a lot of data. And what to do with that data has always been an issue. But now, computing infrastructure, and we have a lot of bioinformatic pipelines that allow us to differentiate between different sets of data. So metagenomic sequencing is becoming a reality. It is a very powerful tool to discover novel viruses and pathogens. If we want to discover rare and emerging pathogens, it's also good. Metagenomic sequencing, we went to China recently, actually last year, and we realized they were already using it to assess, diagnose rare diseases and also rare infections, especially in the CNS. And that was already being used in their hospitals as a diagnosis. And obviously we can use it in environmental surveillance. Now the biggest downside for metagenomic sequencing is actually cost per sample and the complexity of the data. The next advancement has been multi-pathogen genomic approaches. So historically, a lot of our surveillance programs and efforts, control efforts, have been in siloed programs. But if we are taking on advanced technology like NGS and then implementing it in a cost-effective manner, and we will cover this again on Friday, we need to have a method where we can potentially go from pathogen-specific approaches to multi-pathogen approaches as well. So we optimize the use of resources. Now, obviously, multi-pathogen genomic surveillance approaches have a huge amount of challenges, and I'll let you read these. The next advancement has been in the area of wastewater and environmental surveillance. Now, it's being used in a big way, and genomics is being implemented in a big way in this area. This wastewater surveillance and the use of genomics in it has been seen as potentially a complementary method to clinical surveillance, and maybe in certain areas where access to healthcare is low, maybe there's a potential to capture pathogens through the wastewater. So that's sort of the thinking on this. And again, you know, if you're keen, take a look at the advantages and disadvantages of different detection method in wastewater. Okay, the next advancement, as you guys know, is artificial intelligence. Again, many groups are trying to use AI models and machine learning models to make sense of the gigantic amount of data that comes out of sequencing for purposes of, and they're using all kinds of different, large language models, supervised models, unsupervised models. Those who are bioinformaticians will understand this a bit better, but I'm going to skip it. But essentially, you know, you can ask questions, answer questions around molecular evolution, protein structure analysis. So I'm an antibody person. I often look at the structure of viral proteins and this sequence of how the sequence affects the structure and antibody binding. We can also look at it for vaccine design. Then there's systems biology. So that's not just looking at genomics, but again, post genomics, omics platforms. And finally, genomics for disease research. Okay, the next advancement has been genomics is now rapidly used because of the availability of so much genomic information. We are now rapidly using and translating it into diagnostics, vaccines, and also therapeutics. Especially in the vaccines, the mRNA field, they are rapidly able, if there is a pathogen detected, they can design an mRNA vaccine and translate it. This is a little bit of data we had from one of our surveys that we did with our 13, 15 country partners. And what we asked them the question, you know, from all the sequencing that you're doing nationally, are you using, what purposes are you using it for? And obviously we put in some therapeutic development, functional immunology, molecular assay development, and interestingly enough, and this was in 2023, many groups were already using pathogenomics data for these different purposes. So they're already using it to develop diagnostics and therapeutics. Okay, one more question. I promise this is the last one. Can these advances in pathogen genomics be successfully implemented in Asia? What do you think? What are your thoughts? Yes, definitely. Yes, but only in high-resource settings. No, Asia is not ready yet. No, Asia will never be ready. Okay, we have a very optimistic crowd. This is great. So 33%, so 1/3 says yes, but only high resource settings. We'll talk about that on Friday. And 2/3 says yes, definitely. So a lot of optimism here. We will find out on Friday. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Rukin, for your joyful presentations. Now we are opening the Q&A sessions for those who want to raise questions. Welcome to ask questions to our speaker, Dr. Rukin. Is there ask questions? Yes, please, Eddie.
So thank you for the opportunity. I would like to ask a question again, Cookie. So previously you mentioned that the sequencing price is already decreased by a lot lately in the world. But in reality, during the arbovirus workshop at Singapore last year, June, we already concluded that Indonesia still is the highest, is the country with the highest consumable price. So
Highest what?
so Indonesia, during the arbovirus workshop last year, we concluded that Indonesia is the country with the most expensive consumables in Southeast Asia. So perhaps this is an open question, and the question is, do you see, or perhaps is it possible in the future with that, with the price issue, the sequencing in Southeast Asia capable of replacing the previous technologies that is used for detecting for like SARS-CoV, which is PCR. So do you think it's possible in the future or not? That's my question. Thank you.
Thanks, Eddie. So Eddie brings up a good point. What we realized was when we started implementing sequencing in a big way in many of the countries, LMIC countries, lower resource settings, moderate resource settings, is that the supply chain is not sorted out. So, you know, me in Singapore, Illumina's down the road, I can get my kids, ONT's down the road, but then in Indonesia, in fact, depending on where in Indonesia your lab is based, there's a lot of problems getting the reagents in time. And some of these reagents, the turnaround time essentially of expiry is 6 months. So, you know, by the time it's shipped, travels to you, there's less than 2 months to get your experiments done. That is not really possible for those of us in the lab, we know that. And also there's distributor hikes, it's expensive. So I think I don't have an answer to Eddie's question. It's something that many people are trying to sort out. People have suggested bulk procurement methods and other ways. We, hopefully on Friday, I will integrate a slide on that and we can discuss a bit more. But that's a good question. And that's also potentially one of the main things that will impede with low risk settings taking on and adopting NGS.
Thank you, Dr. Ruki, for your answer. I hope Eddie is satisfied with the answer. Now we have the second question from the lady here. Please.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity. It's a really great presentation, Ruki. My name is Nisrina. I am from the laboratory in microbiology from Faculty of Medicine USU. My question is, I would like to ask about the tuberculosis situation in Singapore, because our lab is also currently working on tuberculosis genomic surveillance. So has tuberculosis genomic sequencing in Singapore been integrated into patient strategies? Because in Indonesia, our efforts are really focused on surveillance. So that would be my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So this is the one who answered by just keep quiet. So please.
Thank you. That was actually a very good question. So in Singapore does isolate. Again, Singapore is low density, right? So the TB problem is not as like Indonesia has a lot of TB. Singapore approach is to isolate and sequence every single identified TB strain and case. But again, that's only possible in low endemic countries like Singapore, right? Once you come to country, like Indonesia, India, these settings, it's not not possible, it's not realistic. Good question. Are they doing patient management? They are, as far as I know, using the answer is not in a big way, not yet. They are using a stepwise fashion, essentially Gene Expert, and if Gene Expert, depending on the results, then they will go and do NGS. But because they're mostly doing whole genome sequencing from cultured samples, and culturing takes a long time, that they're probably using the information, but not as quick as NGS, the advantages of NGS. What people are pushing for right now are the targeted amplicon panels. What I don't know, and I should know, I don't know if they're using that for treatment alongside with the Gene Expert. This I don't know. But happy to introduce you to our TB colleagues in Singapore. Singapore General Hospital and the National University Hospitals are the two hospitals that are doing TB surveillance and sequencing and management of cases. And they report all the data to the National Public Health Laboratory. And we are on the Singapore General Hospital campus and very close to the TB colleagues. So if you need, to link up with experts, we're happy to do so. Yeah, good question.
All right, I hope that answers your questions. One more questions from the floor. Okay, this is Dara, right?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Rocky, for your presentations. I'm Yora from Exchange Health Initiative Jakarta. So, from your presentations, we can conclude that NGS is a powerful tool, and then because of that, I think nowadays people towards or move into this NGS and then tend to replacing these traditional methods such as like PCR or serology, like virus culture, with this technology. So, not sure what your thought on that, because like I think this is more into like complement instead of replacing this technology. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
That's a good question. Actually, that's a very important question, and I should have added it in. NGS won't replace the traditional methods. At least I don't think so. Again, things like PCR, serology testing, antigen testing, they answer questions that actually NGS cannot answer, and they have advantages that NGS doesn't. PCR, you can go down to, depending on which country, a couple of cents a test, and the turnaround time now, there are POCTs, right, in the bedside, you can do molecular testing, same with serology. I personally think we're not at that stage with NGS to replace that. You're absolutely correct, it's a complementary assay. Diagnostics through molecular testing, serology should still be done in parallel to NGS. In fact, once you sequence a pathogen and you find, say it's a novel pathogen or a variant, then you can redesign your diagnostic test, so your PCR test, and for essentially upscaling it or conducting the test in a larger number of people, you should do that more using the traditional testing. At least that's what I think. I don't think it'll replace. It shouldn't replace. Culturing will always be there. Just because you sequence doesn't mean you have the virus, right? And especially for vaccine development, therapeutics testing, animal models, all these things, you need the virus. So I believe those things need to happen in parallel. You're absolutely correct. We shouldn't just be switching to NGS.
All right, thank you, Dr. Kim, for your answer. And that wraps up our session for this topic. Please, once again, please give a big applause to our speaker, Dr. Rocky Diawas. Please stay in front, Dr. Rocky. We will have a souvenir for you and have a together photo sessions. Dr. Kim, please stay still. We'll have a photo session together, and I will give some as a gift to. Thank you for Teruki. Now we are going to have our next speaker, which come from Ministry of Health, which is also very important topics. I hope you will still enjoy and still have energy for this last topic of the day before we have our interactive discussion. Our next speaker is Ms. Dewi Nur Aisyah from Ministry of Health. Will talk about digital health transformation in Indonesia, progress and way forward. Ms. Dewi Nur Aisyah is a accomplished epidemiologist and health informatics expert, serving as an honorary lecturer and Institute of Epidemiology and Healthcare, University College London, and as an adjunct associate professor at Monash University, Indonesia. She plays a vital role as a technical advisor of primary healthcare disease to digital transformation at the Technology and Health Transformation Office under the Ministry of Health of Indonesia. Heading the development of an integrated information system effectively control pandemic nationwide as the head of Data Information Technology and the Indonesia COVID-19 National Task Force. She also actively contributes to advancing public health initiative as Vice Secretary General of Indonesian Public Health Association, providing expertise as an epidemiology and health informatics advisor for Australia Indonesia Health Security Partnership from 2022 to 2024. Lastly, she contributed to advancing public health practice through leadership, advocacy, and interdisciplinary collaboration as a fellow of Royal Society for Public Health. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Ms. Dewi Nur Aisyah, MSc, PhD, and PhD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. It is truly a pleasure for me to be here. So, in these sessions, I would like to provide more information regarding digital health transformations in Indonesia, how this is progress, and how this is the way forward. Okay, so let's start with the challenges. What is the backlog that we have regarding health system and data in Indonesia? First one, when we are talking about primary healthcare and secondary healthcare, everyone will understand that the data in Indonesia is not connected, it's not integrated, it's not standardized. So, as a result, the healthcare workers need to input the data into so many systems which are not connected one to each other, and it creates a very high burden of data input for the healthcare workers in Indonesia. Second one, the data on the human health workforce in Indonesia. It is not integrated, sometimes duplicated, or even unregistered at all. We still have that problem. Biotechnology, we are still lacking on progress this part. The biotechnology product downstream in Indonesia, genome data governance, we're still very lacking. This is the mission that we have in the early of 2021. Health analysis, not precise. Pharmaceutical data, there is no standard available. And when we are talking about health resilience, we will need to talk about the surveillance data. How we can connect and integrate data to produce real-time monitoring support for for data decision making. So, this is the first highlight. I would like to give you an overview about the conditions of health information system in primary healthcare services in Indonesia, especially in Puskesmas. So you might want to go back. Okay. Can you guess how many health information systems that need to be input by the health workers in Puskesmas? Do you have any idea how many of them? Any numbers? 10? More? Less? How is it? 30? Okay. So we carried out a baseline study in 2022 looking at the number of different health information systems across Puskesmas in Indonesia. Okay, we have the average number on the left-hand side. So one Puskesmas in Indonesia have an average 30 different health information systems to be included in one Puskesmas. But the crazy thing is, you can look at the numbers at Jakarta. Oopsie. Can you look at the numbers in Jakarta? One Puskesmas in Jakarta have an average number of 54 different health information systems. The second highest is, I think, East Java. I think East Java is there. And where is the North Sumatra? How many is it in North Sumatra? This one? Oh, 22. You have quite an average number in Sumatra. So this is the gaps. In some provinces, it might be very low. Let's say Maluku and Papua, it's only, let's say, on average 15. But you know the reason. There's no people, there's no human resource, there's no funding to support data input, and that's why it ended up with lower number of health information systems. And the number of HIS that has been utilized in this Puskesmas not only coming from the national level, it's not only coming from the Ministry of Health, it's also coming from different ministries in Indonesia. And what makes it more complex, the local government also create one system. Again, not connected, not integrated. So, this is the main objective that we would like to have by having the digital health transformation in Indonesia. The first one is how we can simplify the existing information system across healthcare sectors. Second one, how can we have the data integrations and having one interface reducing the burden of data input of the healthcare workers? And the third one is improving the quality of data that we have coming from different sources. So that's why in 2022 we established Satu Sehat platform. This is a platform, not a system. So what Satu Sehat is doing? Satu Sehat is a platform that has the data center, providing the data center, the data interoperability, and the third one is building the data integrations coming from different various health information systems in Indonesia. It captures the data coming from various healthcare facilities, including 10,000 Puskesmas, 3,000 hospitals that we have in Indonesia, 11,000 clinics, including pharmacies and laboratories. But mostly healthcare facilities, because Indonesia is one of the largest country. We have more than 208 million populations. Most of primary healthcare data coming from community outreach activities, not only at the healthcare facility setting. So that's why we need to also connect data coming from community outreach activities, integrated in the Satu Sehat platform, and as data utilization is on the left-hand side. We have Satu Sehat Mobile as a one-stop applications for community. We have Satu Sehat Data as the data governance, including the dashboard to assist the evidence-based health analysis, and we have the EMR portal data, connecting various sources of EMR coming from different healthcare facilities in Indonesia. So Satu Sehat is a very big platform that have many key components, let's say. We have the Satu Sehat EMR, capturing the EMR from various healthcare facilities. We have Vaksin, which is Health Indonesia, to capture the data coming from community outreach activities. We also have Satu Sehat data, showing the data governance and data analysis. We have Satu Sehat SDMK for human workforce, Satu Sehat logistics, because
So to have this data interoperability, to make it happen, we need to understand the data center is very important. We need to start with the data center. Because how can we connect the data coming from different sources where they are using different languages? We don't understand what they are talking. So we develop a data center. We have the master patient syntax, master health facility syntax, human health workforce syntax, including pharmacist dictionary and so on, as master data. And the data coming from different sources we use via HL7 as a data center, also adopted at automation level, and that's how Selasa as Indonesia health services can become a platform of data center and data integrations for the health data user. So this is some of the examples how we generate the data center in Indonesia. We generate the playbook. Looking at the EMR data, it captures the number of patients, visit diagnosis, prescriptions, and so on, including the use case module such as immunizations, dental health, nutrition, child development, access, training, and so on. So how is it progress? So in the beginning of the establishment of digital health transformation, I might say 60% of Puskesmas in Indonesia using EMR system. It means 40% of them even doesn't use digital record to capture the patient's data. So by having a service hub, we made some accelerations in the last 2.5 years. We have successfully, we have 77,000, it's quite a big number, of targeted healthcare facilities. 50,000 of them have already using EMR system. From the 50,000, 48,000 is already integrated into the Selasa Health Office, which is a very good progress. And 36 of them has already sending the data of patients' visits and diagnosis. And from the public health centers, we already covered 90% of Puskesmas in Indonesia. So 90% of Puskesmas in Indonesia already adopted the standard, sending the data in Selasa. The very rapid progress is in hospitals. 92% of hospitals in Indonesia already sending the data in Selasa. Our major challenge will be coming from GPs, because not every GPs are using the system, and we understand that. And that's why we have 24% of the GPs sending the data in Selasa, but the clinic, the numbers is pretty much clear for 63%. So this is the system architectures of digital integrations at primary healthcare levels. We have the EMR system to capture the data coming from Puskesmas, clinics, and GPs. We combine it with the data collections with the ASIC, Sehat Indonesia, to capture the data from community outreach activities. It's not equals with the EMR system. And we're also involving community health workers, which is different, because in community outreach we also engaging community health workers to collect the data together, and then all of the data coming in the services hat, and then presenting in a standardized dashboard, also sending the data back to all the citizens through services at mobile. Okay, we have been talking about the EMR, so the next one I will be talking about ASIC, Services Indonesia, and the dashboard that we have for the operational purposes. So using ASIC, it is mobile applications helping the healthcare workers, community health workers, capturing the health services provided for the community, especially during community outreach, using the mobile apps, and the data input from the mobile will be linked automatically into the web-based or the dashboard. It includes the health services provided at Posyandu. We have 300,000 Posyandu in Indonesia, post-medical for NCS training, including schools. So we developed ASIC since May 2022. It has already covering the some features developed, including organizations there, NCS training is there, Posyandu for pregnant women, Posyandu for children under 5, including health services for adolescents or teenagers. ASIC has been used by 98% of the Puskesmas across Indonesia, with more than 600,000 of users. And we also including one innovation, which is data
chatbot. This is the first in the world. So we collected the data of Oceania for children under 5 using WhatsApp chatbot in collaboration with Meta. So we also have some features in here, not only capturing the data, but also sending the notifications for the Indonesian citizens once they have already received any health services at the community health check-ins. I will give you more examples on it. So the first one is the EIR. So we have started developing the electronic immunization registry starting in January 2023. In 2022, the digital immunization in Indonesia is collected manually in aggregate format, which don't have vaccinated. So by having the digital transformation, we changed that to have the data by email address. We know which children have vaccinated, are they have already have basic immunization that's already complete or not. So this is the data collection tools. Once the data has been submitted, the parents receive notifications through WhatsApp. So they know if their children has vaccinated and what is the next stage of immunization is. We also provide access for immunization certificate in subsequent mile. So this is the examples. And up to today, we have collected more than 330 million of immunization services data by address, which is a massive progress on the electronic immunization registry in Indonesia. And this is the examples of the operational dashboard of immunizations that can be accessed by business level, district office, provincial office, up to nation level. In business level, they can access individual data, and we can monitoring the shift of immunization coverage using the operational dashboard in ASIC as well. The second program is about NCD training. The NCD training, so Indonesia has 14 priority of NCD training in Indonesia. We also have been collecting the data on, let's say, screening for blood pressure, glucose level, colorectal cancer, breast cancer, and we have been collecting more than 195 million individuals' data on NCD screening. Each individual in Indonesia also can keep track of their NCD situation using some second mobile. So this is the examples of monitoring dashboard that we have, showing the data of NCD screening in Indonesia. We know how many persons in Indonesia have hypertension, diabetes, and the data has been collecting, I think, more than 195 million data is there. We also can monitor the risk factors of specific NCDs, such as the risk factors for cervical cancer, let's say, hypertension and so on is there. We have this dashboard to monitor the progress of the NCDs in Indonesia. The third program that we also capture in digital health transformation is to monitor the nutrition status of children and life. I think stunting has become one priority by residents. So we provide the data collection tools by using ASIC, including using WhatsApp, that will help the health workers and community health workers to capture the data. What makes it different is we set up the minimize input for data errors. We improve the validation there, we provide the algorithm there, and automatically calculate the status of the nutrition for each child. And then personalized recommendations will be generated automatically as well. So this is the examples of the dashboard, how the Puskesmas level, the district health office can also look at how many children in my area are stunting, let's say. But not only stunting, because we need to have a preventive measures, so we provide numbers for weight filtering, underweight, wasting, and stunting. So when we are clicking one of the scorecard, when we click that number, it will showing up that each individual have that specific condition. So let's say our children in my area have underweight. I can click on the link, and then it can show you the cohort data of the child. So it will help the nutrition staff to understand what happened with these children and know what kind of interventions that can be given to a specific child. So this is the data collection point, including what specifications for the parents. So the parents can understand how is the nutrition status of one child based on the data input from the ASIC. So this is the dashboard as well. I haven't told you about this. And this is another example of how we also utilizing AI in one of our prototypes to develop on what applications we can send as well the video. So let's check it here. The video.
Salam sehat Bapak Ibu Rizka Kamila. Terima kasih sudah datang ke Posyandu Bidang Kita pada kunjungan 2 Agustus. Berikut hasil pengukuran dari Rawasya.
So this AI will help parents with disability. They cannot understand what is this. So there will be a video showing the result of the nutrition status of each child. So it will show the growth chart of the child. So you can understand also your child having a normal, let's say, growth status based on weight, based on height. It will be there as well. So we provide these features to the community. This is one of the examples.
Salam sehat Bapak Ibu Rizka Kamila.
Okay. Other communications where we are using machine learning as well is by analyzing millions of data that we have to provide static predictions at the district levels to understand, let's say, in the next 6 months, how many districts in Indonesia will have static prevalence above 10%, let's say. So we can understand based on the data that has been collected previously, past the 5, 6 that we have, how is this distribution predictions constantly based on the data that we have. And this one as well. And we're also looking at how many months does it take for a child to recover from a specific nutrition problem. So if you are the child having underweight, it might take 3 months to get back to the normal status. But if it's static, it might take 1 year, 2 years, a year, based on the data that we have, and we collect and analyze it using machine learning as well to provide deep dive information and analytics. We also have been collecting data ranking, but it is coming from the first level. We also collect the data coming from, the second one. We also have been collecting data for data aging studies. We would like to have the data in aging demonstrate to understand the health status of pregnant women. So now, let's say pregnant women coming to Christmas, they might ask the health workers to print out the ultrasound scan. What we would like to have when the mothers go home, they can just receive notifications from WhatsApp showing the results of the ultrasound scan. So this is the pilot that we also developed, and it has already rolled out in Jakarta. It will be expanded to the other provinces as well, but it requires sufficient infrastructures as well to collect data in dynamic format to have these features. We also have been capturing the data on adolescents and also aging group health services in Indonesia. So children who are having go to school, primary, secondary, we also capturing the results of the blood pressure screening, including BMI, health issues, hearing, mental health. It is there, and the data can be accessed as well in the dashboard. And this is the latest one. So I think 2025 we have been active in my team because we are focusing on developing the health screening program in the system. It was one of the technical programs setting up by the new government. It was launched on 10th of February, and we're setting up this system to capture the required screening coming from Christmas, and they have been collecting more than 40 million data of people who have been screened. And this is the examples of the report, the health report that will be received by each individual once they have been screened. it will highlight the efforts on motive and preventive at primary services. I will talk a little bit about Selasa Mobile because we have been talking about the year about asking for community outreach, and now Selasa Mobile is more on the using side for community. So Selasa Mobile already have some features that can be used by Indonesian citizens as one-stop applications to support the health services in Indonesia. The first one, we integrated the data from the EMR system to Selasa Mobile. So I know if I have visited, let's say, a hospital last month to a clinic last week, it will be here in Selasa Mobile data has been connected with electronic medical data. And this one is for pregnancy monitoring. Pregnant women today also can monitor weekly update of the pregnancy here. Immunization feature to access the immunization certificate is there, the list of immunizations even it is there as well, and I can list down my children here as well. Child growth monitoring also have many activities features, so for parents who have children alive, they can monitor the nutrition status using Selasa Mobile. Mental health screening also has been developed in 2024. It also helps in screening people with mental health and then linking it with the appropriate healthcare facilities for follow-up. Lung cancer screening risk score is there, health diary is there to look at the core data, capturing BMI, blood pressures, blood sugar levels, cholesterol, and so on. Medicine tracker, so if you want to set up a reminder for yourself, if you have any rigid assumptions in medicines, you can use the medicine tracker feature as well in Selasa Mobile. And regarding biotechnology, we also have Selasa DNA, which is undertaking the pharmacogenetics analysis based on more than 260 drugs in Indonesia. We just started launching this at the end of December 2024. So some of the features that have been developed in Selasa Mobile. So let's talk about infectious diseases now. I know my job is covered quite a lot of things. I would like to introduce you in one of the concepts that we have, which is Selasa epidemiology intelligence, which is now in finalizing the design and concept. What I would like to say here is simplifications of this for Selasa epidemiology intelligence, capturing the data of infectious diseases coming from electronic medical record, so we can provide early detections of disease outbreaks. It will be in here, including real-time disease spread monitoring, AI-powered epidemiological capture and trend analysis, machine learning predictions will be here, including disease prevention and control strategies. It's quite complex actually when we are looking at different various programs in Indonesia. Vector-borne diseases there, TB is there, HIV is there, and so on, including immunizations and environmental health as well. So it will take quite some time to start and complete this task. We will start the development next year in early 2026 because this year we are still focusing on the free health screening program development system. So one of the main outputs that we would like to have by having the data integrations, data interoperability, including improving the quality of the data, is how we can strengthen the formulations of evidence-based policy through Selasa data. And this is my last slide. I believe that a digital health ecosystem that can provide high quality, personalized, critical care to all the need is achievable. And it is worthy of our best individuals and collective effort. And at the end, we believe that collaboration is the way of the future. Thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Stephen, for your nice presentations. Maybe my first question will be to participants. How many of participants here already have status application before? Is there anyone? Anyone has already? If not, please you can already see how many, how useful the application is. So, get access to applications. So, please download and use it properly. Okay. Now we would like to open the Q&A sessions. We have questions in the room and also from the Zoom chat. The first question is from Dr. Imelda Ritonga. The question is, do you have evaluate how the competence of human resources in primary healthcare to input applications like ASIC? I think the preparation of human competence is important to make the application effective. Yeah, so this is also following my experience during our discussion with our college in the primary care and also in the health office. They said it's quite challenging in terms of using applications, not really optimal because some staff who are in charge of that find it some difficulties in doing it. So, any comment on that?
Okay. Thank you very much for the question. So, during our baseline assessment, one of the main output is looking at the variety of health information systems that has been utilized in Puskesmas. We're also looking at several factors influencing the adoptions of the health information system, including the number of healthcare workers that input the data. So I think our paper has just been accepted. I will share you the study results. Maybe it will be released next month. But in there, I can share you a little bit of the results that we have. So if we want to look at the adoptions, I would like to say, of course, urban areas is higher compared to the rural and remote areas, including the accreditation level of the healthcare facilities. So in accreditation level in Indonesia, those who have been working in comprehensive accreditation is highest level 1. It also shows a linear number of adoptions of health information system, training frequencies as well. So healthcare workers who had at least twice a year training will increase the adoption of the health information system. Knowledge transfer as well. If there are any knowledge transfers happening in patients in Indonesia, is frequently happen for healthcare workers. If there are any knowledge transfer in place in Puskesmas, then the number of health information system adoption is also high as well. I think that's some of the perceptions and results that we have, but I think if we want to capture more about the human resource aspect on case adoptions, we will need further study because I can say most of the, let's say, operator in the data is not really IT systems, right? It's usually coming from the health workers background, meanwhile, the staff in the Puskesmas. So you also factor in, let's say, any differences with adoptions, and will require further studies to investigate if there are any differences, let's say, based on gender, based on roles. It will need more studies to be conducted. But I think that's the current study that we have. I can provide the baseline, a number, and factors that influence the adoptions of this in Puskesmas.
So I think the training is there.
Yes.
But it's getting better because it's just need to. So takes time, but we are optimistic. Okay. Any more question from the floor? Please, Dr. Suku.
Yes, the next So thank you, Dr. Devi, for showing us your fantastic work from the DTO. I think, like now that we have millions of data, I'm just wondering because this course is focuses on global health and One Health, and whether this data that you have collected and integrated has been also integrated with data from other sources, for example, like the meteorological data, genomics data, and other information that can be compiled together to create early warning system and others. Thank you.
Yes. That's a very good question.
So if I can break down my dreams, One Health is there. So currently I need to assess the data for primary healthcare services, especially in terms of the health for maternal and child health. MCD screening is there, and we will moving forward with infectious disease next year. Once we complete the infectious diseases, we will move forward with One Health. How we can connect the data coming from, including the Ministry of Agriculture. We know we get some links of zoonotic diseases, including the data coming from environmental health. It is part of the Selasa epidemiology intelligence because environmental health will be there. Capturing meteorological data is one thing, but I think one of the things that I would like to see, how we can overlay the data coming from the human health data and then coming from the animal health data, comparing on a geospatial locations and showing how the level of environmental health there will be very fantastic. So it's part of my, let's say, work plan that will take maybe the next several years, but yes, it is part of the plan that we have to deal with.
So I think we collaboration because most of the data will be gathered from like the health facility care or maybe like government institutions like that. So we also like collect data from like international databases. We know like many data are contributed from researchers, like especially in Asia. So we will also use those data to complement the data we have.
Sure. So for the data actually in this diagram might be we're looking at the data coming from our facilities, but actually the source of the data coming from different sources. We integrate the data with the Ministry of Home Affairs for validation of the identifier. We also selecting the data. We will launch free health screening program for schools on August. We're also connecting the data with Ministry of Education this year. So many integrations coming at the back end. We will just launch integrations with integrations. It also including capturing the data coming from in and out countries, to looking at any symptoms, any surveillance coming from foreigners, let's say. It also part of the connections and integrations that are also happening at the back end. But yeah, it also part of the integrations that we have. I forgot to mention about health registries. It also part of the output that we have. One of the team in DTO is focusing on capturing data for health registries, which is for clinical data, more specific data in there. And we'll be working how we can connect the data coming from primary care to secondary care, including up to tertiary level of healthcare as well. So that's what we would like to see in the short future.
We have three questions. Yes,
Thank you for the opportunity. So my name is Suna, actually from Department of Parasitology here. So your dream is also my dream. Trying to elaborate all of the interdisciplines. So right now I'm currently working on the rodent-borne disease. As you know that it is a neglected tropical disease, and then I was searching for data, but it's not here. It's there in Java. It's there in Java. So, what would you suggest for us to start? Because we're at that moment we're starting to develop the startup to get on the mapping of the risky zone. Maybe
Sorry,
you can
in which diseases?
The leptospirosis at the very moment.
I think that's part of the NTDs one.
Yes.
So we just, I know that's one of the problems. The NTDs is really neglected. So including the data. So I have been talking with the lead program of NTDs, the Ministry of Health as well, and I know there is struggles to collect the data because it's not only about data coming from the electronic report, how we capture data in very remote areas. So it's quite challenging as well. I can share one of the updates with you that some of the entities will be included in the free health screening program in 2025. So it will be a good thing, but I think it's not included for leptospirosis. I know from Lucia is there. I think we have been talking about 4 entities that they would like to be included in the screening, but for remote areas only, so not all of Indonesia, because it's not kind of frequent in urban areas, let's say. So for some of the entities, they have just requested to be included in the free health screening program. If they are included, I can tell you, I can show you the data. It is there. But if we are really talking about capturing the entities'
data across the country, it will be part of the development next year that will be carried out as well. So it's already part of the plan that we have. We already know in which part that it's supposed to be improved. Let's say for entities, data collections and things, the data standard, we have been talking about that as well, but the development plan will be on next year. Okay, maybe we can follow. Sure.
We have two more questions. First one in the Zoom, someone raised their hand, and the last one is Dr. Luki.
Sure.
Is it okay? Yes, yes.
Thank you, good evening. Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. So, is my voice quite clear?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is really fascinating program. I'm really looking forward actually to get involved in this program. So my question is, this will be a very huge data and will be put in the Ministry of Health, right? So then, if we from the university, because we have plenty of community service program, and we would like also this program also helping and contribute in synergy with the Ministry of Health. So we have done a lot of community outreach program, but we haven't, the data that we collected is only end up in the publication, even though we would like to follow up this. So we know that they are also from BPJS, the GKN Online. They also have the screening program and the application. But who can access this data? For instance, like we have because I'm a primary healthcare specialist, so I'm working also in the clinic. So how we can get the data that are filled by the patients, the people. So they input or they register and then they input their let's say blood pressure and blood sugar level, and then who can get and analyze the data. If we as a doctor can get the data, is there any procedure that we can apply so we can also get the access for the data? Yeah, I think that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, so let me try to answer that in three different answers. So the first one is, data access first. So in principle, from the Minister of Health, he would like the data that we have been collected, it's not ended up only in the server, let's say, only in the database. It's supposed to be returned back to the community. How we can support the evidence-based policy making based on the data that has been collected. So if you want to request the data, we have the mechanisms for it. So you can go to the website of layanandata.kemkes.go.id. Just follow up the procedures and you can access the data there. So there will be a specific team. We have a GCP, Good Clinical Practice team, who will assess, let's say, the suitability of your request, because we will ask what is the objective of the study, what kind of data that you need. Of course, if you need individual data, that will be masking data for individuals, but I know it's not a problem for researchers, so it will be there. So we have the mechanisms. Just go to layanandata.kemkes.go.id. We have a specific GCP team assessing the needs and the requirement, and they will follow up your letter. Usually you need to submit a letter to request data, and what kind of purpose it will be there in a form, and then they will reply back to you. And then, you can access the data that you need if it's available in the databases. That's the first one. The second one, when we are talking about the data from the BPJS, we are talking about BPJS. So we have been in discussions for a long time about integrating the data coming from the BPJS and Selasa. At the end, BPJS will comply with Selasa standard because that's a national standard. Because I understand they have different standards that has been using, but I think the second one, which is more relevant with 2025 situations, is about the free happening program that they have in JKM Mobile app.
having a very good discussions with them. We sit together and I'm showing them the variables that we have. This is the metadata that we have for free accessibility program, and this is your metadata. We're talking about the operational solutions of each of them, and we have been in agreement about the data exchange between Ministry of Health and BPJS for JKI Mobile, because we need to understand the purpose is quite different. For BPJS, you need to input the health screening data anytime within a year. But for free health screening program, we need to capture the sensitivity of the data. Let's say if a person input the data in January, is it still the same if the health services provided on July, let's say? It might be different, so we need to understand first about understanding about the data standard that has been using. But for instance, we have been talking about that just this morning. We had another meeting again talking about the data integration plan between JKI Mobile and free health screening program. In principle, the BPJS will gain more data because in JKI Mobile you need to be filtered. You need to input the risk factors first before you get the screening. So let's say for blood pressure, you need to have one of the risk factors because the health workers have getting you blood pressures. In free health screening program, everyone will get blood pressure screening. So that's the differences. We have been talking about that. So we have already sat together having an understanding of the differences and how we can make the data integrations happening between JKI Mobile and free health screening program. So it is there. We are still in the process of it. BPJS have homework to do and matching the data standard for health services facilities because their qualifications of health facilities is different. So they have to work for that. So the last one is about have I answered some questions? Oh,
Yeah,
no.
the one for the community service.
Yes, I get it. Yes. So I would like everyone to understand the differences between EMR and EHR. So EMR is electronic medical record, but in principles, the data coming from the healthcare services is not only medical record. We also have electronic health records. So I would like to say, that's why I always say to my product team, we need to differentiate data coming from the healthcare workers. I would like to say it's EMR. But it's coming from the community health workers or even self-screening. We can have a self-screening. It's not equally to EMR. No, it's not equally. So that's why we have the EHR, electronic health record. So by having this understanding, we can understand the differences. If I can say, let's say, Selasa Mobile, let's say, if it's coming from the EMR, give it green dots. If it's coming from the community, give it yellow dots. Some things like that. So kind of differentiating the quality of the data to ensure we understand the quality might be different between EMR and EHR. So maybe that's the principles that we need to understand first. Hope that answers the questions.
Yeah, so if we would like to use this data, for instance, I will ask my the target community to fill this, to do the self-screening. Then afterwards, how can I monitor or evaluate the data that are input by my community? Is it possible for me to evaluate those data only from my group? So that then I don't have to create a particular application for them, right? Because it's really like piling up another application in the system.
So in principle, as I said, one can access individuals' data if it is healthcare facilities. So if you are working, let's say, in hospitals or with Puskesmas, you can access my data. So maybe that's one thing that we need to understand. If we want to utilize the existing system available, let's say from ASIC, and then reaching everyone, we can also have to engage with the free health screening program, filling in the self-screenings, and then you can look at the data at the Puskesmas level because they can access individuals' data. It is there, not at the district level. So maybe you need to consider collaborations with Puskesmas or healthcare facilities level.
Yes, great. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you for maybe for further discussion, see you in Galina in June.
Sure.
So you can have more discussions. We have one question from
way. You mentioned about overlaying health data with animal data and environmental data. So just a quick question in terms of, they fall under different ministries and different groups. So how would that work? Because, how would that work in terms of data sharing legally across ministries and sectors?
Yes. That's a very interesting question. So we have been talking with Google regarding geotagging data. So my ministry is very ambitious. So I need to explore any possibilities how to make it happen. But I need to tell you, in one district in Indonesia, I forgot, is it Sumedang or Bandung, or I forgot in which district, they utilize the collaborations with the local universities and I think international universities, where they can capture geotag locations and capture the pictures of the houses. That's crazy. So we can really understand that this child having something, this is the conditions of the house. They have pictures. That's crazy. So it's not impossible. It's still possible, but we need to think in a bigger scale format when we would like to carry out this massive project at the national level. That's why it's not impossible. So we have been talking about, I think Google providing some limit. One day, geotagging locations must more like 2 million sensors. They're providing a limit, and that's why we need to work out how we can identify the distributions, let's say. So at the end, we can pinpoint everyone who is living where, each station. So that's the dream, that's the idea of the word, like, but I know it's quite not sure it's there, but it's not possible because we have to say something. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Let's give applause to our speakers. This session is very interesting. That's why many questions on this last session. Okay. Once again, thank you. Please come forward. We have some speakers and also
Satu, dua.
thank you once again for our speaker. Please take the questions. Okay, now we are going to our very last session, active discussion. Last session of the day. Hope we still have foreign spirit for this last session. Derek, for those so okay, just forward. Now we have the second interactive discussion for today's session is developed based on four topics in the afternoon sessions. Again, please get ready for your thoughts.
This will be a little bit different from the first interactive case discussion. So we will start by doing polling again, but then later we will divide you into different groups so you can have small discussion and have a very short presentation to discuss about how you will deal with these cases. Slide please. So again, like this interactive discussion cover topics that we discussed this afternoon. Slide. Okay, so your district is facing continuous outbreaks. As a stakeholder, your role is to assess, respond, and communicate effectively in the next 72 hours. Slide. It is the peak of the rainy season in the rural district of Sumatra. The local district health office has begun receiving reports of children presenting with fever, cough, and rash from 3 sub-districts.
Within a week, there are 17 suspected measles cases with 5 confirmed by serology. At the same time, the district referral hospital is experiencing a sharp rise in number of cases of thrombocytopenia and some positive NS1 tests confirming concurrent outbreak. There are also 3 suspected chikungunya cases with joint pain reported from a nearby village. So again, like Medan is so the district has been reporting 2 outbreaks are the line next to the Indian Ocean. So, in a preparation for our responses, your team will conduct contamination assessment. As the team leader, your first step is to assemble the sectoral response team. Think about who should be included in this outbreak response team and why these people in this team should be included. Okay, you can join Menti again.
Directly go to the browser, open the menti.com and enter the code number.
Can we go to Menti?
Anyone successful in signing? Okay, ready? Oh wait, Any difficulties? Okay. Anyone joining in? Already? Oh, okay. Please.
Excuse me, Dr. Budi. For us on the Zoom, it's not so clear. It's blurred.
Oh, later. Has everyone joined? Yes. Decide already? Already? Already, yeah. Please wait. Again, technology, yeah, always challenging. Even the computer somehow so tired. Not the people here. We are very still morning spirit, eh?
So has everyone joined the Menti?
Already.
Okay. Can you see the question now?
Can you see the question on the phone?
Okay, not yet. Next one. So please select more than one. Okay. Who do you think should be included in the outbreak response team?
So remember, we have 2 new outbreaks in 2 different areas. What do you think should be included in the outbreak response teams? Again, you can choose more than one if you think it's applicable. Oh, no one choose teacher. Oh, finally teacher come out.
Okay.
Meteorology department. Okay. Interesting.
Anyone wants to give a comment? Maybe we can start with for example, this one, the cadres and Puskesmas.
Any participant want to explain about their choice?
Anyone wants to give a comment?
Want to try to explain the answer? What do you choose and why you choose? No problem. Can. Please.
Thank you the opportunity for my experience about the case or the question who should be included in this outbreak response team. I think if I think the first maybe the government, district and municipal health authorities, because program the government can prevent the health, our health.
Thank you. So, our participant here said teacher is not relevant, that's why she doesn't choose it. And based on our opinion, it's also same. And for this stage, these are the sectors that we really need to engage.
Back to the PowerPoint. Next again. So after you assemble the team, you need to start collecting robust data for understanding immediate situation, as well as public health implication. So think about what baseline and real-time data should be collected for effective outbreak response, and where it should be collected from. Next. Back to Menti. Sorry, back. Menti? Okay, so you can just type what data you think is needed to analyze the outbreak. And where do you think this data can be gathered from?
So now you already have the team. So what kind of data you want to have now? Just type, no options for now.
So again, there are two outbreaks happening. Looks like a measles outbreak and the other one is dengue outbreak. And you want to analyze this data. You want to understand what is happening. So
Okay, so this is where you will gather the data from. But what data do you want to collect from these sources? From the Puskesmas, from the test application, from the laboratory?
Recently, most participants think that the data should be collected from Puskesmas. And what kind of data is that? Equal distribution. Equal distribution. We don't really know which one is more.
So remember, there are two outbreaks happening at the same time. One is measles and the other one is the dengue outbreak.
So based on the database we have here, most of the participants think we should collect the data from Puskesmas. And the type of real-time data that we should collect it is about clinical data, including the symptoms, right? Even someone typo Puskesmas. Okay, no
I
problem.
think that's where the data should be collected from because we asked the questions. Okay, go to the slides again. Next. So, generally, like during the initial response of an outbreak, the data that we would need is like the surveillance data. And because we have two different outbreaks, the first one is measles, where it transmits from human to human, and the second one is mediated by a factor. So we don't only need the surveillance of the human infections, but also like the factor surveillance. And also because measles is prevented by the vaccine actually. So we also need to understand about the coverage of the immunization in the area. On top of that, the factor surveillance, environmental data, the pathogens data, on top of understand what serotype is causing the outbreaks, and also the health system capacity. They're like Puskesmas or the hospitals are normal or not. Next. So here, these are the indicators that we can collect, and we can see what key data that might be important, and we can add later on, including like the new cases, age distribution, case fatality rates, vaccination status, diagnostic tools that they use, seroprevalence if available, including geolocalization, and immunization coverage, including everyone and two coverage, vaccines. And if there is any effective surveillance in the community. Next slide. More environmental data on the weather, rainfall, and temperature, whether this outbreak is associated with increased temperature or increased rainfall. And pathogens data, the serotype, genomics data, and healthcare service capacity, including the workforce. Anything that you are missing?
So you can imagine the situations where COVID-19 pandemic just hit Indonesia. Do you know what kind of data is really needed in the beginning of the pandemic, and we're really struggling to get that because I'm there. So we need to understand about the distributions of cases, and that's why we need to understand not only where the data is coming from, in what date, because sometimes we look at late data. Sometimes number of cases reported at 5th, but actually it happens on the first of the month. Some things like that. Data delay will be there. We need to understand some challenges that might happen when we collect the data. So data distributions, including mortality, and I think pathogens is also important. We have been understanding the differences of fatality between, let's say, alpha, beta, delta, omicron. How is it differences in number of cases spreading one place to another? We also capturing the data on the time series format to understand the distributions of the COVID-19 cases from the first wave up to the later wave. So because it also involves the vector diseases, especially and preventable blood-borne diseases. We also need to understand the immunization coverage of that specific area. If we can get the data at the village level, which will be wonderful, we would like to have that, because sometimes in some of the challenges in Indonesia, we get the data on immunization coverage, but it is at the sub-district level, which is very high. When we are talking about polio outbreaks, and we can explain about the polio immunization coverage in specific villages, then we get mixed up to understand what is the real situation there. So for these type of vaccine diseases, get the data up to detailed level, where it's coming from, the immunization coverage at the village level, it will be very helpful to understand the overall situation as well.
Okay, thank you. Will it possible for us to go back to the answers given by the participants? Go to Ben. I was just wondering, by looking at these answers, if you, all the participants, may, how many among of us are medical doctors? Can you raise your hand? Berapa orang yang dokter di sini? Coba
Medical doctors.
Medical doctors. Did you join to answer the questions? You did. Public health practitioners. Join to answer the question. Public health.
Public health.
Laboratory. Students.
Undergraduate students. Not master students, graduates.
I'm looking around. I think I'm the oldest one in this room this evening. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken. And I was very impressed with the presentations of epidemic earlier. I was already exposed to the data from the Ministry of Health since 1999. The name is still the same, pelayanan data terpadu apa ya, masih sama. However, the data, how they capture the data, how they collected the data are very progressive now compared to them. But the problem is, I think, looking at this answer, this is show how, in what level we are in collecting data. Ini penting rasanya, jadi kalau mulai pakai bahasa Indonesia ya biar tertangkap. Biar tertangkap. Rasanya ini penting buat saya yang udah tua dan banyak terekspos, jelaskan pengalaman saja ini. Jadi seringkali, hampir di setiap permasalahan di negara kita ini, mungkin boleh dikoreksi kalau saya salah, mohon maaf lahir dan batin. Ketika muncul permasalahan, apakah itu outbreak, apakah itu kalau kita di sini bisa antara kejadian luar biasa dengan wabah. Kalau di luar biasa outbreak ceritanya. Pada saat muncul itu biasanya yang langsung alert adalah yang berhubung dengan pasien, dokter, kan gitu ya. Tapi di luar ini yang alert adalah public health practitioners. Orang lab belakangan itu, ya. Yang kejadian apa? Data yang dikumpulkan akan sangat bergantung kepada perspektif public health. Padahal ada data-data yang penting yang bisa didapatkan dari dokter. Ada data-data yang penting yang bisa didapatkan dari orang lab. Nah, sekarang dengan adanya I'm just addressing myself feeling this evening ya. Yang sering terjadi adalah belajar dari COVID yang terakhir. Buat aplikasi berdasarkan perspektif orang public health. Tiba-tiba muncul di Indonesia, kita harus tambah data-data ini lagi. Keluar lagi aplikasi baru. Ada orang bilang, nggak perlu data, keluar lagi aplikasi baru. Akhirnya terjadi apa? Overlapping daripada aplikasi yang tadi sudah ditunjukkan. Di Jakarta kenapa 51? Karena paling dekat dengan pusat. Itu kita tidak bisa dinaik. Ya, akibatnya apa? Data yang tadi ditunjukkan memang impresif, but we have one problem here. Data itu OTP atau enggak? Yang mahasiswa OTP
tete itu on the table, bodo amat, egois, apapun ceritanya diisi, nah, itu dia masalah. Jadi kalau dilihat dari sini, yang paling penting is whenever outbreak happens, when you created the team, you have to make sure that the team is consist of a lot of multidisciplinary. If not, then again the answers like this is very shallow. We don't get any information. Saya tidak mendapatkan gejala, and it's not in location. This is out of the blue. How can you connect with symptoms and location? Do you think for outbreaks, if I'm incomplete and somebody else is also, then our symptoms will be different? No, but I cannot accuse that answer is wrong because, like I said, this is out of the blue. So having multidisciplinary is very important to get one solid data collective instruments or something like that.
And I think it's also important to stress that I think after giving presentations about data that she has collected now from this application, as it works at the front line, it's the most important person actually to submit the data. Because otherwise, like data is really copy paste from like previous data, or you just submit like as long as you complete the information, then it's not going to be so useful. So it is very important. And I think it is what we have here today. It is expected now that you understand that you should be included in your response team. If you don't even know who you should invite, then we won't have this discussion. Like we get to know which information is most important from different perspectives.
Especially later on, if we want to make projections, because information mentioned earlier, like we want to project what happen, what will come up in the next some years, or some months. If we have our basic data is untrustable, how can we project something that is correct? It's like if you can for your history first, then we can predict it, right? So I think that's quite important. It's interesting to see these answers. For me, it's quite interesting. It shows in which level we are at this moment.
Okay, let's go back to the PowerPoint, please. Next. So why those data are important? So for example, if we have information about the virus or the pathogens, we can use that for future projection for mitigation and adaptation, including variant curve, and also it can be used to prevent virus spread. And about the occurrence of the disease itself and the factor, we can estimate the burden for advocation and justify investment planning and incidents as well, like including how we will target interventions with the maximum impact, and finally like zero prevalence, or it can be useful for evaluation of the impact of intervention and different programs. Slide. So continue with the case.
So this is the number of weekly cases from our investigations. Please kindly take a look carefully. You may take picture if you need.
We will share this data to the WhatsApp group, and also now the printed one can be circulated. So we can see the numbers of measles cases reported weekly, and also the numbers of measles deaths, and also dengue cases weekly, and then dengue deaths. Next. So this is the same numbers, just to give you an easier look at the numbers. Next. And when we look at the distribution, most of the measles cases occur among children under 5 years old, but for dengue, well, it's still like younger individuals, like for 50% under 50 years old. Next. So some analysis from the patients, we found that the majority of the serotype in the population is then B1 serotype 1 that occurs in subsystem although like the other serotypes also occur. Next. And we managed some samples has nicely analyzed the data for us. There were like 50 PCR confirmation samples that were sent for viral sequencing, and the sequencing results showed three main serotypes. The 1, 2, and 3 were most circulated in the industry, with claiming from serotype A to be the most predominant, with two subclasses identified in subdistrict A and B, and then two which shows like close genomic similarity to strains reported in Medan, but Medan is part of the district that has outbreaks. And then the three like form this branch closely related to strains reported in Malaysia, suggesting cross-border interaction. And no deadly force was detected. And final genetic analysis revealed at least two separate introduction of virus strains likely occurred across species. Next. So more information about immunization coverage. So the coverage dropped to 68% during COVID-19 pandemic. And last year, campaign was disrupted due to vaccine hesitancy. Meanwhile, the effective control has been consistent with no visibility or communicating activities. Please note that there is no volunteer project in this district. And this hospital has only 60 beds. 3 general practitioners and no penetration or infectious disease specialists. The community shows signs of panic, with misinformation spreading on social media and through WhatsApp groups, and several parents have refused hospitalization for their children. Next. Okay, so we are now going to divide into 4 groups, and every group has assigned for different responsibilities. So can I ask to make sure that we have different group? Can I ask for the clinicians to stand, make a line here next to it, public health practitioners and then laboratory and other background. Just make a line and then we can mention who else, like medical doctors and public health practitioners. Can you all stand here, make a line? Medical students can join medical doctors as well. Dokter umum paling kiri untuk orang kesehatan masyarakat nomor 2, yang nomor 3 silakan laboratorium, yang keempat apalagi yang belum masuk yang lain. Mirza silakan berbaris di sini. Latar belakangnya apa? Ya. Maybe like for the laboratory can join Yora here. Yes. Public health? Public health here? Stay here. Medical doctor, could you please make a line here?
Ayo, mana? Dokternya mana? Dokter sini sama saya. Ayo,
sini dipimpin oleh Kak Suna, tolong paling depan biar dibuat.
Ini dokternya di sini yang merasa diri konfirm sebagai dokter di sebelah sini. Lihat.
Hermawan silakan. Hermawan ya.
Please go to the Dr. Suna.
It's not an examination, so take it easy. Oke, dokternya.
Public health.
Jangan duduk dulu, jangan duduk.
So we can count how many doctors, so we can split the team. So every team would have like same proportion of representatives.
Okay. Public health, ada dari public health?
Kak Merina boleh kelab juga kan entomologi, silakan Kak Merina.
Oke, so this is doctors. Doctors 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Ayo siapa lagi yang belum, silakan ya, kita segera mulai.
2, 3, 4. Jadi nomor 1, 2, 3 kelompok 1, nomor 4, 5, 6 kelompok 2, 7, 8 kelompok 3, 9, 10 kelompok 4. Oke? Oke, dibuat garis lagi. Berapa orang? Nah, berarti nomor 1 kelompok 1, nomor 2 kelompok 2, 3, 4 kelompok 3, 5, 6 kelompok 4. Oke? Ini berapa orang? Oke. Kelompok 1, kelompok 2, kelompok 3, kelompok 4. Kamerina dan belakang sampai
Kelompok 2 di sini, kelompok 3 di sini dok, yang dokter kelompok 3 di sini.
Silakan kelompok 1 ke baris pertama, kelompok 2 masuk ke baris kedua, kelompok 3 silakan ke sini, mungkin di nomor 2 bisa bolak-balik sambil diskusi. Terus kelompok 4 silakan diskusi di sana, kelompok 3 di sini ya. Hermawan. Oke. Jadi tolong diperhatikan, please pay attention to the question. Group 1, you need to develop a 72-hour response plan for both outbreaks in the community. Jadi kira-kira mitigation plans-nya apa untuk yang di masyarakat, untuk wabah dengue dan juga campak. Ya. But second group, you need to develop 72-hour response plan for both outbreaks in the health facility and puskesmas. So in district hospital as well as in the primary healthcare. How would you respond to these outbreaks? What will you set up? You have data, like we have given you data, this is the numbers, like you need to inform your healthcare workers, you need to inform about the logistics for medicine, maybe you need to collect data, maybe you want to go immunization plan, think about what you need to do together with your team. So group 3, design a risk communication and community engagement. Remember, there was a vaccine hesitancy. Group 3, remember there was a vaccine hesitancy, there was a panic in the community, so your job is to design a risk communication and community engagement. How would you do this? How would you convince? How would you explain about the outbreaks to the community? Who you will be involved and what will you do? And group 4, you need to make plans on risk mitigation for future outbreaks. So not to prevent future outbreaks from happening. You have 15 minutes. Please prepare some presentation. We will ask you to present the results in 5 minutes. have 5 minutes left. Need to wrap up soon. Cases are increasing. More patients coming to the hospital.
This is a real setting, when we are tired and you are so slowly and slowly.
Facility ini iya.
Hospital. Hospital. Ya, hospital. Wartawan ya.
You have 2 minutes left. 2 menit. One minute left.
One more minute. One more minute.
people convincing. Please come forward.
Here?
Come forward. Please.
Who will be presenting?
Please, other group, pay attention to the first group.
Okay, please.
For the other group, please.
Okay, the other team, let's listen to the response that has been made by group 1.
Okay, good evening everyone. So we are group 1. We will presenting what we will do. Develop a our response plan for Google projects in the community. Okay, so far we know that we have 2 projects at the same time. So we do 72 hours. We decide for we need to develop a 2 detection system. Basic detection system is the information from Usman hospital to notify us any incident suspected case regarding or result. Okay, then the next step, active detection is we go to the field, to the village, and then we start to get and that's a single lah. We will get a system. We will get rashes, we will get fever, okay. From there, we can differentiate the symptomatic and non-symptomatic. Okay, for the symptomatic, we need to do a further investigation, do some lab investigation. Maybe we can do an ultrasound, and then for the result, we can for the test, swab test. Okay, then after that, the most important thing, we need engaging the community. We need to know who's the leader, and then we need to do the promotion and education to talk about what happening in this area. We had a situation, like outbreak, and what is the dengue, what is the fact that it's spreading the dengue, and then the next one, measles, who is the prone to the measles, okay, important of the vaccines, okay, the complication of these 2 diseases, okay, and then we can do it using multiple methods, data screening, okay, we can do it into the using the initiation, okay, and then after that, important after that we need to think regarding the prevention. Okay, for the dengue outbreak, we can talk about how to do the repellent, and then preventing, okay, using avoid going out during night times, okay, next, and then that is for fogging, and then okay, and then after that, we can talk about also the importance of vaccination. That's all.
Thank you. Please applause everyone. Okay, so any question from any other person or any comments? Agree with the responses?
but I think this is a good start. But what you expect is after all the presentations that you could include some of the other information that has been given. Okay.
I think there is something missing for measles outbreak, which is containment. I haven't seen that because it's highly contagious and we haven't done anything about it. So immediate containment is very important for measles, and then you need to inform not only community leaders but schools because it spread very quickly from student to students. So once we confirm there is an outbreak of measles, we need to inform any community activities, schools to, let's say, stop isolation is there so we can prevent any further disease spreading among the community. But for the dengue one, I think you already have that. Maybe for vaccinations, it can be combined with mobile vaccinations. So it's kind of we are providing the vaccinations in a specific area rather than waiting for people to come to the healthcare facilities. Maybe that's some additional comments.
Well done, everyone. Thank you again, and give applause to everyone. Okay, group 2, are you ready? Have you selected who will be presenting? So who will be presenting? So this is the outbreak response at the Puskesmas and also at the district hospital. Remember, there is no penetration in the district, no infectious disease, and limited numbers of hospital beds. Okay. 5 minutes.
Have to develop a safety to our response for both operating and measures in health facilities and Puskesmas. So I will start first for Puskesmas. First, in Puskesmas, we will establish rapid assessment and rapid response teams. This is the general practitioner, the nurses, and also the laboratory personnel. So the team will go for contact tracing of the cases in the locality and notify to the Dinas Kesehatan any suspected and also confirmed cases. So for symptomatic patient, we will further divide into whether the patient is stable or critical. So for stable patient, we will treat in Puskesmas as outpatient and will be given isolation order to isolate themselves in the house and also give health education regarding the disease. And also with the digitalization of health, we will commence health home-based symptom monitoring through Satu Sihat and that's all. So but for critical patients, we will refer the patient to district hospital. So in this hospital, also we will set up a team and we will set referral of cases from the Puskesmas, and the team will assess and complete medical check-up. After that, they need to update the bed occupancy rate. Because we only have 60 beds. So after that, for those if the BOR is available. For stable cases, we will admit to ward or isolation ward. But for critical cases, or if the BOR is already exceeded, we need to refer those patients to tertiary hospital in Medan with hospital with specialists, such as pediatric for measles cases and physician for adult dengue cases. And also we will inform the laboratory to send sample for surveillance data. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, give applause to group 2. I think I would like to start with a comment first. Gonna be just a short one. I think it's very good that you start with establishing rapid assessment, so you can include those who are needing like critical conditions and needing immediate treatment. But do you think that the Puskesmas district hospital already has guidelines? dengue and measles could they differentiate which one is dengue cases and measles cases from non-dengue? So I think if there is no guideline with the health facility, the first thing is to make a guideline, make a case definition to know who should be included and how can we exclude, for example, like patients taken by point of care testing, by antigen tests, can be excluded for dengue. So, like this flow of patients with common infections, inclusion exclusion can be included in the first step. And second, although like you have made the flow chart, who should be hospitalized, sent home, like with all the information that we given, but I didn't see that you include like the logistics parts, like to assess whether the business or this hospital has enough. First, they have enough point of care testing, they have rapid diagnosis tests, and then second, whether they have enough fluid, that they management weekly IV fluid, they have enough IV fluid in the hospital, in the hospital beds. If they have that, it's not IV fluid, then patient invoices and treatment. And as well as for the measles, like one of the approach as mentioned by Dewi is give vaccination. We check whether the Puskesmas has enough vaccination for that. Maybe because the coverage is very low, the Puskesmas doesn't even supply with enough vaccines anymore. So those are the things that I will add and include in my response. Any additional comments?
I think the first thing first from the Puskesmas is to report to district health office. Isn't it? Okay. Isn't that supposed to be okay. I was thinking that would be the first step we take first, notify the Dinas Kesehatan, reporting to them, because we know we already considered this as outbreak, and then after that we can assess, because like Dr. Inka mentioning regarding the guidelines, once you report to Dinas Kesehatan, sometimes Dinas Kesehatan already have the guidelines. They can deliver it to you, so you can, it doesn't have to be done in the Puskesmas level for the guidelines. But if there is none available, then the team in the Puskesmas can define the cases, and later on sometimes if that's happened, there will be revisions, like during COVID, which one is the probable, which one is the suspect. We have revisions in the definitions. I think that's it.
Okay. So for me, I think I agree with Dr. Inko, which you need to include vaccinations there. And I think the third point will be factor control, because it has been included in here. So we have been talking about the patients and individuals, but we forgot about environmental control. So the third one for Puskesmas will be factor control. It will be included in the program, how we can have larva survey, how we clean up, having a campaign to clean up any container of water, some things like that. No, Puskesmas will do the...
So in Indonesia, like this factor control is done by the Puskesmas.
Yeah, but kind of engaging community to do that, but they still need to explain what needs to be done. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you. We have our participant also working in this second task. We would like to hear from our participant who joined online. Are they ready?
Okay, thank you, Group 2. Let's give applause again. Hermawan, is there a group ready? If not, then we continue to Group 3. Are they ready? Okay, Asmi, can you please, like they will present from Zoom. Oh, wait, not yet. Group 2 from the Zoom participants will present. They have the same responsibility as the Group 2.
We know it's urgent, yeah.
Dr. Iwan? Dr. Iwan?
Online participant, can you hear us?
Good afternoon. I'm sorry I cannot open the camera because my camera is broken. Can I present our discussion?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. So, in our discussion, first of all, we must have the problem to be clear. What is the outbreak? What is the outbreak has become? What is the disease? And is it the disease become infectious or infected become can spread to another people? So we must have ways to settle the people who are sick. So we must make a team and also the what you call the facility to have to isolate the patients, and then we also must have working together with other healthcare facilities around us, whether it is puskesmas or whether it is rumah sakit, hospital, or clinics. And we must check the medication which is need for the patients. And also we must inform the district management, district health district health government like Dinas about the disease and how to make people come to help us to handle the outbreaks. Maybe like that, if according to our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Imelda, and the team for the discussion results. And based on what we listened to, the team discussions is mostly oriented with the hospital-based approach, which is mostly focused on what the healthcare workers should do first. But recently we just discussed about how actually we should really do this in the first 72 hours. First is we need to ensure that the hospital has the medications and also the tools, not only for the detections, but also for the medications and especially the flu treatment as well, all the other tools. And also we need also to emphasize there are enough vaccination to ensure that the severity of the disease not so much. And then regarding outside of human health sectors, we need to also ensure that this dengue is really origin from the environment, so that's why we need to have investigation on the environmental sectors. So, and we need to do the screening and surveillance on the environmental. So this is what the puskesmas and also the hospital can do. So from hospital-based vaccinations, surveillance system can be done first to ensure the outbreaks. And then for hospital-based, in addition to what you already mentioned here, you need to ensure also the availability of the tools for diagnostic, screening, and also the medications. I think that's all from us. Thank you, Dr. Imelda and the team.
Thank you, Dr. Imelda. Give applause to group online. And thank you, Dr. Iwan and Dr. Hermawan who has facilitated the group. Okay, now we can move to group 3.
Yeah, now number. Please.
Okay, so 3, they were asked to design a risk communication and community engagement plan. Because parents are panicking at the village now. They refuse hospitalization. Okay, so who will present?
biar lebih clear ya. Oke. Hal yang pertama kita lakukan adalah pembentukan tim satgas. Grup 3 merancang strategi komunikasi resiko dan keterlibatan masyarakat dalam pelayanan BPD. Nah, langkah ya. Dan campak. Oke, ada hal yang pertama kami lakukan adalah melakukan pembentukan tim atau satgas atau TGC ya, tim gerak cepat atau tim gercep. Yang terdiri dari kesehatan, kemudian surveillance, epidemiolog, tenaga medis, dan tenaga laboratorium. Nah, yang kedua, bekerjasama dengan Dinas Kominfo untuk menyampaikan informasi data mengenai kasus wabah yang disampaikan bicara yang berkunjung dengan melibatkan tokoh masyarakat dan masih media. Kemudian ada tim juga sosialisasi pencegahan wabah dengan vaksin yang tersedia sesuai dengan kasus yang telah dibuktikan dari hasil laboratorium, kemudian pencegahan dengan 3M, menguras, menutup, dan mengubur dengan menggunakan sosial media seperti Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, dan lain-lain. Terima kasih.
Give applause to Trini. I really like that they strengthen emphasize here that it's not only they work with the Department of Information to deliver the message, but also to involve the masyarakat, local leaders to deliver the messages. We understand in this case that there is a vaccine disease community, so it will be very difficult to convince the parents that to be vaccinated. So and also like there are many messages using the messages into Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. I think Mirza. Okay, any comments?
Really nice. Just going to mention one terminology which is commonly used nowadays, which is social channels. Like we have also cadres from the Puskesmas, but we can also make use of those who are quote-unquote famous in the community, the social channels. Jadi some of the people perhaps doesn't have gadgets for social media and things like that, so we can make use of the social channels.
I think another thing that I would like to mention is the education. I think is focused on the parents and the older group of age, while the measles and dengue, as we see, are more common in children in this case. So I think you didn't mention here how would you approach and educate the children. So maybe activities in the schools to explain about the students how they can also take care of the environment and prevent further dengue outbreaks, and how to prevent transmission, especially for measles, from one kid to the next.
Just one comment. So I like that. So one of the additional comment that I have when we are talking about RCCE is about audience mapping. So we need to create the audience mapping because it's different based on who are the audience, what are the key characteristics, what kind of informations they need, and which preferred channel they would like to receive informations. For general public, let's say, it can be coming from mixed literacy, mixed media access. So they may only need about understanding symptoms when and where they can seek for treatment care. But let's say for parents or caregivers, they have high concerns and emotionals because it was about children. The informations need more on vaccinations and symptoms and isolations, and maybe preferred channel will be coming from school letters, let's say. So if you have already mapping out the audience, you can understand how to engage them, what kind of information is needed, and what are the key characteristics, and then you can go to number 3, 4, and 5. So good job.
Well done, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, finally, group 4.
Who will be presenting from Group 4?
Group 4.
So,
Time is yours.
Group 4 was asked to develop risk mitigation plans for future outbreaks. Okay, your time is 5 minutes.
Terima kasih undangan yang berhormat, presentasi kami di dalam bahasa Indonesia. Banyak kekurangan kami, keletihan saya bisa menyelesaikan tes dengan baik. Baik, untuk mengembangkan rencana mitigasi untuk penanganan wabah ke depan, tentu pada berbagai campak, hal yang dilakukan adalah meningkatkan cara partisipasi dalam pemberian MR atau MR, kemudian bentuk tim kerjasama PGC, yaitu terdiri dari kantor posyandu, puskesmas, dinas kesehatan, LKS, SPDA, dan OPD terkait. Kemudian meningkatkan kegiatan surveillance aktif untuk pelaporan jumlah kasus, kemudian memastikan distribusi alkes dalam kabupaten, kemudian melakukan edukasi masyarakat dalam hal ini untuk memastikan tidak ada hoax yang menyebar di masyarakat dalam mengenai penyakit campak. Kemudian yaitu volunteers if there is a reaction for vaccine. Jadi harus ada di perkembangan masyarakat memberikan edukasi hoax tadi itu tentang campak, vaksin campak. Kemudian untuk dengue, hal yang dilakukan tadi pertama pengendalian vektor PSN dengan seperti model fogging juga, kemudian melakukan peningkatan jumlah kadar jumlatif khususnya tiap rumah tangga dibuat kadar jumlatif per rumah tangga. Kemudian hal yang sama dilakukan untuk poin 2, 3, 4 yang ada di campak. Kemudian juga ada peningkatan monitoring lingkungan seperti pengomporan kebersihan lingkungan yang dilakukan oleh kelurahan melalui kepala lingkungan. Kemudian ada transsektoral collaboration, yaitu tadi kolaborasi dengan lintas sektor yang lain. Ada penanya? Biasanya ya makanya itu ya. Terima kasih.
Thank you for, I think this is really nice, but like mentioned earlier by Dr. Inke, it will be nice if we integrate all the materials from the last session we listened for today. So we are going to plan for future outbreaks. So we know this outbreak, but we're preparing ourselves for future outbreaks. The one thing that I didn't see here is the multidiscipline for the team. You know, I was just reading through the TGC, ada kader, posyandu, puskesmas, dinas kesehatan, rumah sakit. Yeah, they're all health sectors. Yeah, we don't have from other sectors. Like I mentioned, it will be nice if we have a multidisciplines in our team. Yeah. Whatever the disease is, I think it will be. It will give us more insight if we have more people from different backgrounds. And I think it's very important. Like I said, if we start big at the beginning, it will be easier for us to combat the disease at the end. I think that's my comment.
I think just one short comment from me. I think they were listening to my dengue presentation earlier because they included like in the transsectoral collaboration to include like smart city. I mentioned that dengue cases are increasing because of increase of urbanization. So we actually need of urban planning with more people are moving into the cities, and that's why we see more like semi-urban areas have increased cases, and that's why dengue is more difficult to control compared to other vector-borne diseases. So, yes.
Just to find, but I think it's already kind of conclude risk mitigations plan that's supposed to have. I will just add some point on it. When we are talking about risk mitigations, we need to highlight health system strengthening. You already put it there, surveillance, but I think this improving the surveillance capacities, but also including laboratory capacities, including the workforce capacities. Sometimes we don't have qualified individuals to do the surveillance, contact tracing, we do that. So improving the workforce also important. Then the last one will be more on preparedness and logistics. You have a touch point in here regarding supply chain readiness, because when we want, let's say, to have the preparations of the any kind of medications or vaccinations, we need to talk about logistics, supply chain management, and information system. So I think that's all, just to complete the list. Thank you.
Thank you everyone again, and give applause to the group for well done. Okay, so it's been a very long day, and I really appreciate all the participants who are still engaged after we start internet and now is passing. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed today's presentations, and thank you for all the speakers, Dewi, Ruki, and also internal speakers from USU. So with that, I will conclude today's session. To those who want to stay here, because we will have the dinner at 7 p.m. in the cafe Jalan Universitas, which is like 10 minutes walk or like 2 minutes by car. You can stay here, or you can go directly to the cafe. But I hope that you all can join our dinner because other speakers will also join our dinner tonight, and you can really enjoy the rest of the participants. Okay, thank you again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Don't forget to complete the feedback form. If you don't complete, you don't get the certificate. And also like to start tomorrow at 8:30. So please be here at 8:30. Okay?
Kaki kekuatan yang memberi langkah empat arah untuk mendaki hal rintangan. Dan bertemu dengan angan. Lihatlah semua insan.